Well, let me open that. This is it, guys. This is the culmination of probably the craziest election season that I've lived through. We've seen one of the candidates, who in fact is the current sitting president, forced out and replaced by his own DEI hire. She received 0 votes in order to replace him. She won no delegates whatsoever in order to replace him. And she's probably the least vetted candidate of our lifetimes. The other candidate is a former president that the current president has turned his Department of Justice onto to try to prevent him from even running. They've concocted charges against him to try and put him in jail. And when all of that failed, they tried to assassinate him twice. Now it all comes down to tonight. Dani and I will be here with you for the night, along with our guests. We're live on Rumble, but we also have backup streams going on X and on Facebook. So if you haven't yet, go bookmark those pages, follow the channels, hit the thumbs up, and stay with us to see who the next president of the United States will be, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. We'll be back after this.
Pocket full of sand, sand, sand. I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. You can read it in my hand. I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. Got my pocket full of sand, sand, sand. I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. You can read it in my hand. I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. Got my pocket full of sand, sand, sand. I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. You can read it in my hand, hand, hand. Oh, I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. Got my pocket full of sand, sand, sand. I don't really give a damn, damn, damn. Got my pocket full of sand.
is up, guys? Alex McDonald in Atlanta, joined by a blurry Danielle Munoz
I am blurry.
in Minnesota. Yeah, I think your connection's having a little struggle session at the moment. What's up, Danny? How you doing?
Good, Al. How you doing?
I'm doing well. This is the night. We got a
It is
number
the
of guests joining us, so I'm going to go ahead and bring them on. No point messing around, is there? First up, we've got professional politician who won officially, I guess, won his election earlier in the year, but it's election day today. I'm going to count that a win. And who earned votes up in Minnesota. Maybe we'll get elected there. Larry Cox, what's up, Larry?
Hi, Al. Doing good, man. Doing good.
Good to see you, brother. Then we have Cameron Anderson from the Brushfire Mind. What's up, Cam? How you doing?
I'm fantastic. I'm just ready to see how this all shakes out.
No kidding. And last but not least, our great friend, Diamond Dave Bowen. Dave, how are you doing, brother?
I'm hanging in there, my friend.
Hanging
Day at a
in
time.
there. Our viewers know that Dave has been beating the hell out of cancer, and we hope that that continues. Obviously, Dave, you're in our thoughts and prayers, but really glad that you could be here with us tonight, brother.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Hey, by the way, can we dedicate tonight's show to Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon?
Poor old Peanut. Listen, I'm not going to lose any sleep over a dead tree rat, to be honest with you, or a trash panda. But whenever
next thing you know, they're coming in after your dogs.
Exactly. Next thing you know, they're eating the dogs.
For your
they're
kids.
eating the cats. Well, they're already coming for your kids. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not fool ourselves.
Yeah, for those of us in Minnesota, they are 100% coming for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that firsthand.
Yeah, amen. So yeah, we're in it. We're in this, I guess, tonight for the long haul. Let's say hi to some folks who have already joined us, though. Kurt's here. What's up, Kurt? Good to see you, brother.
Hi, Annie.
Michelle Brown. Hey, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Peggy Brown is here. What's up, Peggy? Good to see you.
Hi, Peggy.
There's Karen. What's up, Karen? Good. Thank you for tuning in. Lisa Morris is here. What's up, Lisa? Long time no see.
Lisa.
Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah,
by the
good
way,
to see you,
find us on Rumble. Bill Campbell's here. Semperfi, brother. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Bill. Good to see
Michelle is here. What's up, Michelle? Thank you for joining us. Eddie is with us. What's up, Eddie? Thank you for tuning in, brother. Joy is here. What's up, Joy? Good to see you. And well, look at this. Republican royalty, Ellen Deal is here. What's up, Ellen? Good to see you.
Welcome.
Ellen, I think, is joining us from over on Larry's channel.
Yeah, she up from Cherokee County, Republican land.
Amen.
Awesome.
Yeah, I follow Ellen on Facebook and watch.
Have you been seeing Ellen run
videos.
around? Have you been seeing her run around wearing her trash dress?
Trash bag. Yeah, wearing the trash.
Well, that was quite fashionable. That dress, the way she had the little thing. I mean, she actually made her a real designer trash bag dress.
She looked
That
great.
is awesome.
Yeah, she looked fantastic in it. It was like a shiny black cocktail dress.
It was. It was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was lovely. But no, Ellen, thank you for being here. I'm assuming that that's Chris Lowry. What's up, Chris? Good to see you.
Hey, Chris.
That's not me.
It's not Cameron. It might be new Cameron. We just don't know. We don't know who that. I'm assuming that's Lowry. Logged in as the BFM.
You have no idea how much fun I'm going to have rubbing that in his face that he's new Cameron.
Cameron?
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. All right. So it's 9 p.m. Bunch of polls have closed and a number of states have been called. So let's get caught up. Let me show you what we're working with here tonight, by the way, folks. We've got our little maps going on that show us real time where these states stand. We've also got our own little projection map here where we can, well, I don't know that we'll be necessarily calling states on our own, but you never know. We might call a couple. We shall see. But let's talk about where we stand right now. Larry, what has officially been called right now? And
if you want to go to your map, Al, we'll go ahead and I can tell you Florida for Donald Trump.
Florida for Trump.
Yep. Then we've got, let's go Alabama for Donald Trump. Mississippi for Donald Trump.
Mississippi.
Yeah. Louisiana for Donald Trump. Arkansas for Donald Trump. Oklahoma for Donald Trump. Tennessee for Donald Trump. South Carolina for Donald Trump. Kentucky. West Virginia. They called Ohio and Indiana.
They've called Ohio now?
Yeah, they
Yep.
called Ohio.
Okay,
Yes.
I knew they had Indiana. Okay, good.
Okay, then you've got Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wyoming for Donald Trump.
No,
And
but
the-
which districts? I'm assuming 1 and 3 in Nebraska.
They've got the big one called from it. I'm going to go over to it right now.
And remember, guys, Nebraska's a big one. It could be a bellwether sign because that, Florida isn't a swing state, but that was one of the swing states that has abortion on the ballot.
Just like Florida. Florida had
Yeah.
abortion on the ballot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not a swing state. I'm saying, this as
No,
far as the
no.
swing state goes, there were like 3 of them that had abortion on the ballot, and that kind of made Dems think, we're going to have that. Well,
Yeah.
Let me give you the Kamala Harris states.
He
now.
he was projected. I'm gonna assume that he won the first and third districts in Nebraska. The second district is decidedly blue. So until somebody can confirm that, I'll hold off filling it in.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll fill out the Kamala map right now.
All right.
So you can go with Maryland, Delaware,
Maryland and Delaware,
New Jersey, Connecticut,
New Jersey, Connecticut,
Rhode Island,
Rhode Island,
Massachusetts,
Mass.
Vermont.
That's not leaning. She actually won that outright.
One Vermont.
New
Not Vermont, I'm thinking of New Hampshire.
New
Sorry.
Hampshire's the one. It's not called yet.
It's
And
not
then
called yet?
And then you got Illinois.
Okay, let me get
So the
rid of that.
Associated Press has it 99-137. Fox has called a few more states for Trump than they have. So let's just stay conservative with this right
Well,
now.
our tally right now is 71-130. If they're showing 99 something, then they've called other
137.
states for they've called other states for.
Hold on. So let me go here
Harris.
back.
What are we missing?
Wyoming, Oklahoma, Florida, South Carolina, New York. You got New York?
If not, that's obviously Harris. There's 99,
Yep, New York. Yep,
and
that's
Trump has an additional 7.
it. So you got Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma,
Yep, got Oklahoma.
you have Indiana,
Yes.
Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky,
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee,
Tennessee. Yep. South Carolina, Florida. Yep.
Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana.
Yep. No Missouri, no Kansas, no Iowa.
Correct.
I wonder where they're getting the additional 7 then, because we're showing 130 on those
No.
states called.
And then I'm looking over here at Fox, and Fox actually they've got it 178-113. Because Fox called Texas.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That's a biggie.
I think AP just called Texas as well.
And Kansas.
AP just called. Let's
think
call
so.
Texas and
Yeah,
Kansas.
I think AP just called Texas.
That's 176 Trump, 99 Harris. Now, here's the thing. We got to remember that there's a lot of early votes that need to be counted, right? And listen, Larry, my understanding is they can't start counting. Maybe it varies by state, but my understanding is you can't start
they
counting
can't.
those votes until after the polls close.
Some states
Right.
they can pre-tabulate the early votes, but they can't release the numbers. You saw that
See,
in
and
Georgia.
that's what I thought Florida had done,
Yeah, they can.
was
So you-
pre-tabulated.
They can pre-tabulate. You saw that on election night in Georgia at the primary, Al, when you went in. I was out taking signs up, and it was 10 after 7, and you had those early vote results. They had already tabulated them, and then they actually officially released them.
Yeah.
Were they your opponent signs?
Chris is calling. Chris is
my
calling.
own.
I think it's a bit early, Chris, but he's calling California for Harris right now.
I don't think we can call it yet. The polls aren't even closed out there
Yeah.
yet. So let's settle down.
There's Derek Grimskull from Redacted. What's up, Derek? Thank you. Hopefully, we'll see later in the night,
Grim.
because those guys are also streaming, but they have the link to come in the show as guests, and hopefully we'll have a visit from them later on this evening. There's Rita. What's up, Rita? Thank you for tuning in.
Alex, what does our map have as far as numbers?
As far as numbers, let me go to my map. 99,176. Karen says, didn't you say Dakotas and Wyoming?
Well, let me tell you.
He's going to win those, but I don't know if they've been called.
They have been called,
Wyoming
yes.
has.
North and South Dakota and Wyoming.
Yeah, they did. And that was Fox called in. But also, Al, the one that we had him at 177. He had to win that other Nebraska to get that one.
He's
They have
won 2 out of
Nebraska.
5.
They have 5 electoral votes.
And he's
He
won.
won.
Given him in Nebraska, I think.
Yeah, he had to have won that other Nebraska one when you look at the AP one, Al, because he's got 177.
I'll give it to him.
Unless they're just being sloppy.
I mean, he had to have for that to be off by 1. He had to have won that, and they've got the whole state red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do not have.
And-
they do not
and-
have the blue dot.
Larry, if you highlight it, you can see on the AP one, on the AP map, if you highlight it, you see 5 electoral votes.
He got all 5 electoral votes there, Al.
That's interesting, because CNN is showing 28% reporting, and Harris with a 30,000 vote lead at the moment there.
Well, they're looking at what counties are in and what percent. You know how they do that.
Yeah. Look, I'm hoping that this isn't a case of, calling Arizona early again, and these media outlets are just calling what they think is going to happen. But
Well, I mean, Fox has got it 113 to 195 right now.
yeah, interesting. All right. Well, let's we'll keep bringing up the map, and we'll fill it out as we go along. Some Senate races we're watching. Also, one's already. I don't even consider this a flip, and from Larry's face, I know that he doesn't consider it a flip. We've got Jim Justice in West Virginia, who flipped a Senate seat from closet Republican Joe Manchin.
Yeah, Joe has always been the worst kept secret in the state of West Virginia, as far as, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
He's had to pretend to be a moderate for 40 years.
That's right. That's right. Couple of other Senate seats, though, and Danielle has one she's watching as well. Montana, where Tim Sheehy looks like he might take away Democrat John Tester's seat, flip that one red. Ohio, Bernie Moreno going after Sherrod Brown in Ohio. Going to be watching those races. All the Democrats have to do, Al, is not lose any. I mean, the Republicans not lose any, and one more, and they've got the Senate. With the Justice win, one more and not lose one, and they have control of the Senate. Yeah, if they flip the other, if they've already got Manchin seat, if they flip the other 2, it'll be 52-48.
And that is some
Republican.
of the projections that I have saw is 52-48, not needing the vice presidential vote. If
Yes.
you know what I mean.
Which would be a good time to suspend the filibuster for a few months, get some shit done, some good conservative Republican stuff done, and then put the filibuster back in.
I was about to say, because the way it sits now, Trump's got more to lose than just the presidency. He's going to jail,
Right.
Unless we can flip some of these Senate seats and keep the House.
Yeah, no kidding. Crowder has, I haven't even looked at it yet. Has anyone looked at Crowder's
yeah, no, I
election
haven't.
integrity map?
Nope.
Let me see if it's back up, because they were getting attacked earlier today or earlier this evening. They were undergoing a denial of service attack. This is it's hang on. Is it down? Can anyone get to it? Electionintegritymap.com. There it is. They've got this. They've got this thing. All these, I guess, little yellow you could, anybody can get to this, by the way. Go to electionintegritymap.com. This is all these yellow triangles are reports of either issues or potential issues that poll watchers or people in these particular states can report directly to this particular system. And if you click on the yellow triangles, apparently you can get more detailed information, potentially some videos or photographs of what's going on. So theoretically, if we end up with a broken water pipe somewhere,
Right.
you might be able to head over to the election integrity map and see whether we do, in fact, have a
bomb
broken
scares.
water pipe somewhere.
Weren't there bomb scares in Georgia?
There were more
There
than just
were
Georgia.
more than just Georgia. Yeah, but we got several precincts in Georgia that are still open until 10 o'clock because of the bomb stuff.
Wow.
The New York Times needle just changed from a toss-up to leaning Trump. Has Trump at 284 and Harris at 254. 30-point difference.
Well, when you look at Georgia right now, we've got 149 of 159 counties reporting, and he's got 18, 19, 20, about a 240,000 vote lead.
CNN are about to make a projection of some kind. I'm not sure what it is.
Larry, wasn't it DeKalb and Cobb County that are open late? Am I remembering that?
DeKalb, Cobb, and then I think there's a few in Gwinnett also. They had precincts that were impacted in those areas, and I think it's all three of those that have some precincts. It's not the whole counties; it's precincts. Just like there's some precincts in Pennsylvania that stayed open also till 10 because they had lost the voting machines went down.
And some of the places couldn't start on time. Like this morning, there was a couple in Cobb County that couldn't start on time, so they'll go a half hour later just because of that.
Yeah, so there's outliers all over the country with precincts that are staying late, you know. And then you had Georgia, of course. We had the 6 biggest Democrat counties. They pulled some shenanigans this weekend and stayed open Saturday and Sunday because the law is the election offices have to be open for people to do the drop box. So they kept their election offices open Saturday and Sunday. And they said, from my understanding, a judge ruled in their favor because it was technically legal to do it. So I think there's going to be a lawsuit about it now, but the votes are already going to be counted. You can't uncount them, right? So, but I think that'll be something that they're going to look at now about, you know, these local boards of elections took it upon themselves to interpret state law and adjust some things themselves to try. But I heard also that that the amount of ballots that were turned in were minimal and would not be impactful on the outcome.
Anytime I'm missing Atlanta, all I have to do is turn on social media and listen to Larry for a couple of minutes, and I feel like I'm back home.
Right.
Same.
Yeah.
My delivery route is in Atlanta, and I'm glad
You don't miss it a bit.
Yeah, I'm glad I make.
Well, Al,
make
if you
money
looked at the presidential race and the congressional race in Rockdale County, I think if you remember in 2018 when I ran for the commission race, I think I got close to 36% of the vote. Right? You've got these same candidates getting 24% of the vote now in Rockdale County. So that shows you the trajectory we're Rockdale has shifted as far as political divide in the last few years. I mean, you're talking losing 12%. So that's a big deal.
Yeah. Radar's here. What's up,
Oh,
Radar? Good to see you.
Just about to tell you that. Hey, Radar.
Let's take a look at this map real quick, and let's focus in on a couple of places. Georgia right now, Larry. Trump is ahead by 255,000 with 71% reporting. Now, I don't know how much has come in right now from Fulton and DeKalb. DeKalb earlier was virtually zero, 78%. DeKalb 64%. So that's pretty late in the late in the game.
I don't think there are enough votes out there left. And plus,
Yeah.
and like I said, the exit polling showed Donald Trump forming well with African American men, getting 20. Their numbers were showing him polling at 25% with African American males in Georgia,
Which is it's amazing.
That's
frankly.
when they looked at the reasoning why it was economy, right? It was the economy, concern of economy and jobs, and that's a big deal in a state like Georgia. And then I think when you look at how he's performing well in Virginia, some of the polling there showed it was because of the boys and girl bathroom issues, the female male sports issues. The Trump campaign really hit on those things there, like Governor Yelston did. And then you've had those Board of Education races in Virginia where they have focused on those issues, and the Trump campaign focused on those issues in the state of Virginia. And and that should be a safe state for a Democrat, Virginia.
Right.
And the fact that he is performing as well as he is in Virginia at this period, shows you that the messaging was pretty good there, and they found what the issues were in Georgia. I mean,
and they were really looking at that as a bellwether, Clayton County in Georgia, but also the Virginia 7th, because it's so predominantly black that, with exit polls showing, no, man, Trump's doing way better than expected in those areas. And that's something that you can draw conclusions from across the rest of the country.
Yeah, and I want to Fox News just projected, and this was a concern for Republicans, Ted Cruz. They just projected Ted Cruz would retain his Senate seat in Texas. Yeah, the Democrats spent tons of money in Texas trying to unseat him, and he apparently has fought that back, and Ted Cruz will retain his Senate seat in Texas with that, and that means the Republicans retain that seat and are closer to getting that majority in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, Bill Campbell just commented that. Holly's here from Just for Fun. Hey, Holly.
What's up, Holly? By my rudimentary math here, Larry, I'm going to say there's about 70,000 votes outstanding, 78% reported in Fulton. Assuming, let's say that Harris gets every single one of the remaining votes, that's about 70,000 votes outstanding. In DeKalb, there's 64% reporting. So that leaves 35% remaining. So 20, 40, 60, about 70,000 votes there. So maybe 180, 190,000 votes outstanding. And Trump has a lead of 255,000 votes. I think it's really enough to call Georgia.
Do those 80-20, Al. I mean, do those 80-20.
Right. That's assuming we give her every single vote.
Yeah.
I
think
those,
you can do those 80%, 20%, and that's a fair numbers with those.
Yeah. And I think he's gonna win Georgia by 7-8 points.
I think he's gonna win by 5 to 7 points in Georgia, and I think this is the thing you can do. I think you can contribute a lot of that to the fact that him and Brian Kemp made up in the last 2 months, and all that slamming each other stopped.
Right.
And Kemp actually has been saying positive things about President Trump. President Trump has been saying positive things about Brian Kemp. They sort of had a come together moment. They met each other down in Valdosta when Helene it came through, and both of them were there during the hurricane cleanup stuff. So I think Governor Kemp and Donald Trump's peace treaty that they have sort of orchestrated. And I don't know if you remember when that first happened. Hannity had Brian Kemp come on his show during the Republican primary and sort of brokered that little peace treaty. So I think we can thank Mr. Hannity for brokering that little peace treaty with those two gentlemen.
I'll tell you what, though, I still have a few issues with Brad Raffensperger. Let's I want to show you guys something here real quick. This was a story that came out earlier in the week. When I say earlier in the week, it must have been yesterday, or at least this is when I saw it as soon as we're on Tuesday. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger made the following statement on, Thursday night. So it was last Thursday. Earlier today, our office became aware of a video purporting to show a Haitian immigrant with multiple Georgia IDs claiming to have voted multiple times. This is false and is an example of targeted disinformation we've seen in this and other elections. It is likely foreign interference attempting to sow discord and chaos on the eve of the 2024 presidential election. We are working to combat this and identify the origin of it with our state and federal partners. CISA is currently investigating. In the meantime, we ask Elon Musk and the leadership of other social media platforms to take this down. This is obviously fake and part of a disinformation effort. Likely, it's a product of Russian troll farms. Here's the thing. He's done no investigation. He just jumps onto Twitter X, immediately dismisses it as fake, and with no investigation, and says, yeah, nothing to see here. Raffensperger's at it again. He didn't learn a damn thing from 2020. You can't just simply deny. You have to, if you want us to believe we have safe and secure elections, you've got to actually investigate these things. Then we have, I want to talk about Jocelyn Benson real quick in Michigan. Let's watch this.
So, there's been a lot of noise about people who aren't U.S. citizens voting in our elections. But here's the truth. Only U.S. citizens can register to vote or cast a ballot in our elections. Anyone who claims otherwise is intentionally misleading you. In fact, it's illegal for non-citizens to vote, and it is extremely rare for anyone who's not a citizen to even attempt to register to vote or cast a ballot.
So it's disinformation. Anyone that tells you that is simply feeding
Lying.
you a bit of propaganda. Except unfortunately for her, in her own state, we then had this story break. Like the day after she posted that video. Chinese citizen charged with illegally voting in Michigan, authorities say. And here's what happened there. Little Chinese student going to university up there in Michigan. He was registered to vote, motor voter, right, Danielle? We've talked about it on this show. How non-citizens are getting registered without their knowledge. He knew he was registered. He went and voted. He went home and had a crisis of conscience. Went back and said, "Hey, can I have my ballot back? I shouldn't have voted. I'm not a citizen." And now we're told that it's too late. That they're unable to retrieve his ballot because obviously our ballots are non-identifying, right? They're anonymous. And
Right.
so this non-citizen vote will in fact count in Jocelyn Benson's state when she just got through telling us anyone that tells you a non-citizen can vote is lying to you. It's misleading.
Yeah, convicted felons can't possess firearms either.
Right. Yeah. It's against the law. They'd get in trouble for it.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Violated.
Again, they tell us the safest, most secure election, and then things like this happen that directly contradict the statements they make. and it doesn't sit well with me, and I imagine it doesn't sit well with many people. You need to investigate these things, be transparent about them, and tell us the truth. That's all we want. Don't post a little TikTok video saying this never happens, and anyone that believes it does is a conspiracy theorist, and anyone that tells you that it does is just spreading mis and disinformation. Right. And then
Holly
the very
said,
next day, a Chinese immigrant votes.
Holly says Fox called New Hampshire for Harris.
New
And
Hampshire
it looks like
for Harris.
Crowder's map's down again.
Crowder's map is down again.
And then Alex, you can look at Georgia again, and it's 151 of the 159 counties, and he still has his like 6% and 250,000 vote lead.
Yeah, and Fulton is at 78% still. DeKalb's now at 77%. So let's ramp that up to 80. That
Georgia at a whole is at
20%
77.
outstanding. That's 50,000 votes outstanding in DeKalb. Yeah, I don't see how it's possible for Democrats to win Georgia at this point.
No, he's up 250,000, and there's only, like I said, I don't think there's enough votes.
Yeah, there's about 150,000 votes outstanding. There's other counties as well, but it's obviously Fulton and DeKalb that will determine this race for Harris.
Right.
And I don't see the votes there to make up the 200,000. It's going to be
not
closer.
Not at 77% already in.
Yeah, it's going to get closer for sure, but I think it's safe to say Trump has won. Trump has flipped Georgia.
He's going to win by over 100,000 votes, where he lost by 11,000 4 years ago.
Yes.
That's just easy to say. I think he could win by over 150,000 votes. I think, and that's a big flip from 4 years ago.
Big old flip. Big old flip.
What are we thinking about?
There's people in Georgia boarding up their businesses right now.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
What do we think?
And they're not doing it for
Virginia.
They're not doing it for a Kamala win.
Oh, Virginia's tight, buddy. That could be.
Yeah,
Virginia.
are there big blue spots in Virginia that haven't been counted yet? Because
there are a lot of them. When they were just going over that on Fox a minute ago,
okay.
and they have counted a lot of those big blue spots. A good percentage of them are in.
Loudon's at 95% reporting. Fairfax is at 67, and Prince William is at 95.
Fairfax is the one they're looking at, Alex, to see.
Yeah, Fairfax is a huge number.
They're looking there to see if there are enough votes there to make it flip.
I'm going to say, so let's say 70%. Outstanding is 30. There's about 80,000 votes outstanding in Fairfax by my math, by my numbers here. I don't know what that does to their calculations, but if they're looking for that number, there it is. You're welcome,
number?
CNN. There's about 80,000 outstanding in Fairfax. And Trump has a lead so far of 18,000 votes. So there's plenty there for Kamala to take that state. Yeah.
What's Pennsylvania looking like right now, Alex?
Yeah, that's
Harris
the one I
up by
want to know.
9.1, only 28% reporting at the moment. You know what? I have the map here. May as well show you all. Only 28% reporting right now. Harris has a lead of 177,000. Let's dig into the state map. Philadelphia, Lancaster has 37% reporting. So there's going to be some big numbers there for her.
What about over in Western PA, over toward Pittsburgh and all that?
Pittsburgh is at 48% reporting. Harris is up by over 100,000.
And what about the red counties around there?
Red around there, 0% in Butler reported. They say 1% in Beaver, 41% in Washington, and 31% in Westmoreland. So it's still early.
Yep, and those numbers need to come in to offset the metro area.
Yeah.
Well,
still
and there
early
are
for
all of
Donald
those
Trump.
early vote. Right, that's where the dude with the hair spent all of his time.
Yeah, what's that guy's name? What's his name?
Presley
Pressler?
Pressler?
Pressler, is that it, Cameron? Pressler that's been out there
Pressler.
registering
It's
Republicans
something
like
Pressler.
a madman.
It's the dude with the long brown
Scott
hair that
Scott Pressler. That's
Yeah,
what
Scott
it
that
is.
Laura
Pressler.
Trump
Oh,
brought in.
okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Scott
Yeah.
Pressler.
Now I'm caught up.
The
Yeah.
dude with the hair.
Let me see. 538 is, I don't know what 538 is projecting here for, so they're calling it a toss up. 538 still predicting Pennsylvania as a toss up. So it's going to be a tight one. Here's the thing.
What are they saying about Virginia? What's 538 say about Virginia?
538, they're projecting Harris 6.8. They're giving Harris a 6.8%, 6.8 point lead in Virginia. Polymarket has got Harris at 91. So, yeah.
I don't think any of them thought he was going to be performing as well as he is right now in Virginia.
Yeah, it's really, really tight, though. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than that.
Excuse me a second. I got to get some more coffee.
Yeah, no worries,
Okay.
brother. Yeah, that's going to be a tight one.
And by the way, Karen knew exactly who I meant, and she said that she met Scott Pressler at a street festival a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I see that. I don't know if you already brought it up. I just brought it up here.
Oh, I did not. No, I just read it. Sorry.
So while we have a lull, I wanted to circle back to something you talked about. Trump pulling about 25% of the black male vote. I believe it, and I believe it because of what the Democrats telegraphed. Having Obama come out and basically tell black men you got to do your duty and vote for Kamala. Like the first time I heard that soundbite, I was like, oh, you guys are really worried about this, aren't you? What you would normally take for granted, having in the bag, now you're terrified of it. And for the longest time, like for decades, I heard that if Republicans could crack like 10, 12% of the black vote, like they'd lock up national elections for a generation.
Right.
And then, of course, in 2020, we saw Trump hit those numbers and still just barely lose. But now it looks like we're going to go way past that point. And I'm optimistic. I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm still kind of traumatized from 2020 because that's not how I thought that was going to go at all.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bit
I'm
of that.
still optimistic.
Let's not forget there's going to be a bit of that tonight because there's still going to be a lot of early votes that are going to have to be counted. We are going to see numbers change as the night moves on. Probably around 2 a.m. we'll probably see quite a big shift in some of these results. That's why, our map, I just want to show the ones that have actually been called for each candidate. We have any updates on that, Larry? Any new states been called for Harris or Trump? I think we're behind. We're behind a lot.
Well, I think if we stay with the AP, we're a little more conservative. I think we're actually ahead a little bit, sort of mixed with some stuff. We're ahead of the AP, and we're behind the networks.
Okay.
So we're right in between it now.
We're right in between.
Right in the middle.
So Harris is still stuck around 99
Yep.
or a 103, whatever it is she has.
Yep. She's at 99 with the AP, and then you go to Fox, and she's doing a little better.
All right.
She's at 117, and he's at 195 with Fox.
Okay. Yeah. What do we think? Do we think he's going to break the blue wall? Let's talk about the blue wall. I don't know if people are familiar with this thing. These three states up here, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they call it the blue wall because these states historically have voted together, right? 2020 was all blue. Strangely enough, Trump broke it in 2016. It became a red wall. But prior
He
to
flipped
that,
it. He didn't break it. It became a red wall, but it didn't break.
That's right.
So they all go together since 80. Help.
You have to
88
go. You have
maybe.
to go all the way
88?
back to. You have to go all the way back to 1988 to the last time they did not
80
vote together.
88 the time they all did
Yeah.
three go together.
Dukakis won Wisconsin, Bush won Michigan and
Yep.
Pennsylvania. After that, they all voted either, well, in 92 blue, 96
Most
blue,
would, yeah.
2000 blue, 2004 blue, on and on until Trump steamrollered
Flipped 'em.
into
Yep.
the steamrollered into the blue wall and said, "Yeah, I'm having none of that." So, do we think he'll take Pennsylvania or Wisconsin tonight? I don't think he's getting Michigan, but
I wish
he-
Jess and Jim were here because they're in Wisconsin. They live in Wisconsin.
yeah, that's right, they are. Yeah,
Well, he's got to take one of them.
he has to have one of them. Yes,
He has to have
we?
one.
Do we think he will?
I think he's got a chance of taking Pennsylvania.
Wisconsin is very blue collar. Wisconsin is
Now-
very blue collar.
Now she has to take all three. Kamala Harris has to take all. Trump has a lot more paths to victory than her, quite frankly. If he could win Virginia and Nevada, he wouldn't need Pennsylvania. You know?
Yeah,
Say that
would
again,
be-
Virginia and Nevada.
Yeah, if he could get Virginia and Nevada, he no longer needs one of the blue wall states.
Right. But that's assuming the whole Sun Belt, right? That's assuming Georgia, Arizona.
Yes, that's
North
assuming
Carolina.
the whole Sun Belt. Yes. Yeah. And
Alex, what's the one map say? Because what's it say about New Mexico?
what does it say currently about New Mexico, or
Currently, I think Donald Trump's got a little bit of an edge. But what are they predicting?
what is the projection for New Mexico? It is Harris by 7.4 is 538's projection for New Mexico, whereas currently Trump is up by 3,000 votes with 20% reporting. So bit early, I think, to call that. But yeah, the projection is Harris by 7 points, Larry. We'll have to see.
Well, and I think we got 33% reporting in Pennsylvania now is what I'm looking at, and Trump is starting to climb there a little bit.
Yeah, 33%. Harris is up by 114,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Again, early days in PA right now. Plenty of opportunities for Donald Trump to turn that one around. And again, the projection is too close to call. That one's a toss-up.
Right. I'm excited that Minnesota is even slightly pink. I mean, it's only 1% reporting, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I do not care. I will take it.
Now, I will tell you the poly market projection for Pennsylvania is slightly Trump. It's leaning Republican, Larry. Now, poly market is the betting markets, right? It's where people actually bet money. They put their money on the line to determine who wins. Very similar to the cookie polls that go on in different places. And Dani and I have talked about that on the show. And I like them because I think it's a better read of consumer sentiment, of public sentiment, of what's going on than these mainstream media polls, where they're just these mainstream media polls. They know the demographic they're targeting, right? If they'll say, okay, well, let's find out how he's doing among women, and they'll target women, for example. Whereas these poly market and cookie polls, they don't target anyone. It's just I think a good representation of the population as a whole. So I kind of lean here with, if poly market is saying Trump by a tiny margin, I'm going to lean that way myself and say,
Go look at
there's a pretty good
look at
chance.
Wisconsin now.
Wisconsin's close, too.
Look how that's shaping up. Look at that.
Did you happen to see the Des Moines, Iowa poll. And what's her name? Ann Seltzer, I think. Pretty respectable. But she just, I mean, a month ago they had Trump up by 4 points, and then by four, and then this weekend they had Harris up by 3, with a huge asterisk that said white Democrats are much more likely to respond to our polls than Republicans.
Right.
Well, then why even are you? And then the other big major poll in Iowa had Trump up by 10 points. So these guys are just panicking. They have no idea. You can't look at these polls this year.
Right.
There's never been anything like it before, with all the variables like Alex was talking about at the beginning of the show.
But I seen a report yesterday where Nate Silver was even criticizing the pollsters because he actually said he believed they were actually manipulating the numbers to keep it close.
Fudging the numbers to keep it close.
Yes, fudging the numbers to keep it close.
Mm-hmm. That's why they do that split screen. They do the registered voter and likely voter, because you can't mess with the registered voter numbers, but you can the likely number ones, and they can conflate them.
And I think I told you, I got polled by, I think, everything that happened this year. And I think it was because of me running as a
went independent.
Yeah.
Yeah. You went independent and you suddenly started getting polled.
Yep.
Yeah. It sounds maybe conspiratorial, but it appears to be true. Because and we know that they target specific demographics when they're doing their polling.
And you get a tight race like this, and they're not going to go one way or another. They're just going to play it safe. I mean, what would Dixville Notch?
Right.
They split 3 and 3.
Right. And this is the thing, Trump in the 2 elections that we've seen him run in has underpolled by 5-6 points each time. If you carry that, if you take that 5-6 points, that means that he's up by 3 in Pennsylvania, up by 1 in Michigan, and up by 1 in Wisconsin. What we don't know is whether Harris underpolls, because we have no polling data on the woman. She's never actually been in an election for this before.
Right.
Nobody voted for her when she ran as VP, when she ran with Joe Biden, and nobody voted for her in the primary. So we got no polling data on her whatsoever to determine whether she underpolls or not.
Alex, did you have Wyoming yet?
Have we called Wyoming? Have we called it? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bacon's here. Hey, Bacon.
What's up, Bacon? Texas
Hey, I'm sorry.
is
I need to make
Trump territory, she says.
I need to make a correction. I said Des Moines, Iowa poll was the one who made that huge asterisk in the disclaimer about white Democrats participating in polls more than the Republicans. It was the New York Times Siena poll.
New York Times
Right.
Siena poll.
And a month ago, they had Trump winning in all swing states. Now, Kamala takes most of them, except for they're tied in Pennsylvania and Michigan. These were this weekend's polls, so
Gotcha.
you can't get anything from the pollsters now. They're just as confused as everybody else.
Right.
Right. Y'all take a look at North Carolina.
What's happening in real time in North Carolina? Let's go to the map. Trump is up by 5.4, has a 201,000 vote lead with 64% reporting. Let's take a look at some of these counties and see what's coming in. Raleigh, however you say it.
You need to look around Raleigh and then around Charlotte.
76% reporting in Raleigh, 86 in Durham, 94 in Chatham, and then around Charlotte. Charlotte has 14% reporting. Surrounding counties, 57, 99, 95. Not many votes there for Trump left. 53%, 95%.
And the more vote that keeps coming in Pennsylvania, it gets closer too, Al, if you notice.
Yeah. That's going to be a close one.
And I'm telling you, look at Wisconsin. I mean, that's neck and neck, buddy.
Yeah.
And they're only 34% in.
Yes, they are. Yeah, Milwaukee, Dane
So,
County.
so those polls
is,
could be accurate with them showing them in a dead heat.
Yeah, Dane County, 51% reporting. That's that. That I think is. Let's see, Milwaukee County is 42% reporting. Long way to go. Long way to go still in Michigan there, Larry.
Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're 100%. I mean, but I just think you just look at it and it's staying tight the whole time. When the polling shows it 1%, this real time vote shows it 1%.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going. You never know with Trump.
No,
You never know. I mean, they've voted for Trump before. You know what I mean?
And then I'll tell you, this Virginia thing was 60% of the vote in, and him right there neck to neck with her. That I don't think anyone saw that. Even if he loses Virginia, Alex, the fact that if he gets it, with these, I mean, that's right now. You've got to call
I mean,
that.
Harris is projected to win Virginia by about 7 points. 64% reporting, and Donald Trump is up by 1 at the moment, 30,000 vote lead. Again, very, very early, but he's holding his own. And we can't forget also that Republicans have been doing very good numbers in early voting turnout, right? So if we do see a sudden shift, as early voting numbers start to get published, they might not be nearly as bad for the Republican as they were in 2020.
They're not going to be. Those firewalls are gone. Like I said, they got Democrats got 700,000 less votes than they did in 2020 in early voting.
Yeah.
And it's like that in every one of the swing states. The numbers are they're just those firewalls that were around those cities that they could bank on after the close of business are gone.
Pennsylvania's tightened up a bit. Pennsylvania come down to, she only has 27,000 lead in PA right now.
Oh yeah, the more votes coming in there, and look at Georgia. Georgia only has 6 counties left to report right now. 153 of the 159 are in.
Yeah,
and he's,
205,000 vote lead. Yeah, it's yeah. Trump has flipped Georgia. That's for sure. I got to get some water. You guys talk for a minute. Danielle, keep an eye on the chat as well.
Got it.
I gotta let Kerwin out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Radar. Is that you? Says Virginia's blowing my mind. Yeah.
Oh, like I said, Danny, even if Trump ends up losing Virginia, I think, don't you agree, Cameron? That just shows you, and it goes back to the black male vote, in my opinion, because those areas there, Virginia, predominant, just like Georgia, you've got that high black population there, right? And he's got to be outperforming there for those numbers to be where they are.
Absolutely. Look, it's the economy, stupid. Like it is, and it is what it like. If you go to Walmart, I've talked about this before. My brother and I live together, and we eat a lot of eggs. We buy the big pallet of eggs from Walmart, the big 60 egg pallet. Just a few years ago, that pallet of eggs was $4, $5, $6. Now it's $15 to $18, and that's just a swing over a few years. That's the kind of mathematical impact. It's hard to ignore. Like when you go to the grocery store and it's a terrifying experience just to get milk and Tide laundry detergent, and that affects people. And I've had conversations with people. I won't say who because they're just private people. But I've had conversations with black people that are like, I almost don't care if Trump is a racist. My money was better when he was in office. And it's like,
I have many young black male friends because I used to work with student athletes, and they're like in their can y'all, I know I'm breaking up. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
we
Your
hear you.
I can
video's
hear
just
you.
a bit iffy right now. That's all, but keep going.
Okay. They're in their like early 30s now, and one of them posted, the I voted sticker and said, "I'm with her." And another one was like, "Brother, are you like, is this an emotional reaction for you?" And he said, "I just can't get with him, like get behind him as a man." So the other person, the other young black man said, "Okay, so it is an emotional reaction for you because I can't get with this economy for another 4 years. Like, I cannot live with these prices for another 4 years."
Alex, I was
So,
looking at Pennsylvania, and the numbers I have them 5,000 votes apart right now.
In Pennsylvania,
God, that would
say
just make my day. That would just make my day. I've believed, and I said it in our pre-show that whoever wins Pennsylvania is gonna win this election.
yes, yeah.
It is.
Pennsylvania is the decider here, I think.
When I'm telling you, Alex, I'm going to watch Wisconsin because they keep flipping back and forth as these precincts keep reporting. They have not been a few thousand votes apart this whole daggone race
Yeah,
in Wisconsin. I
yeah.
mean, they're within 1,000 votes every time they report.
I mean, here's
And
the thing, though. If he can take Virginia and Nevada, he doesn't even need Pennsylvania. This is what I'm saying. He has more paths to victory than she does. And if he is underpolling like he has traditionally underpolled, he could very well take Virginia.
well, then this
right.
is what Cameron and I, when you went off, we were talking about the same reason he's probably performing much better in Georgia is that black male vote. That same vote exists in Virginia. A strong black male vote exists in Virginia also, right? So,
Yeah, the
so
seventh and the third.
that could be the outlier there. Also, that could be an interesting.
It was the same thing in Florida when they were looking at chemo brain. I'm sorry, county in Florida that is predominantly
Dade
Hispanic.
County, Dade.
No, no, it's it starts with an O. Not Okeechobee, but it's some Indian word.
I mean,
Um,
but look at Florida right now. What's that? He's like almost 2 million votes.
Yeah, I mean, Florida's cold. Yeah, he's
I mean, but wasn't it a few years ago, Dave? Florida was a toss-up state.
yeah,
oh, they were a swing state for several years in a row,
hmm
and
Yeah.
now and last year DeSantis turned it red as hell. Um, but they were looking at that as a bellwether, for the Hispanic vote that you could probably extrapolate across the country, just like you could the Virginia third and seventh for the black vote. If Trump posted well, better than expected in those two districts, just like in the one I can't remember in Florida that's all Hispanic, that shows it, and that would be enough difference if you get 20 points better, in both of those demographics, you got something.
yeah,
Right.
oh yeah.
Hey,
Al,
Alex,
do we have
Utah, Wyoming, and Montana?
Um,
I think we
have not
don't have
called
Montana and
either
Utah.
we've not called any of those.
Utah,
You've had Wyoming. I think
Wyoming,
you
and
don't have Montana and Utah.
Utah, Wyoming, Montana are.
I'm assuming they're going for
Trump.
Trump.
They've been called
Yeah.
for Trump. Yes.
Montana
And
and
he's now
Utah.
leading in Pennsylvania
Nice.
with
And is
43.
Harris still stuck at 99?
Yes.
Yes,
right.
We have 198 for him now.
with the AP, she's at 99 and he's at 198. I'm gonna go look and see what Fox has it at. Right now.
I have him at 195, unless they've called Alaska.
Fox has it at 205, 117.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get our cold
Right.
states worked out. Obviously.
I like our map better. I think it's a more conservative.
Yeah, I've got her at 103, Trump at 195 at the moment. They haven't called any states for Harris for a little while.
They're going to call New Hampshire.
I mean, Chris already called California for her. That's a biggie. And I hope he's right. Well, it would be nice if he
I
wasn't.
hope he's
but
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, just for fun.
It'd be nice if he wasn't, right? But it was a little bit preemptive. I'm saying no. I mean, obviously, there is no saving California. 270 is showing Montana and Utah cold.
We
Yep.
got those things.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, we just called those.
I'm looking at the AP. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm looking at. the
we
AP
just
too.
called those there. Interesting stuff. Hey, Larry? Are we live at the Whistle Post?
I do not know. I have
Do
to
we have
get
to
with,
say hi to our friends at the Whistle Post?
I don't know. I will text Dan and ask him.
So Tammy Baldwin is leading by a hair
Is she
on Hovde in Wisconsin right now.
really? Let me see if I can pull up some numbers there. Because I would love to see her race get flipped.
Yeah, dude, she's a horrible human being.
Yeah. Let's see here.
In less than an hour, they're gonna call California, Washington, Oregon.
Right.
6.3. Madison is 51% reporting. 36, 40.9, 2.5. It's very early, but it's going to be a close one.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be if the Republicans flip that potentially is 4 Senate seats.
Yeah,
That would
huge.
that would be huge. That would then, if they can flip 4, it'd be 53-47 would be the balance of power in the Senate. What's the House looking like? Anybody watching it? Let me flip over to Fox News here. They're usually covering the House.
Yeah, they're
races.
talking about
119 Republicans, 82 Democrats.
Fox is talking
I got
about
180.
Virginia right now. Al. They're doing their map. He's showing these numbers because he's watching that.
Let me hear
Virginia.
I'm going to listen to what they're saying for a second.
Okay.
Fox are saying there that she's underperforming in North Carolina right now. She's performing worse than they were expecting.
And he's Virginia. I mean, I think she's underperforming in some areas up there too.
Yeah.
Or she's
Yep,
performing as she's always performed, even
Right.
going back
Yeah.
to the 2020 primary.
Exactly.
She's being exposed. Yeah. I know it's
Or this
super,
is-
super early, but he's ahead. He's pulling ahead a little bit in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yeah. They're saying she's underperforming in North Carolina and Virginia.
It's hard
Yeah,
for
yeah.
her to perform without knee pads.
And Alex and I'm telling you this. There's 39% reported in Wisconsin, and he's got a little bit of a lead now.
I'm telling you, Wisconsin is blue collar.
I mean,
There's
look. I mean, I think Wisconsin's one.
1,600 votes.
Pockets of blue, but yeah, it's
1,600 votes with 37% reporting. Let's dig down into this.
I've got 39%, 40% reporting out, and he's up by about 27,000 votes.
Well, there's a lot of unions up in that. Part of the blue wall relies on unions, and the unions decided, hey, we're not going to endorse this time.
That's right.
Wisconsin just updated again, Al. He's up 29,000 votes now, with 40% reporting.
Yeah, those unions is what keeps that whole Harry Reid coalition in Nevada going year after year.
I'm telling you, we need to watch Wisconsin, Virginia. Pennsylvania may not even be a factor.
That would be fantastic.
Yep. But he's further ahead in PA right now than he is in Virginia.
Oh yeah, look. I mean, you're right. He took a nice little
But again, these are early numbers at the moment. It's a good looking trend though.
It is. I can tell you that the New York Times and Nate Cohn, who's great, his estimates started off just straight up and down 12 o'clock as a toss up, and then it started bleeding into leaning, and now it's bleeding from leaning into likely. So it's trending.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
It's
they've got him estimated at 295 and her at 243.
The only
I
thing
said
with
it.
Virginia is Fairfax have 30% of the votes still to come in.
yeah. I actually think he's going to lose Virginia, right? But I think it's going to show. I mean, he's going to bring this within play,
Yeah.
right?
And it shows that Virginia is vulnerable.
Yeah.
It does. It shows they're vulnerable. But I'm telling you, I'm really looking at this Wisconsin thing, and the PA. And you're right, the PA thing. He actually just increased his lead in PA again a little
Yep.
more. And the Wisconsin lead. I mean, look at that, Al. Go look at Wisconsin right now.
Yeah, no, I was sorry. I was just looking at that.
He's got almost a 3% lead in Wisconsin right now.
Let me refresh this and
Was
see if they've
41%
updated. See if
reporting.
CNN's updated. CNN, I'm showing him at 1.4. What are you looking at? The AP?
I'm looking at the AP, and the AP's got 41% in, and they've got 709,474 votes for Trump and 635 for Harris.
They're update the AP's updating their numbers a
So
lot
that's
faster than
so that's
CNN.
like 39,000 votes that he's jumped. I mean, everything that they've reported, there must have been some Democrat areas or something, because I mean, he went from down a few thousand to up by about 40,000 votes.
Well, and if you look at Michigan, the hang on, let me pull it up.
Michigan, he's only down 19,000 votes in Michigan.
Yep,
Danny.
and half the UP hasn't been, like, all of the top of the mitten and half of the UP hasn't been counted yet. That's all going to be red. Like, they've counted Lansing, Detroit. That's all the blue areas. Grand Rapids. All the rest of the mitten is going to be red. Like, all the fingers are going to be red, and then up the UP is going to be red.
I don't know what you're. Oh, I see. Michigan looks like a mitten.
Yeah, it does.
When you ask somebody
Yeah.
from Michigan where they're from, they put their hand up and they point on their hand because it looks like a mitten. And then the UP is the Upper Peninsula, that part across the top
Yeah,
that looks
I've
like
never,
the bill of a hat.
I've never noticed that before.
That's going to be all red up there. They're all shoot at stuff at or Marriott up there. So
That's
And they're
funny.
only 19%.
Why don't they
in.
call it the mitten state?
So Al, Georgia has only 5 counties left to report.
Georgia's done. I'm not sure why
I don't know
anyone
why they
hasn't
got called.
called it yet.
One
Doesn't make any sense.
150 Ward of 159, and he's up by 238,000 votes or something.
I mean,
They haven't called it. They haven't called it because last time it was a difference of less than 12,000 votes. That's a sliver of a percentage point here in
Yeah.
Georgia, and so that's if I was in charge of a news network, I'd be like, no, sorry, we're not projecting that. But if until we're 100% certain
Right.
we know how that's going to fall, because people might riot. That's my guess, at least.
Yeah, I mean
They're just being careful.
He's up by 200,000. Those votes simply don't exist in Fulton and DeKalb.
what about early votes? The mail-ins.
Well, I'm assuming that this is accounting for that. I'm assuming that the percent reported
Okay.
is include. I mean, that's including early votes, right, Larry? It would have to. They can't say it's. There would have to be a massive disclaimer here saying, only 70% of day of votes have been counted.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I would say the early vote is the vote that is counted, and it's the day of that's not.
Remember
Because
when the only
they're
ones we had to wait on was military votes from overseas coming in?
The
Remember
mail,
that's the
yep.
only
Oh,
thing.
those were the days, weren't they?
God.
Those were, it's funny. Like
Waiting for your
technology
hanging
has
chads to
improved.
come in from overseas.
Right.
So,
Right.
go ahead, Kim.
Now,
Sorry.
now Arizona needs 14 days after the 5th. A what?
Yeah, the technology has improved dramatically, and for some reason, it takes a whole lot longer to count the votes now. That's weird to me. It's like, the paper ballots, for whatever reason, y'all seem to get those done a whole lot quicker. It's like, what's the
Anybody watching New
Danny
Mexico?
face? No,
23. Go ahead, Cam. Sorry.
no, go if I'm watching the congressional map currently, so
Trump's up by 6 in New Mexico, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Only
I,
29,
I
only 29% in though.
Right.
I said this morning that my sense was
Wait.
that if the trend lines held, I would not be surprised to see Trump end up with between 300 and 350 electoral college votes. And I won't go down all the rabbit holes about why that might not happen. But that would I'm going to stand by that. I wouldn't be shocked if Trump crosses the 300 electoral college vote.
Well, I just
I
got
was
these late. Hang on, Larry. I just pulled these latest updates, and it's showing Harris barely ahead in New Mexico and barely ahead in Arizona.
Yeah, it just changed up and gave her 51%,
Yeah.
and him 46.
I was watching Fox and was listening to Hannity just now talking, and he was saying that with talking with the Trump team today, and they were looking at numbers, and they think they got a chance at Wisconsin because Harris severely underperformed in Milwaukee, and they don't think the votes are there. She didn't
Yeah.
perform well enough in Milwaukee to get the state, and they think if they perform where they think they can perform out of that Milwaukee area, they win Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And they're saying the same thing. Their internal polling is showing them the same thing with Philadelphia and in Pennsylvania. And
Yeah.
they were looking at the Senate race, and that Senate race is actually showing you that the guy who's running against the incumbent there, they're in a neck and neck, and the challenger's actually a little bit ahead right now. They think that's an indicator too. They think they're going to take Pennsylvania and Wisconsin's what they're thinking.
I mean, Wisconsin's really close right now, and I think it's early to tell, obviously, but it's looking to me like she severely overpolled Larry.
Right.
Severely overpolled.
Well, and what it looks like is the blue cities have been counted, and now they're headed out into the counties.
Yeah,
So I think.
heading into the rural areas. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you're right with that, Dan. I think they got their numbers, and they're in the same situation Trump was in this time back in 20. His numbers were in, their numbers weren't, and it didn't look good.
And Trump is currently winning the popular vote as well.
Let's face it, she's always been severely
Well, but California,
overpolled.
that area, with,
Sure, but as of right now, he's winning the popular vote.
Dave, I don't know what you said. I almost asked you to repeat it, but now I'm not going to. Based on Cam's reaction, nope.
I'll be glad to. I said she's always been overpolled.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, she's a good performer on the poll, but when it comes down to it,
it is going
She
down
likes
to
to
it.
she likes to put her head down and get to work.
yeah.
You'd think that think that they have like some 20-year-old meme lord on their campaign staff and say, "Hey, read
Never
this
say
speech.
this.
Are kids
Right.
gonna make fun of us if we say this?
Yeah.
That should just be."
Yeah, maybe
'Cause
scratch
the
that.
second
They need a Sam Seaborn there reading their
Right.
stump speeches, Danielle.
What did I heard another. Oh, it was your girlfriend. What did she say? It wasn't
I
that
don't
he didn't
care.
laugh at the joke.
Oh, Radar's predicting 312 for Trump.
I'll take it.
I don't know,
Dynamitis.
shit, we'll take 312. I had one path that put him at 280.
Oh, it was the don't say your opponent's name. Remember that in the when Bartlett was running and they were like, don't say your opponent's name, you're just giving him free airtime. And he's like, if I don't say his name, don't I just sound like I'm old and I don't remember
Don't
his
remember
name?
his name? That's right.
Kamala hasn't said Trump's name in like the past 4 days. She just keeps referring to him as the other guy. Literally, we are living in the West Wing.
Bless her.
And Veep.
Yes, it's Veep meets West Wing. It's a crossover.
She is
Bless
just as
her
stupid as Louis Jessica.
Louis Dreyfus, yes, Julia
Dreyfus,
Louis
yeah.
Dreyfus. Yeah, we are
Louis,
living in
yeah.
a crossover series. It's exactly what it is.
Let's see. Trump still now his lead's grown even more in Georgia.
And
I don't know why
I'm
they don't
looking
just
at
call
the. I'm still looking at the congressional map, and that's 88 for the Democrats and 125 for the Republicans.
Is this for real?
What?
No need to wait on overseas votes. They didn't even bother giving them ballots to vote again. Is that for real?
Is that right? I don't know. I haven't heard that, but I know dynamite, and I have no reason not to believe.
Yeah, that's.
Believe what he
Sorry, I
says.
didn't mean. Is that right? Like, are you lying? But that's horrible.
But there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Who's playing the TV?
I just turned it off. I was looking at, they were going over the Fox numbers. I had myself muted. They're actually looking at the Wisconsin thing too. They really think that he's got a chance at Wisconsin the way they did their numbers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean,
Remember, Danny, the states individually are responsible for sending out those ballots, not the Pentagon.
he's taken a lead in Wisconsin
Gotcha.
now. He's ahead in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania at the moment. Again, 47% reporting in Wisconsin, 54% reporting in PA. She's, quite frankly, Larry, she's only 30,000 votes ahead in Michigan with 20% reporting.
I was just about to say, Michigan is very close right now.
Yeah.
Al, she could end up losing 2 of these. It could happen.
What if she lost all 3? That would be amazing.
And that could happen too. It really could happen.
Now we're talking too big to rig.
What a rejection of woke progressivism if he can do it again. If he can flip the entire blue wall again.
Yeah, to lose and then come back like in a Rocky movie and get the rematch.
So one of y'all will know this because y'all are a bunch of election nerds. Has anyone ever done that? Ran for president, then had a gap year, and then ran for president and won again?
It did happen.
Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, it is Cleveland. Yep, it did happen.
When was that?
Like 100 years ago.
More than that.
A long time ago.
So it was a while ago.
Yeah.
It was a while ago. Let's see. Military ballots.
I can tell you what. There's a lot of people today that were even talking.
He was the 22nd and the 24th president of the United States.
That's right. So it's two. Yeah. There were people even talking about a possibility of just a virtual tie, and that hasn't happened since FDR.
And then the House would have decided it at that point.
Yep.
That's right.
And by the House, you mean the Speaker of the House?
No, the House.
No, that the House votes, but
the House votes. That the United.
I thought it was the Speaker.
It doesn't go to the Senate. The only one that goes to the Senate is if it tied in the House too.
Yeah,
and then it would be the president of the Senate who was the vice president. But it would be the new one, right, Larry?
It will be the new. What would happen?
So we would have a vice president interim or elect.
Yeah. What would happen?
The deciding vote.
What would happen is this: is they bring in the new chamber, the new House and the new Senate, and the new House would then take a vote to, if
the
the
vi-
electoral college is tied, who would be the president.
Well,
And
who would
if
be
it
the
ties,
vice president?
well, no, they
Because
who
he
actually
would
is,
be the one to vote on it in the Senate.
well,
He's
no,
the tiebreaker in the Senate.
yeah, but they would have to vote on it. Who would
Yeah,
be
but
the,
it would go. Yeah, that's right, though. That's right.
Hang on, Dave. Are you saying if the House tied, then it goes to the Senate?
If the House tied in the vote, then it would go to the Senate, and the Senate would elect a vice president elect who would then vote with the Senate, and then it goes what? It goes back to the House, Larry, to vote for the president again.
yep.
Yep. Haven't happened in 200 years, FDR, but
Jesus.
it was 1824. So it's 200 years ago today. I don't
Wow.
think it's going to happen. I think Trump's going to run away with it. It's too big to rig, and that's where I'm pinning all my hopes and dreams up. You like that, don't you, Cameron? Too big to rig.
I'm. Yeah, I don't want to derail and look backwards, but yeah, no, I'm gonna have PTSD for life from 2020. Like,
Me too.
Alex, we go to Georgia. There are 4 counties left now.
Uh-oh.
just four.
And he still has a 200,000 plus lead, right?
Yes, he does. 200,000 plus. Left.
Yeah, they should have called Georgia before now. Let me talk
All right,
about this
Virginia's
ballot thing
blue.
real quick because I just did some checking. Turns out that the claim was that the Department of Defense had not sent out ballots to troops, but it's not the DoD that sends them; it's the individual states, and the states did send out ballots. So, I guess they were right in saying the Department of Defense certainly didn't send out any ballots.
But they were
to
saying they
troops.
didn't do it because they were all Trump deep state.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Right. I'm again assuming that the soldier requests the ballot. That still has to come at least in those states where you have to request them, and they simply don't just mail them out to you, or hither and yon, or willy nilly, so to speak.
They're in
All right.
yawn.
Harris
'Cause
taking the
there
lead
are
in
some of those
Virginia, but
states.
it's still very close.
Say again.
Virginia. Harris is taking the lead in Virginia, but it's still very close.
Yeah.
She's picked up something. She's got 112. Do we have Colorado for her, Al?
She's got 117, right?
Nope. Are
One-
we calling Colorado?
Yep.
Anything
yeah,
else
Colorado's
for Harris?
done.
You got all the little blue shit up north. I think that.
But
What's your
overall,
number for her?
113.
117.
113.
You've got something extra because AP
Okay, yeah, we
only
got.
12, so you're good.
Yeah.
And then what have you got for Trump, Al?
195.
Yeah, the AP's got 198. So
New York Times had or Fox News had 117 for her and 205 for Trump.
Yeah,
And
they're
that-
calling
that's what
they're
Trump
calling
has.
some extra stuff. They've probably called. Have they called DC?
Yes, they only have 3.
Yep. So they
Delegates there,
did
but
call.
yeah.
It's been called. What about
Yes.
Maine? Have they called any of Maine?
I believe so.
We do not have
Yeah,
Maine called.
they call. No,
Which-
it's
AP
now,
is
which-
not.
Again, Maine's one of those. Maine's one of those splits.
Right.
One of those splits where the Republican usually wins Maine 1 and the Democrat gets Maine 2. Any calls for that
Ooh,
yet?
Michigan's close.
no,
No.
there's no calls for that. There's only
Okay.
8% of the vote reporting in Maine right now, and Trump's got the lead with 8%.
All right. So I've got her at 116, Trump at 195. That's where we stand right now.
Yeah, and I think you got 55% in Pennsylvania, and he's got like a 10,000 vote lead.
I hate the New York Times.
My bad. Got some fake news. No, don't worry about it, man. It's
Yeah, no, it's all good, dude.
it's an election season, and all kind of stuff is out there at the
It is
moment.
coming fast and furious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
Quite
listen,
frankly,
listen. That I
But
will.
don't-
I want to point out that fact check simply said it's not up to the DoD to send ballots. It's up to the
Right.
states. Now, there may very well be some states that were a little neglectful in sending out ballots to service members. So yeah.
And right now, you got 44% in Iowa, and he's up by 9% in Iowa.
Yeah, I bet California wasn't too quick to send out ballots to their servicemen overseas.
She's up by 40,000 in Virginia now. 71% reporting. We'll see if that tightens up. That's a close race. I mean, that's less than that's 1 percentage point effectively splitting them right there. He's still ahead by half a percentage point in Wisconsin, and she's only up by 1.5 in Michigan. Those are some close races. He's up by 2.7 in Pennsylvania with 56% reporting. Still very close, too close to call those states. But I mean, that's really, really, I'm not going to say that's Trump overperforming. That is absolutely Harris underperforming badly in these states.
Well, I mean, when I was watching Fox and Himmer was talking about he's a little bit of a OCD with his little board. I think
He is, isn't he?
he's worse than the guy that's on CNN. Yeah, so he was like going nuts over that board, and he was just like Wisconsin, and he was talking about him underperforming over there in Milwaukee and that being a big and underperforming over there in Green Bay in that county. So he said,
Lowry says Georgia's
he
been
said those
called.
One of those Green Bay football players came out and endorsed him as well. Which one was that, Danielle?
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. There you go.
Brett Favre. Yep.
Rogan
Brett Favre.
endorsed today.
Yeah, I
still
saw
call him
that
Rogan.
Rogan did, yeah. Holly says, I learned something new last night. I was in a conversation about if felons could vote, and we all assumed that a felon could not vote, but I researched it and learned that if a felon has completed all their probation, I'm assuming the rest of that is that they get to vote. I think that's on a state-by-state basis, isn't it, Larry?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in Georgia,
it
what
is,
you have to do, you actually have to go and you have to get just like your gun rights. You can get your gun rights back, right?
Yeah.
You have to do the exact same thing. You have to file to get your voting rights back.
Yeah.
Same thing. And
Yeah.
once you do, you complete your obligation. You file and you get your voting rights back.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that for non-violent, victimless type crimes, like white collar shit, right? If you did a bit of felony tax fraud, I have no problem with you getting your voting rights back. But if you're I don't know, if you're one of these rapists, for example, that they released after 5 years, I don't think someone like that should ever get their voting rights back. But yeah, I think it's a state. I think it is a state by state decision. Georgia's being called, Chris says, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it's for Trump.
Why don't we just call Georgia? Because the AP.
Yeah, I mean, it should have
You
been
might as
called.
well. Real
Listen,
clear
I'm going to bring
politics
up the
did.
map for this one. I'm going to make that one extra red for Donald Trump.
Real Clear Politics has Trump at 211 and Harris at 112. I mean, that's 100.
I got Trump at
electoral vote difference.
211 and Harris at 116.
Did you give her something she hadn't won yet?
I don't know.
And the AP's got her at 112 and him at 198. And I think our difference is you just gave him Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that Trump has won Georgia. I really do.
New Mexico is close, y'all.
They're still saying
it
it's too close
blue?
to call.
New
But
Mexico's supposed to be blue.
who called it, Chris? Who called Georgia? Chris, tell us in the chat who called Georgia. Where did you see that call made?
Oh, it's blue again.
Real Clear Politics did.
There's Derek. How's
Hey,
your
Graham.
stream? How's your show going, Derek? How's it going over there, Grim? I guarantee you'll have way more viewers than we do. How many do we have anyway? 60. We got people watching on X. If you're a comment on X, if you're watching, oh yeah, got people over on Facebook.
We got 55 on Rumble, looks like 56.
Yeah. Everyone
Many of our
jump in
friends
the
are
chat.
here.
Everyone jump into the chat.
Hey,
Tell us where you're watching from.
Yeah, if you're watching on X, give me a follow. My username is Cam, and my profile picture says "fuck the king." It's very easy to find.
What the hell?
Oh, when a few weeks ago, when there was the whole kerfluffle with the British
Al-
constable that was like, "We'll import you and prosecute you if you."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I decided to be cheeky and defiant.
Yeah,
Check Michigan out, Al.
Check Michigan. Oh, Michigan turned red.
well, that's red.
Trump up by 0.5 point, 23% reporting. Again, very, very early. Jill Stein. Look at Jill Stein taking a healthy 0.64% up there
Dude,
from the communists.
she's a little troublemaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and then that's what Hemmer was saying about Wisconsin, is that RFK has got 8,000 votes in Wisconsin
Yep.
and probably siphoned those away from Kamala.
I mean, all three, the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all three appear to be in play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's man, the blue collar unions, man, the union leadership not wanting to kind of washing their hands, playing the Pontius Pilate game there. That said a lot. That said to me that the actual union members themselves
Want Trump.
they want Trump, and they just weren't willing to basically piss in their own drinking water.
Right.
So did the leader of the Teamsters. He spoke at a Trump rally.
She has a
Yeah, exactly.
1,000. She has a 1,000 vote lead in Wisconsin with 51% reporting. Trump has a 7,000 vote lead in Michigan with 23% reporting, and he has a 120,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania with 58% reporting. I got to tell you, those are actually looking good for Donald Trump.
Well, actually, mine was updated on Wisconsin now with 54% voting, and he's got 11,000 vote lead.
Al, you gave Utah to Trump
Did I give Utah to Trump?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think he did. Yes.
and Montana.
Yes.
Yes.
Because we're
Yeah.
the Flying Elvises.
Here's
Utah.
our map. Everybody look at your screens. This is what we're currently calling for Trump. Don't know
Yep.
if y'all can read it on your little screens over there.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I think Nebraska, like Al, you said, I think that might be where part of our discrepancy is.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it up there for right now. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yep.
Let me get rid of that.
I like it though.
Yeah, I
Yeah, don't get me too excited.
pressed a wrong
like
button there. Pressed the wrong
Make
button
Kenny's
there.
day.
Missouri, do we have Missouri?
Do we have no? We wait. Yeah, we have not called Missouri for Trump.
Mo in the middle. AP has called the Mo.
They've called it. All
Yep.
right.
It's
Give
red.
that to Trump. So I
Mo's
have
Montana, right?
Kamala
Mo
at
is
116,
Montana, right?
Trump at 221. Do what now?
Mo is
No,
No, in the
Montana.
middle, that's
Missouri.
Missouri. MP
No,
is
Missouri.
Montana.
Yeah.
So have they called
Okay.
Missouri?
Yeah. Missouri
Yeah.
for Trump.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes,
you,
yes.
you got it on there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good.
And the House race is 91 Democrats and 137 Republicans. Are we about to sweep the board? I don't want to get too excited. But
Well,
like,
you
settle
shouldn't
down.
get too excited because even if Republicans do sweep the board, you know what they're going to do?
Nothing.
Screw up.
Sweet FA, sweet Fanny Adams. They're
Fox
not going to do a
just-
damn thing.
Fox just called Iowa for Trump.
Is Amy
Um,
Klobuchar losing? It's 4%.
Fox just
Wait, what did you
called.
say, Larry?
Fox
Fox
just called
called
Iowa.
Iowa for Trump.
All right, I'm going to put that squarely in the Trump column then.
Look, Al, you're right. Okay, I know you're right, but let me have this one. Like the last
no,
4
you can
years were
have
kind of
it.
rough.
Sure.
I mean,
here's
there's a
what-
99 delegate difference between Trump and Harris right now.
I mean, I
Not-
hope
not-
they
not
do. I hope
electoral
they do
vote.
sweep. I really do. I hope they do sweep. I hope they take everything. But
Well, and if so, even
don't
if they do Fanny Adams over the whole thing, what they're not going to do is flood the Supreme Court or get rid of the filibuster.
That's right.
So,
right, Trump up by 4,500 now in Wisconsin, up by 105,000 in Pennsylvania. Harris up by 100. Oh, they had a big dump in Michigan. Harris up by
Yeah.
115,000 in Michigan.
that's Detroit. That's that
Yeah,
Detroit area.
big old dump in Michigan.
Is there enough left in Michigan for Trump to recover?
Let's see. Let me drill down into the state and see. All right. So where are we looking at? I don't even know what these places are. So I don't know how these, like all these, like what the hell does that say? Lenawi,
Yeah.
Branch, Van Buren, Allegan. I don't know how any of those places normally vote. But let's see. What's that? Wattenall, 62%. So 40% outstanding. That's about 45,000 votes there.
Yeah, Kamala's up by less than a point.
Yeah, there is a ton of votes outstanding right now in these blue areas. So
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing is that's of course all those heavily populated areas around the cities, and then when you get up in like the top of the mitten and then up into the upper peninsula, it's less populous.
yeah,
so
I think she's going to. I mean she's up by 7, almost 8 points at the moment in Michigan. She was projected to win it by 1.2, so. I'm guessing we'll see things change a little bit there. Projected to win it by 1.2, currently up by 7. They just had a really big data dump in a blue county is what happened.
right.
What's going on in Minnesota? How's that looking?
Nothing. It's 5% reporting.
6%. Trump up by 24 points.
Well,
Yeah.
if you look, I'm sure like the city hasn't, like Minneapolis, St. Paul, that's all going to be blue down there.
Yeah. That obviously that number's not going to hold. Arizona is close at the moment. 51% reporting. Trump has a lead of 1,000 votes.
Yeah, if you look at the map of Minnesota, the counties that have counted are like 2 counties up on the border and then like a handful in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like Arizona is going to be as close as it was projected to be.
Did you see that shot on TV today where Harris wanted to do a door knock and have it filmed, and they came outside to meet her, and she asked him to go back inside so she could knock on the door and have him answer on camera?
Chris says 270 to win
the
just
hell?
uncalled Georgia. What are they expecting to happen? All right, I'm digging into Georgia. Larry, what are they expecting to happen? Why would 270 to win uncall Georgia? What is Clinch
But-
County, that's going to be red. Brooks would be red.
But they're afraid to do it because of the metro area. That's what Fox was saying too. That they just want more votes to come in. They're still just a little.
And because it was such a slim margin last time there. Remember what
they are.
So he's ahead by 220,000 votes is why. Sorry,
Lowry
no,
says they
he's
called
a-
it back for Trump.
He's ahead by 150,000. 80% counted in Fulton, so 20% left over. So that's about 65,000 votes outstanding in Fulton.
That's 86% statewide.
Hold on, about 65,000 outstanding in Fulton. There's about 50,000 outstanding. That's 110,000 outstanding between Fulton and DeKalb. He's ahead by 153,000. 95%, 5% remaining. So there's about 2,000 votes there. 82%, 20% outstanding. So there's about 40,000 votes there. Yeah, I mean, you know what? You look at these outlying metro counties, you start factoring those in. Now that the gap's down to 153,000, there's enough votes there for her to close that lead. Maybe that's why 270 uncalled it. It was looking a bit too rosy there for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, the Georgia Secretary of State's office, Al, has 155 of the 159 counties, right? And they still have it a 4% spread. That's what they have, right? So they still have it 202,000 votes apart.
Yeah.
Well, we still haven't had the water main break yet.
No.
So once that happens, it'll change.
So they've got a 202,000 vote lead is what Georgia Secretary of State has.
Yeah.
They've got 155 of 159 counties reporting 100%. So there are 4 counties not reported 100% of their vote yet. Is what?
Or is that 100% of day of votes?
No, that's what they have reported is right now you have 100,
Early voting and day of.
Yeah, you have 155 counties have 100% reported. You have 4 counties left that have not reported 100% of their vote.
And they're still showing him 200,000 votes ahead.
202,000.
So based on those numbers, he's won Georgia. The numbers I'm looking at here from CNN are showing that most counties have not reported 100%.
86% of the state.
No, I'm not questioning. I'm just saying that there's a disparity in data here is all I'm saying. I would assume the Secretary of State's office have more recent numbers than CNN.
What's their total vote count for Donald Trump? Alex, what are they?
2,474,000.
So they've got more reported than the Secretary of State. So how can they have more reported than the official tally?
Well, and this is probably why 270 to win uncalled their retracted their call. And that's why I've actually taken it off of our map because those numbers are dramatically different to what we were looking at earlier.
Well, when you look at what the state's official numbers are, where did these other people get their numbers when these are the official numbers?
Because I wonder if I don't know. It's a good question.
You can't get them because they get their numbers from the Secretary of State.
Yeah. Why is CNN showing more votes for Trump than the Secretary of State is?
Okay. Now we have adjusted. Now there's 156 of 159 now, and they are showing, but there's still 190,000 vote different now. They've got 2,453,367.
I'm showing 2,476,000.
And it's 2,260,000 for Harris.
2,340,000 CNN is showing for Harris.
Yeah,
So,
real
yeah.
clear politics
I
hasn't
wonder.
told me yet either.
Here's the thing. I wonder if, because CNN they're pulling their data from these state offices. I wonder if CNN are just updating their maps faster.
They may be.
And
without
Raffensperger's working at the speed of government.
Well, then that's about all. I mean, there's not many votes left because that's 156, 159 counties.
There's
What I've got.
I'm here. So take a look at the screen here. You can see the counties like 95% reported. So there's about 2,000 votes, 2,500 votes there. There's about 10% of the votes outstanding here. So about 20,000 there, 21,000, about 36,000 there. There's about, 30%. So 18, 36. There's about 50,000 votes in Gwinnett still to be tallied. There's about 30,000 in DeKalb left to be tallied. Yeah, there's plenty of votes for her to close this gap right now.
Well, but let's just say she gets 80% of what's left and he gets 20. That's still not enough.
I mean, there's plenty of outstanding votes right now. Based on what CNN is showing here. I mean, I'm not going to go through every county because, I mean, there's obviously outstanding votes in red counties as well for Trump. I'm just looking at the votes in the blue areas. And
Well, I'm looking at it right now because the AP updated it too, right? So they've got 2,483 to 2,341, right? So they've got a 42,000 vote lead for Trump. The AP does.
42,000. Yeah.
Yeah, with 90% reporting.
Yeah, which is a lot closer than Raffensperger's office is showing it.
But it's a 3% lead.
Trump has 22 states and Harris has 8, I think.
And AP has the
Looking
whole
pretty
blue
good.
wall red right now.
Yeah, they do have the whole blue all red right now.
I don't like a 40,000 vote lead. That's
Neither do I. I
mean, if he ends up winning by 40,000 votes, I'd love a 40,000 vote lead. But with
Cameron, I don't care if it's 10,000 votes.
It's within the margin of cheating.
Holly says software issues slowing Gwinnett County down. That's what Fox just reported.
Yeah, there is a lot of votes outstanding in Gwinnett. We just looked at that.
I thought they were waiting for barnacles to close.
Right.
Yeah, there's about 50,000 outstanding in Gwinnett. I mean, that wipes out his lead right there. If his lead is currently only 40-something thousand. Yeah, it looks like Georgia is certainly going to tighten up here.
I'm gonna look at something.
Interesting. Now, CNN are still showing her up by quite a lot in Michigan. By 6 points.
When I look at the AP, what percent are you showing reported in Michigan?
Reported 28%.
And it's not been updated. The AP, it's like 26%, and it's they had him up by like 30,000. No, 50,000. They just updated just now, and it's 20. The AP just updated, and they still have him up in Michigan
By about 50,000 votes by the looks of it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And then with Wisconsin, he's up by like 36,000 votes.
It's a big it's a weird disparity, right? This is Michigan's reporting from the AP has Donald Trump ahead with 789,000 votes. And over here they have Kamala Harris ahead with 832,000 votes. a lead
Well,
of almost 90,000.
I'm looking at Pennsylvania, and they've got 66% reporting, and they've
Yep.
got Trump up by 110,000 votes.
Yep, I'm getting that. That's the same number I have here. Michigan, there's a big disparity between CNN and the AP, which is
And,
weird.
and Wisconsin, 58% reporting, and Trump is
Trump
up by
like
about
25,000.
38,000 votes is what I got.
Interesting. Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
Pardon me, guys.
you know, it makes you wonder why, because all these places are pulling data from virtually the same sources, and it makes you wonder how safe and secure our elections are when everybody has different numbers.
Right. Al, did we give New Hampshire to Harris?
Let's see. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Dave, what were you saying?
so
Sorry.
I was just saying, pardon me, the cancer meds make me go pee a lot.
So, Cameron, let me ask you, what do you think Republicans will do if they do sweep?
what do I think they'll do?
Party.
Putting you on the spot.
Okay, that's going to entirely depend on a couple of good grief. Because, all right, there's so much that goes into it. I've thought a lot about why the Trump presidency stalled because, of course, you know he did have the House, and Paul Ryan was supposed to be this big conservative, and of course, he didn't get a lot of cooperation from the House in his first term. So there's not the whole Russia hoax thing. You know, in 2017, you know, they were already talking about, oh, we might have to impeach Donald Trump because he might actually be a Russian asset, and I think it legitimately made people really gun shy to work with him. If I don't know that there will be those same types of barriers this time around. I think the mandate will be so well established from the comeback. I think certainly we'll get an extension of Trump's original round of tax cuts, and I bet they go even deeper, which I think would be great. The more you flatten out taxes, the better our economy seems to run. That's really going to depend on what Trump wants to push for, and I'd be really curious to know how much influence JD Vance is going to have in that entire process, because Trump picked Vance as a legacy candidate. Trump picked Vance in the hopes that Trump would get 4 years and then JD Vance would get 8 years. So then we'd get a nice 12-year string of Republican politics. So what specifically are Republicans going to do aside from the fiscal policy? I'm not entirely sure, because there's probably going to be some pain that we have to deal with cleaning up the mess of the Biden administration. I would like to see the border actually get addressed, and not some bullshit compromise bill that will still tolerate 2 million illegals a year. That doesn't solve the problem. But outside of those two things, I really don't know. I'm not even going to pretend like this is not. They wanted to make it a vibes election. Okay, fine, it's a vibes election, and I'm feeling the vibes. I'm all on board the Elon Musk and the Tulsi Gabbard meme train. Let's do this. Even though I think Robert Kennedy Jr. is a little wacky. Sure, you know what? We got room for you in the tent too, buddy. Just don't talk about fluoride anymore. It sounds really weird when you do it.
I think the bigger question is, what are the Democrats going to do if Republicans sweep? And that's going to, I mean, they already have started drawing up impeachment papers in case he wins. I mean, just listen to Jamie Raskin. You know, they're ready.
Well, if you
Well, maybe
listen
I
to
didn't
Jamie,
personal-
if you listen to Jamie Raskin, they won't even certify the vote.
Right.
Well, maybe I didn't make
I'm gonna,
myself
while
clear.
you guys
That's
talk, I'm gonna pull up that video for people that doubt that. I'm gonna grab that video for y'all to see.
All right. Well, I was going to tell you, Al, I was looking at Gwinnett County just now, and the of day voting is what's not reporting. So early voting is reporting, and of the early voting, Trump got 40% of the early vote. Harris got 58%, and the other candidates. So it's been a 58%. And so, and then he should perform a little better on the end day. So I mean, you can look at that. I mean, so when this outstanding vote comes in, it's going to split 60-40, like it did in early voting.
Let's take a look at what Jamie Raskin said, shall we?
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices.
That's Jamie Raskin laying out the Democrats' plan. If Donald Trump wins a free and fair election, they're simply going to say, yeah, we're not going to certify the election, and then they're going to prepare for civil war and get bodyguards for themselves, as the elites
As
would.
you do.
Yeah. Here's the one thing I want him to do, and it's the one thing he hasn't promised to do this time around. I want him to drain the swamp. If the only thing the Republicans get done is to sever the head of the bureaucratic classes in America, I would be extraordinarily happy with a Trump presidency. But he hasn't even campaigned on that this time around. But if you can't rid the government of these lifelong entrenched bureaucrats, then nothing is going to change in America. DEI, woke progressiveness, it's just going to continue even under a Republican administration. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yes, I do.
And he hasn't said a word this time around about draining the swamp.
I would like to give him enough credit to realize that things are not as he thought they would be. And what I mean by that is he really thought, okay, I won. It got a little heated, but now that I'm the president, okay, we're going to actually start making deals, and I'll give a little and they'll give a little, and we'll all behave like adults. And then he found out really quickly that no, in fact, that's not how it's going to work for him at all. And I happen to really believe that part of the reason why Jeff Sessions and General Flynn were neutralized was because they were going to be his eyes and ears. They knew where all the bodies were buried. They knew how to play all the procedural games. So they had to get taken off the board. And I think Trump learned a lot of valuable lessons from that. And I think when you add all that together and then you multiply it by getting shot in the head, I don't think Trump is talking about it because he doesn't want to telegraph what he intends to do. I would not be surprised if there were lots of people that got fired and quite a few people that ended up going to jail. And that's just my theory.
Hey, you could be right. He could be avoiding the subject so that they're not preparing themselves and getting their legal challenges ready. And like I said, if the one thing the Republicans get done is to dismantle the bureaucratic class, then I would be remarkably happy with a Republican. Here's what I think they're going to do, though. I think they're going to focus on remarkably trivial issues like they have a tendency to do when they do get power, and ignore the big issues that we want addressed. They're going to, I'll tell you right now, they're going to ignore immigration. Trump will be acting alone on immigration. Republicans won't band together and do a damn thing to crack down on illegal immigration in America.
Al, pull your map back up, will you?
Which one, bud?
Yours.
Mine? Got it?
Yeah.
Right
Okay,
there?
because Real Clear Politics has no, I'm sorry, the New York Times has Washington, California, and Colorado blue.
Yeah, they just called California and Washington with 0% reporting.
I think that's fair.
Pretty
I
safe.
think that's probably fair.
Yeah.
Washington, Colorado,
and they
California.
haven't called Oregon, which is 42% in.
Right. I mean, we'll give her those.
Right.
We'll
Georgia's
say
got
it's
93% in.
yeah. We'll say it's fair to
Yeah,
call
the
those.
AP called those also, Al.
Yeah.
We could have colored those in
Yeah.
last
Yeah,
week.
I mean they were just waiting for the polls to close to call those
Right.
states. Is all
Oh,
they did.
right.
They didn't even
Yeah.
have to count those votes.
They're not allowed to call it until the polls close.
Exactly. That's all they were
So-
waiting for.
So Congress is now 101 for Democrats, 155 for Republicans, with 3 of the seats being flips.
Flips to the Republican.
Flips to the Republicans. Yes, let me
And
be
what
clear.
is the Senate? Is the Senate still with the one flip, Cameron?
Yep. 48-39.
Yep.
All right. So Jim Justice is the only flip so far in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone got numbers on Montana or Ohio Senate races?
Yeah. Montana, he is 55%.
Yes.
Tester 42% with 6% reporting.
Oh,
That's Montana. Wisconsin's close, but Hovde's ahead. So we like that.
how many reporting in Wisconsin there?
62%.
Interesting. That might be a flip.
And what was the other one you wanted?
Ohio. Bernie Moreno.
No. Moreno 50 to Brown 45 with 87% reporting.
What was
gonna
Pennsylvania
be a
looking
flip.
like?
Pennsylvania Senate. She's looking at Senate races right now.
That's what I said. Pennsylvania Senate.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's a tight one there with Casey.
McCormick 49.5, Casey 48 with 70% reporting.
Yeah, that's going to go as Trump, I believe. If Trump takes
Yep.
Pennsylvania, I think he'll carry McCormick across the line.
49.5, 48, 50. Yeah. I mean, in Trump right now with 71% reporting in Pennsylvania, AP's got 51.3% Trump, 47.8% the devil.
Insane. Trump up by 36,000 votes in Wisconsin with 61% reporting. Up by up by 185,000 in Pennsylvania with 72% reporting.
Michigan.
still have-
What's your Michigan? It just updated in the AP.
Michigan is showing Harris up by 67,000 with 31% reporting.
Okay, that one keeps bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, the projections showed just so 538 projection. The projections showed Harris taking Wisconsin by 1 point, Michigan by 1.2, and Pennsylvania a toss up. So
Every one of those are in the
Those-
margin of error.
yeah, and again, the other, Fox, we're talking about her underperforming right now in those states. So
Tell you what, Trump stalled out at around 212, 214 for a while now, and
Well,
Harris is
it's
catching
because
up. I mean,
that
that
all
was
these states-
always going to happen. This
that
is
was
gonna
always
come
going to
down.
happen.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm just saying it went from 99 electoral vote difference to 32.
Well, but all the West Coast stuff kicked in,
Right,
and we knew
right.
what was going to happen. And then,
Yeah.
and we knew this. That's what it's going to come down to right now. It's going to come down to Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I mean, he's got to win
Yep.
3 of
Yep.
those.
Yeah.
Nevada. Yeah.
Arizona over here, he's which
Okay, so not to beat a dead horse, but the 70, like Pennsylvania says 72% reporting. So that, what, 28% that's not reporting, that's got to include the early votes, right? Like the mail-ins that they haven't counted yet.
it will
Correct?
be.
I would assume, yeah, I would think so. Yes.
I think the only thing that isn't counting there is the mail-in today votes, people who dropped it
Yeah,
off.
well, I think all the early votes have counted. It'll be
Right.
it'll be anything today.
Mail-in today.
Yes.
Wait, so Pennsylvania, I thought they weren't counting early votes until I didn't think they started until tonight counting. in
Well, they counted
Pennsylvania.
those. They counted those first.
Okay. So
They
Don't
already
feel
had
bad,
them counted.
Danny. I'm
They had them counted. They
confused
just
by all
couldn't add
this
them.
shit.
me too. Okay.
Like it's like because you hop from state to state, and some can count early and some cannot, and then like it kind of makes my brain do the hurty thing.
Well, this is
Like,
why
it's-
Arizona's saying we may not know for 10 days, right? Because they're
Right.
counting their
Maricopa
absentee
County.
ballot. They're counting their absentee ballots after the fact.
Right.
well, which I don't.
By hand using an
would-
abacus, so it's going to take them a month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Jelly
wouldn't buy that
beans.
if it came. I wouldn't buy that if it came with a ham sandwich and a Coke. Man, that's
Trump,
that's
According to Radar, Trump victory likelihood up to 89% on New York Times.
Oh yeah, this map right now does not look good for Democrats the rest of the evening. I mean, it's
No,
just,
it's not looking good at all for them. I mean,
if
even
you've got to be one candidate, you want to be Trump right now.
yeah, with 62% reporting in Wisconsin, you don't. Kamala Harris does not want Trump to have a 42,000 vote lead in a state that she's only projected to carry by 1 percentage point. You know,
Bill says in Senate, Ohio just flipped to Republican.
Okay, good. And did they call it, Bill? Did they call it? That was one.
AP
That was
doesn't
one of the
have a
races I
call.
was thinking would flip. I had Montana, Ohio, and West Virginia as flips. I'll be 2 for 3 if it's
Fox
been
just
called.
called it too, Al. Fox
Okay.
Fox called the Republican winner in Ohio.
Okay, good.
Brown is upset. Yes, Marino
Nice.
won.
All right, so I've called 2 Senate seats correctly so far. The only one I'd left to watch is Montana, and then Danielle's watching Michigan, and Larry's watching Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, sorry, and Larry's watching
Same diff.
Pennsylvania.
Same damn
I mean,
diff.
it's the same thing, isn't it? Really?
It really is the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cold places full of people with long vowels is really all it is.
yeah.
Well, and the Ohio one's not even close. It's like 5%, Al.
And who's right next door to Ohio? Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, them's the same folks.
Yeah. I mean, simply taking the House and the Senate, I got to tell you, that would be a big victory tonight. Taking all 3 would be remarkable, but we'll see. I'm going to grab some water. You'll chat among yourselves.
All right. What are we thinking about? I know it's not reporting yet. What do we think about Nevada?
I think Harry Reid's machine up there is going to kick ass like it always does. The culinary union up there, and that well-oiled machine is so corrupt and so good at what they do. It's going to go blue.
even with the no tax on tips. Because I got to tell you, as somebody that has a part-time job that relies on tips, please God, no tax on tips. That would be amazing.
Yeah, but remember, Kamala glommed in on that 2 days after Trump announced it and said she would do the same thing. And then she played YMCA at her rally, and it's like, dude, come on. What are you, just copying
Right?
everything he does? And she went, no, I'm not copying everything he does, but I'm going to make sure that everybody who wants it gets in vitro.
Yeah.
What is it?
In vitro fertilization. Yeah.
Yeah. So everything he does, she just comes out 2 days later and goes, oh, I'm going to do that.
Did you see the I think it was last night, heard doing the chant at her rally, "Get out the vote," and she's like clapping on 1 and 3. I was like, "Dude, no, no,
And
don't."
nobody followed her.
Yeah, no, it's because she has no rhythm. Because she was clapping on. How do you follow somebody clapping on 1 and 3? It's literally impossible.
Yeah,
You
she's just
cannot do it.
she's a speck above retarded.
Yeah.
Just a speck.
Yeah,
Just
they still
a
haven't called
speck.
Oregon with 50% 51% reporting, 58% Harris, 39% Trump. Okay.
All right, and now I just saw movement on the House. 107 for the Democrats, 160 for the Republicans. Still the three flip. Still 3 seats flipped for the Republicans.
So Jim and Jess from Wisconsin have chimed in, and they say, living in Wisconsin, I've learned that it's hard to outvote Madison and Milwaukee, which are those big blue dots. So we have faith in y'all. We are hoping you can do it.
Look, there are no blue states. There are red states that have blue cities.
That's exactly what I'm assuming. That's Jess. It might be Jim, but
Yeah,
that's
and,
exactly what Madison and Milwaukee are, the blue dots.
and that's what Fox has just said that a little bit ago when they said that Harris underperformed there, and they're
Oh, in
concerned that
Milwaukee?
yes, that they underperformed in those areas, and that's what's got them concerned right now is because they don't know if the votes are elsewhere to make up for that underperforming.
Right.
That's why Wisconsin is in play right now because her underperforming there.
Fantastic.
When you underperform in those areas, you and that's where your votes are, it kills you.
Right.
That's why they won't call Georgia right now because they know they don't expect him to underperform in the metro her to underperform in the metro area. So they're just going to make sure that you know what I mean, that he's got the
Yeah.
votes to maintain that lead. Which I
What's
think
the
he's going to squeak Georgia out.
So do I. I mean, I'm still confident that we called it at the right time. It just makes me nervous.
what's the current popular vote numbers?
That's a good question.
I can't even find
I
my
think
needle
AP
anymore.
AP's got them at 214, 179 for electoral, and they are 52.1% Trump, 46.6% Harris.
Yeah, 54 million for Trump, 48 million Harris. 48 million. So she's got another 40 odd million to come up with somewhere to at least come close to Joe Biden.
And I think when I was watching Fox just now, they were going to watch that Montana Senate race too, because that's got some potential for a flip too.
Man, if they could flip 6 Senate seats tonight, that would be something.
Can't believe they hadn't called Georgia yet. 95%. Fuck you waiting on?
What are the Larry? You were watching it. What were the counties that were still outstanding in Georgia? Or you're not watching it anymore? Oh, he's muted.
You're muted.
Oh yeah, Larry, you muted yourself.
Gwinnett, DeKalb, and Fulton.
Yeah.
And Gwinnett had no in-day voting reported, but it was a 60-40 split in early vote. So you're going to get the 60-40, or you may do even a little better in in-day. So whatever those outstanding votes, it's going to split 60-40 again. So I mean,
it was about 40. There's about 40,000 outstanding, so 30,000 of those will go to Harris.
Yeah.
In Gwinnett, Fulton's at 93% reporting, so there's about 17,000 votes left in Fulton.
And that's going to go
DeKalb's
the
at
same way.
90%, so there's about 14,000. I mean,
And you can do Fulton and DeKalb both at 80% to Harris 2L, and you're still not going to get enough.
well, I mean, when Henry has about 14,000 outstanding.
AP
Clayton,
called North Carolina.
Clayton
And
has about 5,000 outstanding. Douglas still has about 2,000 outstanding. That hasn't changed. Again, these are, I don't know how accurate these, again, this is based on CNN's numbers, right?
Right.
These, for all I know, I've refreshed the page, but these might be old.
Well, Dave, you've got a site showing 95% reported, and I've got the Secretary of State saying 156 of 159 counties have reported 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Then again, I'm looking at what is this? The New York Times, and they still don't even have New Hampshire or Maine.
Al, we got North Carolina.
North Carolina red.
We have not called North Carolina.
North Carolina projected for Donald Trump.
Let's give that to the old Trumpster.
Donnie Two Scoops.
Yes, Donnie 2 scoops. Yes.
Yeah, Trump's at 230. She's still at.
That's a brush fire
179.
mind-ism, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Donnie Two
Yes,
Scoops?
it is.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. That and Talcum X.
Chunk yogurt.
Chunk yogurt and Talcum X.
Yep.
Who is Talcum? Who is that? Who is Talcum X again, Cam? What's his
Talcum
name?
X was Sean. Oh God,
What was his
King?
name?
No.
Was it Sean King?
Is that his name?
He was the white BLM guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Talcum X. Yeah. What was his name?
Was it Sean? See now,
It's Sean something. I know.
but I gotta be honest. I got the chunky yogurt. That one I ripped off from Bering.
Yeah, Sean King.
Yeah.
I
but
literally
he's all
Googled
but
white BLM
disappeared.
guy Sean and got it. Sean King.
He's all but disappeared during this election.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard anything from him. Him and his little stupid glasses.
Oh, God.
I'll tell you what. If he takes the popular vote,
I wouldn't be surprised.
when was the last time a Republican won the popular vote? Bush won.
George Bush won the
Yeah, I was
second.
going to say it was
popular vote.
Bush.
He lost the
Yeah,
first one, won
2004.
the second. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised. That's one of the other things I said on the Brush Fire Mind this morning is that I would not be surprised if Trump takes the popular vote. And boy, would that just be.
Have you all seen the last two ads that Trump's campaign put out?
Which ones? What were they?
I'll play them because I think they are exceptional. Listen.
The one where that girl did it.
Not a big fan of campaign ads, but let's take a look at these.
Nothing worth doing ever came easy.
Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation.
Never, ever quit. Never quit. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedoms. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him.
President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom.
When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Raided by the FBI.
When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
He just tried to kill President Trump.
Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
This election, we all get to choose. I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. The 45th and soon to be 47th President Donald
inflation quickly, and we will make America affordable again. I will cut your energy costs in half. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break. We are going to bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. When I'm back in the White House, we will restore world peace, and it will be again peace through strength. I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. And we'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We all salute the same great American flag. Our best days are yet to come. Together, we will make America great again.
That's more a trailer for a movie than it is a political ad. That thing is remarkable. And then they put this one out. This one is, by the way, we haven't even talked about. I think Danielle and I both agree on this. How much of an asset J.D. Vance is going to be for this Republican Party in this position. But let's take a look at this one.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
I can't remember that girl's name who said I'm a first time,
that was
She is so
RFK's
awesome.
VP.
Yeah, she is so
running-
awesome. I
She is.
listened to her speech before, and she's just
Yeah,
sharp as she can be.
really smart.
Yeah.
Isn't she also a lawyer?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Compare
these
those
people-
though. Compare those. Compare the just the imagery and the messaging in those Trump campaign ads. Compare them to the ads that the Harris campaign's been putting out with their white dudes for Harris, right? Oh, I'm a guy and I'm not afraid of women. Okay, well,
Right.
great. I don't know that many of us are actually. And then their most recent one where the Republicans going into some dude's bedroom while he's gooning.
Yes.
And he's saying Republicans are going to shut down your porno, dude. That's the Democrats' messaging to men. Oh, Republicans are going to shut off the porn taps. First of all, no, they're not. If you like to do a bit of gooning, you're safe. Republicans aren't going to shut it down. What they are going to try to do is get an age requirement system so that children aren't exposed to hardcore pornography. It's bad enough that they're exposed to it in the schools. Republicans just simply don't want kids to be able to go watch hardcore pornography on the internet. They want an age verification system. But Democrats are playing this as, oh, fellas, we all know you're porn addicted, so you'll better vote for us. This is why they're losing men.
And then she came out with the counter to that: men, real men are voting Democrat, with a woman, aimed at women, saying, with a wink and a nod, you don't have to tell your husband and your son who you're voting for. Just go along with them. But when you get in that booth, wink at the other girls, and you're voting for Kamala.
Right.
We're all on the board there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago.
Larry, I'm going to put you on mute, brother.
Yeah, Larry, you're not muted.
Underperforming in a county where she should be doing.
There we go. Look, the second ad, the one that had Elon and Vivek and Tulsi Gabbard, that I actually saw that this morning. I follow a lot of accounts that I refer to as Hot Chick Red Pill Twitter, which is exactly what it sounds like it is. And they were passing that ad around, and they all loved it. And they all had the same basic take on it, which was, tell me this doesn't make you feel good.
Right.
Tell me this doesn't make you feel like that we're pulling allies together from all walks of life that all more or less want the same thing. Right. So the first one I hadn't seen, and it was impressive. Like, you're right, it was a movie trailer. But the second one, like, it's just so.
It's
there's
inspirational,
no
is what it is.
Yes, it's inspirational.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why
awesome.
That's why I compare it to what the Democrat campaign's been putting out in the last couple of weeks of their run, and the difference couldn't be more clear. They talk about Trump running according to them, it's Trump that's running the divisive, negative campaign. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. I see the divisiveness and the negativity coming from the left.
I think everybody does.
No, there's more than one of those ads from the Democrats where the Republican congressman just materializes in the bedroom. Yeah. There's another one where there's a couple in bed. Yeah, there's a couple in bed having sex, and like the condom breaks, and they go get the Plan B pill, and the Republican congressman just shows up out of nowhere and is like, "No, you can't have that. You see, we won, so we're just gonna take that away from you. You need to go tell her the news, Daddy."
Yeah.
So,
by the way, this is not the 2016 map you're looking at. This is current. Anyway, sorry, Cameron. Keep going.
So it's not the Republicans running on fear in that way. It is the Democrats their message is insulting. Like, right. Oh man, we're going to take your Plan B away. We're going to take your porn away because we're the evil Republicans. Right. Whereas the Republicans are like that ad, man, hearing Tulsi's words, hearing Robert Kennedy Jr.'s words, hearing Elon Musk's words, like it's inspirational, Alex. I'm going to stop talking because you already nailed it.
And they're already using that down here in Florida too for the abortion ads. I mean, it shows a guy with his sick wife on the floor and the doctor saying, "You're going to die if you don't have an abortion." And the guy steps in, "No, she's not going to have an abortion either. I don't care if she dies. I'm a Republican and we won." And it's like, that's just a huge lie.
It's just a lie. Yeah.
So
it's all
again, just taking a look at this map, because the blue wall is once again quite red, not bright red, but quite red. 2.7 ahead in Wisconsin, 68% reporting 60,000 votes ahead, although Bill Campbell says 80,000 ahead in Wisconsin. So let's put it this way. It's somewhere between 60 and 80,000 votes. Ahead in Michigan by 80,000 with only 37% reporting. But again, unexpected. And up by 3.5 in outside of the margin of error, by the way, up by 3.5 in Pennsylvania with 188,000 votes. He may very well do it again. Mr. Underpoll may very well do it again. Go ahead.
Keep
Larry.
in mind, guys, it looked just like this in 2020 at this time.
I know.
Well, it looked like this in 2020, but the votes outstanding were different.
That's right. They have underperformed, and those firewalls are gone.
Well, and I just watched. That's when I was watching on Fox, and they were showing the numbers, like in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and they were showing those cities, and they were showing those Biden's performance 4 years ago, where she's down 3% and 4%.
Yeah, she's really underperforming by 3-4 points.
3 and 4% in those cities, then she can't make it up in a roll. That's her problem in there. And in Georgia, and Fox said they're going to come back here in a minute. He said, let me tell you what he just said. They said that the Biden he called it the Biden campaign, and he said, well, I mean the Harris campaign. He said they said they're actually going to go to bed tonight, and we'll see what happens in the morning.
Yeah,
that doesn't sound like optimism to me.
What?
No, they've given up. They've given up.
They're giving up. And then Fox said, well, whether they're awake or not, when we come back, we're probably going to make some calls.
Yes.
Is what they said.
And Fox is coming back now. New
Katie's
Mexico?
here.
Hey,
Hi, Katie. Yeah. And she just said New Mexico just went blue. So thanks, Katie.
I was geared up, ready to flip that in there. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Katie.
Hit Oregon too while you're in there.
Hit Oregon while I'm in there.
I bet Morehouse College is getting real quiet about now.
Right. And they're boarding up windows.
All right, Waterfox are back.
You're just going to keep pushing, aren't you?
I'm going to listen.
Well, that's where that's where she's watching it from. That's her campaign headquarters, her alma mater.
Yeah. Kurt said Sleepy Joe.
So it wasn't quite as mean. But yes, I'm going to keep going.
All right, they're not calling anything yet.
Okay.
I want to see Georgia flip. What the hell?
I don't want to see Georgia flip.
I mean, I want it to, I want to see it red.
Well, it will be. If he wins Georgia, it will be a flip because Biden won it in 2020.
So it'll be a flip. Yeah.
He won it.
I knew it. Right.
He won it like Stacey Abrams won it.
Exactly. Yeah. He won Georgia. Thanks to well, you know what? We can't say that because they're a litigious bunch. Those Fulton County workers. I'm not going to name any names. When the pipes broke and the pipes broke and those things came out from under the things.
Hey,
you all know what I mean.
We've been on Facebook for like 5 hours. Stop it. Do not get us kicked off of Facebook.
I'm surprised that Trump video didn't get us shut down on Facebook with the Kid Rock song.
I guess we don't know that it hasn't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know that we are actually still streaming on Facebook. Yeah.
I never underestimate your ability to get us kicked off a platform.
Yeah. Hey, did we ever determine whether we were live at the whistle post, Larry? Did he respond?
You're muted.
No, he never responded.
No, he never responded.
What the hell's a whistle post?
It's a local bar here. They were gonna put the show up on the TVs there.
Oh.
We're still live, so we
whistle post.
He said, what now? You broke up, Larry.
We're still live on my Facebook page, so we didn't get kicked off.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Dave, the Whistle Post is a bar that's literally so close to the train tracks it could be considered hazardous, hence the name Whistle Post.
Oh, I
Oh,
gotcha.
it's not a live stream unless Dani breaks out the chapstick. We're going.
Dude, I have like 5 new flavors because I knew it was going to be a long night.
The
So
egg
we
or
are
the
good to
stick?
go. Hmm?
Is it the egg or the stick?
That was an egg, but I've been using the creme
Stick.
brulee stick, and
Creme brulee.
just because I wasn't sure what kind of night it was going to be, I also got the cake batter squeeze tube. This is the triple butter moisturizer. So I'm good. We're all good. I got it.
Well,
We're good.
thanks to you, I've been living off of Snickers and coffee for the past 3 days.
I mean, you do what you got to do.
I
We
went,
gotta-
guys.
we
I went.
gotta-
I went on Dani's Facebook page and was drooling over Kurt's stack of Snicker boxes. And the
Oh,
next
dude,
thing
did
you know,
you see that? Boxes of 48 king size Snickers, and there was
I
like
sure
6
did.
boxes of them there. How many of those got given away?
All but one box. Like I think you had half of one box left.
Oh, nice.
And
So
then-
you have 48 Snickers bars to eat.
And
No,
after
by
I
the
was-
grace of God, he took them to the office. He had
Oh.
like 4 of them in the junk drawer, but took the rest to the office.
And after I was drooling on him on Facebook, an hour later, there was a knock on my door with some guy from Instacart going, "Here's 48 Snicker bars." I'm like, "Awesome!"
Do you still have them?
Yeah, I gave a handful to the kid next door, and I've eaten 3 or 4.
Why would you do that?
Because he was being nice.
Because I felt guilty because on Halloween night, my back was hurting too bad to get up, and I didn't want to get up and down all night, so I just put a sign on the door that said COVID.
Oh, there's Kurt now. He says, "Yeah, we're live on Facebook." So excellent.
I thought that was
Thank you.
brilliant.
And David Smith. Thanks, David.
Hey
Alex,
Kurt,
some of
how
us
many
like kids.
how many Snicker bars did you give out Halloween night?
Who you
I
asking
thought
that
he'd
to?
given out fewer than usual, but he said he broke the record. So he said I didn't hide them in the drawer. Well, I haven't eaten them yet. So.
I did actually purchase. The night of Halloween, I forgot entirely that it was Halloween, but in advance, I had bought some packets of Snickers bite-sized things and the other ones. What are they called? Milky Ways, possibly.
Okay. Well, there are
Bought
many
some of
different
those.
kinds, but okay.
Yeah, so I had candies ready, but yeah, those kids avoid my house.
Of course they do.
Like I said, I just took it. I wasn't going to get up and down all night, so I just put a sign on the door that said COVID, and I didn't get one single knock.
Nice.
Well, Al's the get off my lawn guy, so
It's actually not true. And by the way, 2 enterprising young men in my neighborhood were walking around with rakes, offering to rake people's leaves, and I was the only person that said, "Yeah, go on then," and paid them to
Nice.
rake my leaves.
look at you.
Hey, listen, I'll reward hard work. Although, here's the nice thing about it. I mean, they're smart, I guess, in a way. They started raking, realized that it was difficult, so enlisted my neighbor's kid, I should say, to get his dad's leaf blower and come over and blow the leaves. So I don't know how much they split with him. I don't know if they even paid him, but they were thinking.
Did they take them away?
They were using their heads. What do you mean? The leaves?
The leaves.
Yes.
Yeah, blow them into the fucking corner.
Oh, okay.
Where are you going to take them?
I don't know.
You
People back them
Bag
up and
them
take
up
them
and
away.
get rid of them. Yeah.
Oh, that seems wasteful.
Okay. A little too fancy for you.
Yeah. that's
Did
a bit-
Virginia just go to blue,
bit much for me.
or has it been blue?
Kurt says we had 250 kids. The ones with the really good costumes got 2. And he also gave Snickers bars to parents.
Yeah, no, Virginia's been blue, but she's
Okay.
ahead by like 140,000 votes.
Something
This Virginia is actually the one place where she's performing now roughly as expected. She's 3.7 up. Now, she was projected to be, I think, further ahead than that. Yeah, she was projected to be 7 points ahead. But she's performing better there than any of these others.
New Mexico's still not called on.
No, it hasn't moved off of 50% in a long little minute.
It says 80% in.
Oh, do you?
Well,
are your
Al,
numbers?
if she's performing 4% lower than she should in Virginia, that's what
It's
we're
about what
seeing.
she's doing in these other
Klobuchar
states.
won,
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's performing 4% lower where she should, and that's costing her what appears to be the election right now.
How's Tammy Baldwin doing?
I don't know. I just saw that Klobuchar won.
Let's see.
God, it keeps making me refresh because I don't pay the New York Times to look at their
I got
shit.
it. Hovde, 49.8. Baldwin, 48.1.
Huh.
With
Damn it. Harris is up 200 electoral votes and Trump's still at 230.
Because
Yeah.
all his are pink.
It's.
right
I mean,
now.
this we've known this was going to happen all night. It's going to come down to 6 states, and we're all going to be waiting on them to call those. Right? They're gonna call Idaho. They're gonna call Minnesota. We're going to be left, and I don't know about Arizona. Where are we at in Arizona right now, Larry?
Al, where we're at is Arizona. It's just like what Danny talked about earlier. All the end-day voting is counted, and the absentee ballots are laying out. 50% of the votes not counted. We've been that way forever.
And Idaho's red.
And Arizona have already said it might take 10 days for them to go. So here's what they're going to do.
Did you hear me out? Idaho's red.
Al,
Yeah.
if he gets Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, do we need Arizona?
Yeah. Idaho's going to go to Trump.
Do your map.
Idaho's going to go to Trump. Minnesota's going to go to Kamala Harris. Virginia's going to go to Harris. Maine 1 is going to go to Harris. Maine 2, I think Maine 1 will go to Harris. Maine 2 will go to Trump. And then we're going to be left with Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Virginia, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and that's I could call these.
Idaho got called for Trump already.
Yeah, I could call those right now. This is what we're going to be left with. Oh, and
play with the map.
Let's give her Hawaii. Let's give Trump Alaska.
Well, you've got New Mexico down as blue, but the New York Times still has it open. They haven't.
It's been called.
AP called it. Let's play with the map, Al. For a
That's
second.
how it's going to go right there.
Play with the map, Al. Give him Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and see what that looks like.
All right. Georgia,
Wisconsin is
Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin puts him at 280.
That's right, and you don't need Arizona.
Yep.
That's what I think is going to happen in Arizona. They'll be laying out there, and it won't matter.
Yeah, I mean he has a number of paths to victory, right?
Yeah, I think he's going to take Georgia, PA, and Wisconsin, and Arizona won't.
Yeah, but this is where the long night comes in, is waiting for these to be called.
Do you think they'll call Pennsylvania tonight, or are they going to drag this out till the weekend?
Well, 81% of the votes in right now. I mean, I think we have to see. I mean, how long it'll take.
I think what we're gonna see is a big data dump at 2 a.m. I think in all of these states, I think we're going to see around 2 a.m. some of these early voting numbers get dumped.
Did we give Virginia to Harris? Virginia's been called.
Yeah,
they've called it.
Yes.
They called it,
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks,
Let's
Chad. Yes.
Let's give that to Harris.
Yeah. Fox just called it also.
Yep. So we need.
Trump needs 40 more electoral votes to win.
Fox has got a 232 to 211 Trump. So they've got. What have you got, Al?
I mean, ours are 235 to 226. But I just gave them both states that haven't been called.
Yeah,
yet,
you gave them
because
Hawaii,
they're gonna
Hawaii
go that way.
Hawaii and Alaska.
Yeah.
The New York Times has Harris 200, Trump 230.
Hawaii and Alaska are definitely going to go that way. Yeah, we're waiting. If they call either Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan for Trump, then the election's over. because, he's going to win Georgia. He's most likely going to win Nevada. I mean, look at Nevada
I don't
right
know.
now.
I don't know.
2% reporting. He's at 73%. Say what, Dave?
I don't know about that, man. That's Nevada always tricks me. I always think he's got, we're going to take it, and then the Harry Reid machine kicks in, and next thing you know, we wake up for coffee tomorrow, and it's blue.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it to win. Is the good news for?
No, I think you're right. He wins Pennsylvania and either Michigan or Wisconsin, and it's over.
I mean, Arizona and Georgia and any one of the blue wall states wins it for Trump.
Yeah, and if he wins 2 of the blue wall in Georgia, it's done.
Yeah,
I mean,
we just don't know.
Yeah,
we've no idea how long Arizona is going to take to tabulate its votes. It says it's 52% reporting, but they already said it could take 10 days. Yeah, they've said it could take 10 days, for crying out loud. It's nuts.
So
Fox just called Senate race for Fisher. Is that a flip?
Which one?
Nebraska Senate. Is that another flip?
I don't know.
Kurt says they just called Nebraska Senate for Fisher, 51 GOP.
Senate. I don't think they did. Did they?
I don't know. I mean, Kurt's saying they called it. Fox, not Kurt. Radar is saying that Fox just called it.
Okay. I might be behind.
I got 41 Democrats, 50 Republicans on the 38 seats not up for re-election. We flipped 2 seats so far.
Okay, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm going to defer to Radar on that one.
Yeah.
So the House,
my only outstanding Senate race flip is Montana. Anyone got eyes on that? He was ahead.
Yeah, he is 58%. The Tester's behind him at 41%. So he's got
reporting.
14%.
It's early, but we'll see. Owen Schroyer is saying Harris needs 65% of the remaining vote in Pennsylvania to win. She won't get it then because she hasn't been anywhere close to 65% all night.
The intern says Fox says GOP majority Senate secured.
And the New York Times now
already.
The New York Times now has Trump at likely instead of leaning.
Yeah, they said that when the Nebraska senator retained her seat, that did it, and in the Montana race,
Montana's on TV now. It's too close to call. They're saying too soon to call. Sorry,
too soon to call. Yeah, but that he is.
But that's my last. That was my last flip projection.
Yeah,
if I go
well.
3 for 3 on Senate flips, I'm going to be happy with tonight.
Hell yeah!
Not that again, Jim Justice was kind of a given. You know,
right?
Calling that one wasn't difficult. All right, so control of the Senate.
All right, so the House, the Democrats have now flipped 1 seat, so the Republicans are still net 2, and it's 121 for the Democrats versus 168 for the Republicans.
Republicans net 2, So that means they're up by 3 at the moment because they only had a 1-seat majority, right?
Right. God, wouldn't it be
not-
great if
that's not
somehow
the-
that ended up to be 60?
Hovde's leading for Senate in Wisconsin too, with 75% reporting.
Not maybe not a red wave, but kind of a red puddle.
A red splash about.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna defer to football logic. I'd rather have an ugly W over a pretty L.
Oh yeah,
that is our entire season.
Well, Alex, you got to look at the popular vote right now. I mean, he's up 3.5% in the popular vote.
He's still winning the popular vote because what I'm watching is the stuff with the House.
Oh,
So,
he's still winning the popular vote. Yeah, by 3.5 million, by almost 4 million votes.
Boy, I'd love for that. Just for all those people that say we should get rid of the Electoral College. God, by
all those people, you mean the Democrats?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now let's just be. If he wins the popular vote, there's no way he loses the Electoral College.
I have myself muted. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins the popular vote, he's win. And I think you can look at Wisconsin, Michigan, and I actually think we're looking now that the blue wall may stay intact, but be the red
Just
wall.
be red. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is why Harris has gone to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's done her 5 hours today. She's called it.
She knows she already looks like an old shoe, and it ain't going to get any better. So
that's right.
She's called a
Or
lid.
she's just had too much to drink.
Yeah.
Could be that simple.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. Yeah.
She's calling Fulton County, going, break the water main.
Yes. Yeah. Pull out the boxes.
Plan B. Plan B.
Pull out the plan. Well, Jamie Raskin is ready for Plan B.
He's a piece of work.
Oh, and the fact that he actually said it out loud in front of people on camera.
Acting like the Constitution demands it.
Yeah, he talked about it on CNN either the end of last week or yesterday, beginning of this week. Yeah, what they're going to do, how they're going to handle it.
Just absolute pieces of work, man.
They've already started the impeachment process for him. Prepare for civil war. What the fuck?
I mean, my rifle is out and loaded because
so
I do believe this nation is going to get extraordinarily violent if Trump wins. January 6th was nothing compared to what the rampaging mob of leftists will do to our cities when Trump wins this.
Yeah, they're gonna be so heartbroken. Have you seen the reports where people are legitimately concerned that it might cause the biggest mental health crisis in our country's history? that so many people are just gonna emotionally collapse.
I love that. I'm just hoping that all the people that promised to leave actually leave. Go live somewhere else.
They never do.
Experience the realities of living somewhere that isn't America and report back in a year.
Right.
And Alex, you've got the Montana and the Pennsylvania, both those Republicans are leading right now. I mean, you got 83% in Pennsylvania, and McCormick is up 2%.
I wish I would have invested in plywood this week.
Okay, so the House has moved. Now the Republicans are down to just net 1. the Democrats have flipped another seat, and we're looking at 125 for the Democrats and 170 for the Republicans.
What seats did the Democrats flip, by the way? Which two, do we know?
Let me try.
Who did they get? Please tell me Matt Gaetz.
They didn't flip Matt Gaetz.
Alex, you and I have that in common. I'm not impressed. That makes me unpopular on the BFM. But I've sold cars. I know a car salesman when I see one, and Matt Gaetz is
he's done more damage to the Republican Party than anyone I can remember in a long time.
All that House nonsense that he did with the speaker and all that was just crazy, right?
Yeah.
I got to go to the restroom too. I'll be right back.
All right, brother.
No, so when we did that Saturday show, we even talked about that specifically. Like, I didn't have a problem with ousting the speaker, but what was step 2? Oh, you don't have a step 2. You're just gonna.
Yeah. They've gone off the rails when even Marjorie Taylor Greene opposes what they're doing. I still want to get her on the show. Danielle's not looking forward to that day.
If I still lived in her district, I'd try and make that happen.
There you
but
go.
I don't.
They just called Hawaii for Harris. We have
plenty of crazy around
and
here.
Hirono, the Democrat, won re-election in the Senate.
Yeah, of course she did. She's a lunatic as well.
Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah, Mazie Hirono. Like, woo.
Yeah. And Nebraska 2 to Harris. I'd already called that one. Yeah. So Trump won 2 districts 1 and district 3 in Nebraska. Harris got district 2.
And they're going to split Maine too, right?
Pardon me?
Split what?
So it is.
They're going to split Maine.
Yes. Yeah. Trump will get Maine 1 and
Maine 2.
Sorry, Trump will get Maine 2 and what's her name will get Maine 1.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Because see, where is this? This is the New York Times still has Nebraska 1 and 2 open, and 3 is Trump. Still.
Well, yeah. Well, they just called Nebraska 2 for Harris. 1 is going to go to.
Who called it? CNN.
I'm looking at Fox News.
Oh. Yeah, Bill Hemmer's on it with that damn board, isn't he, Larry? He goes to town on that thing. You're muted.
I want one of those. I could have it sitting right here and just be tapping on shit.
That'd be awesome.
And it's just a touch panel. It's the software that's key.
Right.
And
Larry, you're muted.
Yeah, apparently those boards are like $100,000.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
So, John King is no Bill Hemmer, right? So
that's right.
So John King had his board. Then when they got Hemmer that updated board, and he is out of control with that board, right?
He's king, and he's smart.
John King referred to it as his cool magic wall. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So, but I'll tell you, I think what I think is going to happen here. I mean, I think, and I don't, Trump is going to take this tonight. He's going to win in some manner, whichever states he does. I think that 3 or 4% underperforming thing that Harris has done is a trend. It's a trend all over the place, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think what we have to look at is why did America do what they did tonight, right? And I think you're going to come down to these issues. You're going to come down to inflation, the economy, groceries, gas. You're also going to come down to the nonsense issues, which I refer to.
Right.
And that's the boys in the girls' bathrooms, boys playing girls' sports. The Democrats went too progressive. They went too woke. I was watching a few things the other day. I watch all the news channels and stuff, and even on some of the liberal channels, they were already pivoting with the Democrat Party making plans of losing this election, and starting to be more moderate and shifting away from the woke agenda, shifting away from that. And I believe that's what they're going to have to do if they're going to compete again nationally. Because just imagine you get a candidate that doesn't say as mean things as Trump, but let's be honest, Trump might say mean things, but he really governs as a moderate.
Sure.
When you look, he's got conservative things that he does, but he governs as a. If he would be the old grandpa that speaks kindly, he would be winning in a land. But that's never who he's been, right?
If he was John Kennedy,
yes, but he's not that guy. So you get this.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, just need to gloat. Fox News just called the Ohio Senate for Moreno, which I guess confirms what we heard earlier, right?
Yeah, it had already been called.
Yep. All right. Sorry. Anyway, sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but when we look at, and you can see this is a trend going across America. It really is. That Democrats just overplayed that woke hand. I mean, people don't. I mean, I'm a father of 4 daughters. I don't want my daughters being exposed to that nonsense, and no father wants their daughters to be exposed to that nonsense. And you don't want your daughters competing against boys in sports, and it's just ridiculous when they come up with these things, right? And this pronoun nonsense that's coming back to bite them in the ass too. All that stuff.
They cross the line when they kill Peanut the squirrel.
I think every bit of that. I think you're right. Every bit of that was on the ballot.
God damn it!
I think that in particular, I think that's one of the. I think all these woke progressive issues, these culture war issues, I think that's why they're losing. I know that's why they're losing young men. I'm absolutely convinced that's why they're losing black men at the rate they are.
I'm literally about to chime in the same thing. Like that's why they're losing black men, because they don't want to put up with that shit.
Right. And young men, all these young men have been told for 8 years now. Well, in particular, this last 4 years, young, particularly white men have been told every problem the United States faces is a direct result of you people. Right? They're pointing at all men, but they try to direct their ire towards white men, but it doesn't go unnoticed by black men.
Republicans just won the Senate.
Men are the root of all problems in America right now.
Did you hear that? Republicans
they called that a minute ago with the Senate, and I think we're waiting to see about these other couple of pickups, Dave. I mean, there's a really good chance we're going to pick the Senate seat up in Pennsylvania and Montana, and instead of 51, be 53 seats. That's a possibility.
Well, and yeah. It's
but it's really not a super majority until they get over 60, right?
But also Tammy Baldwin. You're keeping an eye on that one, right, Dani?
I've been saying that, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Hovde's winning, yeah.
I mean, like I'm saying, you're right, and it's been that 50-50 thing for how many years now?
A long time.
Long time. We've been that. I mean, so you've got enough votes that you can pass most things with a simple majority. Right. Mm-hmm. So this is what I'd say. Trump wins this and they keep control of the House. They've got the Senate. Do not waste these next 2 years.
And I can tell you what, if he cures the economy and stops the flow on the border in 2 years, we could have a super majority.
Hey, my chat's telling me that they're recalling Georgia.
What do you mean recalling it?
As in calling it for Trump.
They're actually calling it this time for Trump.
That's what I'm having people message me right now.
Ask them who is they.
I know Fox isn't.
Yeah, who's calling it?
And the
AP who's calling it? If it's the Daily Wire, then we're not going with that call.
New York Times still has it 51% Trump, 48% Kamala Harris. So it's uncalled as of the New York Times, but they seem to be late on everything.
Yeah, I'm showing he's up by 118,000 votes with 93% reporting.
I got the same thing, Alex.
I don't believe the votes.
Overcautious.
Yeah, I think they are. I don't believe the votes are there. Again, I'm just going to go through these counties real quick and do a real quick calculation.
It's actually the Banhammer saying Newsmax is calling it for Trump.
Hi, Banhammer.
Steve-O.
The Hammer.
Kamala wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. God, that's late as hell. We knew that already.
I mean, just in the metro area, there's about 200,000 votes outstanding. She's been getting, let's say she's averaging 60% of those. Nah, probably more than that, because when you factor in Fulton County, let's say she's averaging 65% of those. It's about 140,000 votes. So yeah, the potential for her to take the lead still exists.
Newsmax did call Georgia for Trump, Alex. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to hold off on that one for right now. I mean, there's still a lot of red states with a lot of votes outstanding as well. So I don't think she has a path to victory in Georgia, but I think it's going to be 30,000 votes at the end of the day.
I think 50,000.
I think
It's
I wish I
close.
had my eyebrows back.
They'll come back.
It's going to be close. Let me take a look at these states. 78% reporting in Wisconsin. Trump
85 in Pennsylvania.
Trump has a 95,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. 48% reporting in Michigan. Trump's up by 160,000. 86%, as Danny just said, in Pennsylvania. He's up by 167,000. I mean, if he wins 2 of those.
Well,
no, I was going to say if he wins 2 of those, he doesn't need Georgia, but he still would. He would need he would need all 3 in order to be able to seed Georgia.
Well, Newsmax has got 95% of Georgia reporting, Al.
So does the Times. They didn't
they've
call
got
it.
him up 2.3% lead right now with 95%.
Yeah, where I'm looking at 93%, 2.3 lead. I don't, like I said, I don't think she has a path to victory in Georgia, but I'm not ready to go to bed and say Trump's won Georgia. You know what I mean?
All right. This is an interesting. What does your Wisconsin say? Newsmax they got a weird number here. I don't know if this is accurate or not. They've got 84% reporting with Trump at 56%, Harris at 42%. Is that right?
I've got 78 reporting with Trump at 51%.
That's what I have from the New York Times.
And Wisconsin, and Newsmax has 84% reporting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of Newsmax as a source for that. I've never followed. I don't know what their record is, so I'm If anyone has data on that, how accurate have Newsmax been in the past?
Well, I mean, they've only been around
I don't
since
know.
one prior election, right?
Say what?
Haven't they only been around since one prior election?
Yes,
I don't know. When were they established?
Yeah, yeah, right after 16.
Was it?
Yeah.
Bill's getting feisty. He says, "Why in the hell hasn't Georgia finished reporting?
I
Ridiculous."
don't know. They've been at 95% for 2 hours.
Counting those absentee ballots, man. Like I said, it'll probably be 2 a.m. when we get that.
Well, and
drop.
apparently something was going on in Gwinnett, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something with their computers.
They gotta rescan some shit. You know how it works in Fulton and DeKalb.
You know, they plug in a space heater to shut up the power.
Mm-hmm.
They did that in Arizona today. And I'm like, a space heater in Arizona? How stupid do you think we are? It's
Is there
90
a space
degrees
heater
there.
in Arizona?
In a museum, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think one exists there.
Yeah, Nebraska 3 went red, Nebraska 2 went blue, Nebraska 1, according to the Times, is still open for the taking.
Kurt says they need toner. Wasn't that Pennsylvania? Where was it no, it was Arizona, right? They ran out of toner?
Yeah, today. They had to get
Not-
they had a whole team full of people again today bringing
Shut
toner
up.
around it. Yep.
I thought we were making fun of 4 years ago.
It's the same shit.
Jesus.
And they asked him, they point blank asked him, well, did the whole Maricopa County go down again? And he goes, no, we haven't had any problems in Maricopa County. He's like, yeah, not yet. Wait till we go to bed. Pennsylvania's at 87%, still not cold.
Hey, Alex, did you award Maine 2 and Nebraska 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nebraska's got 2 and 1 apiece.
Yeah, and then Maine 1, they went.
It's blue.
Maine 1 went, yeah, and then Maine 2 went Trump.
Yes. Yeah, I had filled those in preemptively.
I got you.
It's just coming down to the usual suspects. It's kind of embarrassing that Georgia's one of these states that can't count their damn votes.
Arizona swore they would have theirs. You know, initial call by midnight, and then later he said, "This is Secretary of State." There he goes. But it'll take 14 days for their canvass. What the fuck?
Something weird's going on in Arizona because they just, or maybe I'm getting this wrong, but they're now showing Trump ahead by 0.5 point. I swear they were showing him ahead by a lot more than that, but their percentage reporting hasn't changed. Still at 52%, but Trump's dropped down to only 10,000 votes in the lead. Am I wrong about that, Danielle? Has it been that tight the whole night?
No, I think that's what it's been. I think that's what it's been sitting at.
Okay. Yeah, it's amazing that.
Yeah, they just called New Mexico for Harris right now, just now. Everybody else has had it, right?
Left coast states are so slow. So very, very slow. Of course, they haven't even closed the polls in Alaska yet. Or did they close at midnight? When did the polls?
Larry
did they
says
close? 1 a.m. Right?
Larry said 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. that they close in Alaska.
Okay.
But I think your call is good.
That's Trump. I've already called that for
yeah,
Trump.
your call.
Yeah.
Your call.
Yeah, we're good there.
Why is Hawaii always so blue? I don't get that.
I don't know. I wonder why anything is blue.
I'm gonna tell you. Okay, 4 years ago, I counted all the absentee ballots. Right, so all the military ballots came in. I forget how many there was, 150 or 160 of them. Okay, how many Trump votes do you think were in that 150 some votes?
Where were they?
They were military ballots. How many Trump votes do you think there were?
Where were you counting them?
Board of Elections.
Here in Rockdale?
Mm-hmm.
Military ballots, Trump voters. I'm going to say about 30% of them.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Only
Shut up.
two?
2 votes. Because the military is, when you go to these military bases, anybody will tell you, you go down to Columbus, you go to these, they are blue counties. Go to everywhere there's a military base, Alex. Enjoy anywhere, and it's a blue area. These military bases, they brainwash these kids, they vote blue. Military is not conservative. They're not conservative voters.
Trump's still up by 4 million in popular vote.
Hovde is in Wisconsin is still up by 50, just shy of 50,000 with almost 80% reporting.
It's going to be another flip.
What is Lowry saying? He says they're saying the Harris campaign has turned off the news at her watch party and people are leaving.
Swing low.
I told you when Fox reported, the chief of staff had told them they're going to bed.
Mm-hmm.
They actually said that they were actually going to bed for the night and they deal with it in the morning.
You know, y'all were talking about the whole boys being girls and boys playing in girls sports and all that, and how men are not voting for Harris because men are under attack and you're just tired of it. I think women who want their men to be men and who have good men in their lives are tired of it too.
Yes.
You know, I think they are repelling actual like female women votes. Like I'm repulsed. I'm the one that showed Alex the white dudes for Harris video. Yeah. We just had like it's just repugnant.
It's parody, man. It's ridiculous.
Well, but for years, you guys have known I've been a little bit arrogant about this. I refuse to call anybody anything other than a man or a girl. I will not use a pronoun. I will not do it because it is nonsense. It's mental illness, and I'm not going down that road.
Larry, you're right. And you brought that to my attention. And I mean, you were the first person that actually made me think about that because one, I respect you and I respect your opinion, and you weren't a jerk about the way that you said it. You know what I mean? Like you respectfully stated your opinion and were just like, I don't believe in it. They're not going to make me say it. Do you know what I mean? Because Alex and I had said all along that we will respect somebody's pronouns and we'll address them the way they want to be addressed. And it just had never occurred to me that you're playing into the psychosis until you said that. So yes, you're right.
I mean, that's my feeling on it, that it's actually cruelty. If somebody thought they could fly, we wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, you could fly," because they'd end up hurting themselves. And I don't see it any different. And
I'm going to be on the Board of Education here 1st of January, right? I'm going to have those conversations at board meetings, Danny. I'm not going to run from it. I'm going to say, I don't care what our policy is or has been. We've got to quit being insane and just going along with insanity. You want to talk about why there's no discipline, why you can't control anybody, is because if you let them believe this nonsense, you can't control anything. Well, if you let them get away with that, you're going to let them get with anything. And
well, I think the data has been extraordinarily clear that it's just damaging to these kids, pandering to them and actually playing along with it. Here's what we've said is that, the transgender activists, I don't give a shit about those people. A regular person just trying to live their life, I'll respect their pronouns, and I will. I will continue to. I'm not going to change that because these are adults that have theoretically made a decision that they believe is best for themselves. And I'm fine with people making their own decisions. But when it comes to kids, when it comes to this social contagion, there's absolutely no way in hell I'm going to play along with it.
Alex, I'm gonna go against it. I'll tell you why. My sister at one time, and I've talked about this, I was her guardian conservator for 25 years. She thought she was a witch at one time and was casting spells on people. I didn't let her believe she was a witch. I got her committed to a mental institution, and I got her help. And the last 20 years of her life, she didn't think she was a witch anymore.
She stopped being a witch. Good
She
for you.
stopped being a witch because I got her medical treatment, therapy, and medication.
See, because you weren't an enabler, you were actually helping. I mean,
I didn't. I'm not, and I'm not going to go along with that in culture today. By going along with it and letting them identify, you're not doing anything but encouraging that nonsense. And I will not be an encourager. That's just me.
I'm with you, man. Hey, listen, I wanted to be a pirate when I was 8 years old. Thank God that didn't happen now because I'd have a patch on my eye and a peg leg.
I mean, you
And
could
a parrot.
You could be a pirate. You live right by the water. Just get a boat and a gun.
And a parrot.
Go pirate people. I mean, you still have the option.
Yeah, I had a boat. It's a hole in the water where you throw money.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll excuse me. I will be back shortly.
All right, bud.
On that note.
I mean, Pennsylvania's been at 87% and Georgia's been at 95% for 2 hours. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, it'll be around 2 a.m. I think. That things have, if anything's going to change, it will be then.
Chris says
middle of the night data dump.
Right. I had a cousin that was a full post-op trans.
That
Had.
was? Had and was. Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah.
And what's up with Nevada? No, they haven't reported anything at all. It's just blank.
I mean,
we got 2%.
Yeah, I'm showing 2% reporting. Trump, 73% of the vote.
I mean, that's not 2%
is nothing.
Had it been like that all night?
For a little while. I mean, it
since,
it just closed.
Trump's still ahead in Wisconsin, Michigan, up by 170,000 votes in Michigan now with 54% reporting, and up by 170,000 in Pennsylvania with 88% reporting.
North Carolina was a surprise to me.
How were Republicans doing in early voting in the blue wall? You're on mute, Larry.
I was watching that all week long, Al, when they were talking about it on Fox, and on Hannity talked about it a lot. And he would bring Laura Trump on, and she would talk about it and talk about their vote. They talked about they were up by thousands of votes, and it was the low voters, the low propensity voters,
Low
or whatever.
propensity voters, yeah.
There are many. I don't like that word either. It's I call them low threshold, or just people who don't vote. You know what I mean? But those are the people they pushed out to vote, and because they pushed them out to vote because they knew they were still going to get their big heavy end day voting. If they got them to vote, then they were not going to lose end day, and that's worked because they've not lost their end day voting because they got people to come out early. They pushed people out early that never vote. It was a good strategy.
Even if a big 2 a.m. data dump comes in the blue wall states, it's
in
still
in
looking good for
Pennsylvania
Republicans.
specifically, because Republicans had so many more, at least the numbers that they were talking about, the early voting showed.
They were out in Pennsylvania. They were outdoing Democrats on voter registrations and early voting numbers.
Well,
In
that,
early voting numbers, they were
by raw numbers and over years past.
right,
So
and that's the same thing as
Democrats
Nevada,
lost
right?
ground, Republicans gained ground, and yeah, they said by by registration and by the numbers of people who voted early. I mean, of course, you can't see their votes, but you can see because you register by party in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Look,
So
I know I'm just trying to talk myself into a Trump win here, but this data matters, right? This
It does
early
matter.
voting, the
Yes.
voter registrations, the early voting data, it matters, especially when we know that we're going to get the early voting dump around 2 a.m.
right.
In fact, Wisconsin's board of elections people said that they're going to be releasing more votes at 2 a.m. Fox News were talking about that a little while ago.
Is that 2 a.m. our time or your time? Wisconsin's Central Time.
Good question. Don't know. They didn't
So
specify.
that could be 3
I mean,
a.m. our time.
Pennsylvania came in early voting 700,000 votes better than they did in 2020. Basically, eliminating that firewall that was going to be the early morning surprise.
Well,
Right.
it was the early votes were up, but those mail-ins were down 80%.
A lot, right?
Yeah, so that's the difference in the numbers, and
That's
you're going to
it.
hear, and people talked about that all the time too. And when I watched the liberal networks, they were concerned because they weren't getting the mail-in ballots, and that had shifted to in-person. Now, isn't that amazing when people are concerned about you're getting more early voting than you did in 20, but it wasn't mail-in ballots and all. Now, how, why was that a concern? Because they couldn't control that.
Right.
That's right.
Yep.
person.
There's no manipulating if you put the thing in yourself.
Yes.
They dragged
Yes.
They dragged old Karl Rove onto the Fox News panel.
Yeah.
With his little tiny whiteboard.
Woo.
How I should be listening to CNN, because if you want an indication of how things are going,
go there and listen.
see how doomy and gloomy
yeah, how's
CNN
it going
are
over
being.
there?
Go on there and see if
I'm-
what's his name is crying. What's that guy's name?
listen
The
in for a
shiny
minute.
headed guy.
What's the black guy's name?
Yeah, the dude with the shiny head. What is his name?
Cries.
Are you talking about
You know-
Van Jones?
Van Jones.
Yes.
Van Jones, if he's in tears right now, we know what's going on. Yep. Van will be crying.
Oh yeah.
And Whoopi on The View will be, she might have a heart attack.
They're talking. Oh shit! You know they're in trouble when CNN is talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They're here talking about the economy as reasons for her poor performance.
And are they using the word poor performance?
No,
Oh.
not yet.
I'd love to see what George Snuffleupagus is doing right now. Him and James Carville.
James Carville. I haven't seen him in like a week. Where has he been?
Oh, he's been having a meltdown. He has melted down the last 2 weeks. He's been off the tracks.
I saw him last week, yelling and carrying on. Kurt
He's
says
deep in
CNN is hilarious.
He's deep in a bottle of Southern Comfort right now.
I bet he is.
I'm going to tell you what, Carville is a good strategist, right? The reason he was going nuts the last 2 weeks, he knew what was going on too.
Yeah, he's pretty good at reading the tea leaves.
Yeah, he knew what was going on. That's why he was going crap. He was going ape. Well, and I already heard one analyst said something. And Janie, I think you've talked about this. She screwed up in Pennsylvania when she did not make Shapiro the running mate. That would have kept Pennsylvania in play.
Yep.
That would have kept her in play.
Oh, she did. Yeah. Yes.
What a great comment. Carville's been drunk for a week already.
I know.
He has been. I agree with that. He has been.
Remember, it was him and George Stephanopoulos who ran that war room, beating off all the people complaining that Clinton had raped them.
I'll tell you one thing about James Carville. He's not afraid to tell the truth.
Well,
Right.
what do you think is the truth?
Well,
Right?
and he married one of the most conservative women on the planet.
Remember, he's the one who
Yeah.
said, they said, well, why are all these women coming out saying Clinton raped him? He goes, well, that's what happens when you drag a $100 bill through a trailer park.
Yeah. Won't it just be funny if the Democrats and deliberately trying to balance anti-Semitism on a razor's wire is what costs them this election? Because I was convinced it was going to be Josh Shapiro. My Democrat friends loved him, wanted him to get the nod, and then but he's the J word, so we got to go with.
I'm going to tell you what. I initially didn't think that was an issue, right? But as the campaign evolved and the nonsense that they would say, it was the issue. He was Jewish was the problem.
It was an example of the Democrats allowing their woke progressivism to defeat them.
And Tampon Tim didn't do him any favors either.
I can't help but think that the machine threw the two of them threw her to the wolves, and then they let her drag Tim along with her. That they knew that they couldn't fight Trump, that they were not going to beat Trump, and especially as far back as they were. You know what I mean? Like as much of a deficit as they were at with Biden. So instead of throwing an actual candidate at the race and risking alienating, women and minorities in their camp, they're like, fuck it, we'll chalk this one up to the game. Let her run. We know she's going to lose. Let her pick this idiot. And
we'll throw Tim Walz overboard with her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
instead of wasting Shapiro is a baller. Like, he is going to be big, I think. And they would not waste him on this ticket. No more than the man in the moon.
Well,
CNN just called Georgia for Trump.
Yeah. So let's talk about something else a second. Money, right? So Harris had over $1.1 billion. $1.1 billion. What did Trump have? Half that, maybe? Half a million,
Probably,
half a billion,
yeah.
$600,000. Dude, when you're outspent that much in a presidential race it's not, I don't think it's going to be close, right? I don't.
Right.
So but the reason it's as close as it is because they had $1 billion.
To your point, Larry, if you're outspent that much and you keep the polls close, that says a lot. You know what I mean? Like that it, air quote, looked close all along. Yeah. That says a lot about the race that's actually being run.
Yeah, those pollsters were panicking, man. They were all right up, calling it a tie straight up and down. No, because remember, pollsters get paid to be right. So, everything was within the margin of error.
All Trump needs now is Pennsylvania to win.
And they're at 89% now.
All he needs. They're at 80. Yeah. I think we'll probably have a Pennsylvania call relatively soon. He's up by 170,000 in Pennsylvania with 89% reporting. I think someone is going to call Pennsylvania soon, and that's it. That's all he needs. That one state
because
will win him.
Georgia is going to.
Yeah, that one state will win him the election.
That in Georgia. Right? He
won Georgia. They called Georgia.
God damn, why don't
You weren't here.
Georgia.
You weren't here. CNN called it.
Oh.
Like just now.
Yeah, just a second ago while you were away.
Okay.
Al, and also I went and looked in the constitutional amendments. They all passed in Georgia too.
Okay. Well, now it's
Larry,
down to you
Larry,
and your
did you
now it's
see
down to
whether
you and your people to make sure it passes locally.
Hang
Larry,
on,
did you
Al,
see?
what do you
Did you see? Go
You'll
ahead.
say
what do
what,
you
Dave?
have us at before Georgia?
Before Georgia,
Show
Are
the
you at
map.
230?
233. I've called Alaska.
Plus 16, right? For Georgia.
Yeah.
Plus
Pull your map up, Al. Let's see.
Kitty
Plus
says
60.
that's 268, not 270.
Then I've called something that you haven't called.
Larry,
I'm
did
just-
Florida win?
Here's
Did
my
Florida
map.
pass the weed vote?
Say, can Florida what?
Did Florida pass the weed vote?
I do not. I know that the other one didn't pass. The abortion one failed because you got to
Right.
get 60. You got to get 60% in
Right.
Florida.
Georgia and Pennsylvania together are 35. So if you're at 233,
Well, he's at 251 adding Georgia. Throw Pennsylvania in there, Al.
How are you counting? How are you counting Nebraska, Danielle?
I was just adding to your number. I thought you said you were at 233 before Georgia. Am I completely wrong?
Oh man, it failed.
233 before Georgia.
Okay. And then 16 for Georgia, right?
Sorry, 235 before Georgia.
Oh, that's it.
Yep.
You told me the wrong number.
Yeah, it was even up on the screen here. Everybody can see it. I was saying 233.
270. Okay.
And it's 235.
No, it's all good. That's all good. Thank you. That's
Right.
fine. It's cool. That's good. It's 270.
And Newsmax has it 248, 213.
248.
Newsmax are wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, recreational marijuana failed in Florida. It was a
I'll-
shit. It was a shit bill anyway because
Yeah, it's a bad bill.
what they said in there was you can't grow your own. You have to buy it from us, and we are not ever held responsible for anything that happens from anything you buy from us. So if it makes
Right.
you sick or does anything, you can't sue them.
So I'll tell you who Newsmax got called, and you tell me what's different from ours, Al. They've got Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah. Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North
Okay,
Dakota.
before you don't just gloss through Nebraska because this matters. They have a
Well,
split.
no, I'm not. I'm going to tell you they've got
Okay.
Nebraska 1 and Nebraska 3
Okay.
for trying. And they do
Okay,
not
so
have
there's
have 2 called.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's 2 electoral votes there. Go on then.
Mine says different on. It said that Nebraska 1 is the only one who wasn't called. 2 and 3 are called.
Okay, so then you've got North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas for Trump. Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana.
Say Utah again.
And Maine second.
Yes, and Maine and Maine second.
And Alaska.
Well, they don't have Alaska called, and they've got it
Yeah,
at 248.
I'm just telling you where the differences are. You said where are the differences. I called Alaska because Trump's going to win Alaska.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's not Utah, it's Ohio, Dave. Ohio doesn't have the final it's Ohio.
Yeah, they will call
'Cause he's from
Alaska
West Virginia.
in 16 minutes. They will call Alaska. As soon as the polls close,
Yeah, it
they
should take
will
15
say,
minutes to count the votes."
we're ready to make a call. Oh, key race alert. Hold on.
Who's key race alerting? Fox?
Need some WD there, Cam?
Some WD.
Some WD-40 on the chair.
Oh God, you can hear it. That's embarrassing. Man, I've had this chair for years.
I should pull up. I should pull up CNN on here. Look at that. My video
Larry says Utah like UTAW.
Did he?
Utah.
That's how it's really pronounced where I come from, Dave.
I'm with you, Muddy. That's why I say I love listening to your voice. It brings me straight home.
That's what I talk hillbilly. That's why these damn phones, they don't understand hillbilly. I can't use the dictation stuff.
Nobody down here in Florida talks like they do back home.
Wisconsin's 83%, Pennsylvania's 87% on AP.
Top advisor to Joe Biden in the White House, basically telling people at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris was going to have her celebration party, theoretically, that Kamala Harris...
Oh, a little bit preemptive.
Theoretically.
A little preemptive there.
Jake Tapper is a boil on the ass of politics.
He is such a tool bag.
He is.
Theoretically, Dave. Theoretically.
Right.
He did not look like he was in a good mood.
He's not. I want to see Rachel Maddow having a meltdown right now.
Yes. I want to see him throw his glasses.
Those Harry Potter glasses?
Yeah.
This is, didn't she say, this is us. This is the world we live in now. After the last time Trump won.
Total aside, by the way, so one of the this pen company, Lamy, just came out with a Harry Potter line of pens. So there's a different pen for each house, and it's like a different color, and it has the house emblem on it. And of course, I'm Gryffindor. Well, I was going to order the pen today, and I was like, well, let me take it. Let me test one more time just to make sure I'm Gryffindor, because of course I'm Gryffindor. And the test was like 50 questions long. And by the end of the test, I was so stressed out at the thought that I might not be Gryffindor. I thought I was going to die, but of course I'm Gryffindor. Just an aside to share there.
Of course.
20 years ago, Dani showed up at my house with a stack of books and gave me a month to read them.
I did.
And I did.
You did it. Yeah. Yeah. Of course you did.
Finally, they called Georgia for the New York Times. Holy shit. And Pennsylvania's at 90%. God, man, what are they? They're using jelly beans to count in Pennsylvania.
Dani said it's an abacus.
And an abacus, yes.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we know Al's right about Alaska. Did they call Hawaii? Yeah, blue.
Yeah.
I think Al's right. I think Pennsylvania is going to be called any minute. Not by the New York Times. They're the slowest of all. And I can't.
Fox was talking. I think they'll call Michigan before they will the others, because they were saying it's like 6.3 now, and they're just trying to see if there are enough votes to come back. I mean, so because the Michigan one keeps growing.
Let's see.
That doesn't quite put him over the top, but
no. But if he gets Michigan and these other two, I mean, I think he's going to take all three of those out. I really do.
I mean, it's looking like he's going to take all three of them. I'll tell you that much.
Well, he needs oh shit! He just jumped up to 248. Harris is at 216. So, I mean,
And
He needs 22 electoral votes to win.
Harris's assistant campaign managers just came out and said that they're still counting votes. Kamala Harris will be out tomorrow morning to address the public, her supporters, and the nation.
Mm-hmm.
She is so deep in
That's
her
the same
second
thing.
bottle of wine.
That is a statement that was made exactly in 2016. It was.
How do you say I lost without saying I lost?
She'll be conceding in the morning is what's going to happen.
It was the exact same statement that.
Do you think she'll concede?
Yes.
Do I think she'll concede?
Yeah,
I think she will.
because she's going to take an ass whooping tonight.
Yeah, it's true.
I wasn't.
Hell yeah, she's gonna take an ass whipping tonight.
I mean, I wasn't wondering if she was going to lose. I wondered if she was going to damn concede.
Yeah, she's real deep in her second bottle of wine right now.
Mm-hmm.
Second box, Dave. Box.
That's it. Going, God damn it, I should have picked Shapiro.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying I drink box wine. I'm just saying when you knock over a box wine, it doesn't roll off the counter.
Look, I have drank box wine. Okay, for a while, the Kroger around the corner from my apartment that I got after I got divorced had the red blend on sale for like $9 a box, and I lived on that thing. No shame in it, but
dude, I have taken the bag out of the box and drank from that.
Yeah, so well, I mean, I don't drink directly from the bag, but yes, you take it out and you cut a hole in it to get the rest of the wine out of the bag. Yes.
That's it.
The intern has tried to get me to drink nice wine, but I is what I is. I made the sommelier on our cruise cry.
That's a southern version of I am what I am.
Kurt says, the intern says CNN has tossed in the towel.
Fox officially called Georgia for Trump too. They're being very cautious tonight, Fox, because they don't want to be accused of being.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, didn't they jump the gun on Arizona last time?
Yeah, they did.
They got hell for that.
So they've got it 248 right now to 216.
Yep.
So if Pennsylvania goes, that's it, right, Dan?
Yes.
Yes. Or Michigan and Wisconsin, because Michigan and Wisconsin is equal to Pennsylvania.
Really? They don't have more together?
Well, they do. You're right. They are greater Gator than. They're 25 and Pennsylvania is 19.
16, right? 19?
Pennsylvania is 19.
Oh, cool.
Georgia was 16. Michigan's 15. Wisconsin's 10.
Yeah, because Pennsylvania, if that's 19, almost put him there. He's at 248. It'd be 2 votes away.
Grimskull's here. Hey, Grim. Grim says, thanks, Alex, for bringing home Georgia for Orange Man. And Danny, too. And Larry and Cam.
And Dave. Fuck.
That's okay. Look, that's
okay. I mean, I'm the only one in a blue state.
In Georgia.
Do what?
My heart's in Georgia.
Same.
I'm down here in New York South.
But you know what? I'm in a red state, right? But I am. Well, I've always been in a red state. We had some bozos that ran for office that didn't behave properly, that gave elections away. That's what happened. But I live in a 75% Democrat county.
Yeah, you do.
But I live in a 75% Democrat county. You all guys know me, right?
Yes, we do.
I just won an election in this county, though, right?
Yeah, you did.
Running on certain issues, right? Issues that transcended party
and
race, right? So what did Donald Trump do? Same type things, because he didn't win this election because there were a lot of Republicans that didn't vote for Donald Trump. He got Democrats to vote for him also.
He followed
right?
your lead, Larry.
It's not my. I mean, if you're going to run for office and you're not going to try to get this majority of a one party thing, you have to find out the issues that actually are important to everyone and that we can all agree on, and you have to run on those issues. As a member running for Board of Education, I ran on tax issues, right, Al? People were saying
you ran a populist campaign, is what you ran.
Yeah, I did. But this thing about it is, okay, I ran a campaign that's going to require my cooperation in the position I hold, so state legislators can actually introduce this legislation and get it through.
Right.
I heard a bunch of Democrats say that the reason why the ones that are flipping is because, like his tweets or not, Trump followed through on his campaign promises. He ran on certain issues and he did it.
Right.
And nobody else has done that for a while.
And you're right. And this is what I'm going to be able to tout with my campaign.
Right.
We're gonna do a senior exemption. That's going to happen. That was one of the things I ran on. As you know, that's going to happen. We're going to do a senior exemption. A certain employee of the school board will probably not be there in a few months. So that's going to be campaign promise kept, right?
You're going to fire somebody's ass, Larry?
That could happen. So, so when you run on these issues and you're able to actually deliver on them, and then you can come back and talk about them and campaign on them, that helped. Now, Trump was able to do that same thing because he did a lot of things during his presidency that he could actually talk about he did. Harris had a really hard time because when asked the question, what would you do differently than what Biden did? And she says,
nothing comes to mind.
Nothing comes to mind. There is just comment after comment after comment in these states that you're talking about, Daniel, like blue collar, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That mattered.
Right.
It mattered more in those states than it did states like Georgia.
And the only thing she promised to do, other than right after Trump promised something, she promised the same thing. The only other thing she promised to do was help Americans with their aspirations and dreams. That's the only thing she could say.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Well, and that opportunity economy nonsense. I mean,
it's straight out of the Trump playbook.
Well, she
grew up in a middle class family. Yes, thank you, Dani. Great minds.
And I don't know who come up with that word salad thing that they said, but it was word salad, right? I mean, it was just, she just rambled and said things.
It's platitudes in a blender.
Yeah, and never.
I mean, that's what happens.
Look at Lowry. I bet she's fucking plastered. Yeah, I bet she
That's
is.
what happens when you chase 3 glasses of wine with a bump of Coke and then go out on stage.
Yeah.
Like,
I bet she's whipping the shit out of Dougie is what she's doing right now.
What do you think Joe Biden? What do you think Joe Biden's doing right now?
Laughing his ass off.
Celebrating. Yep.
Well, you know what? He's not displeased.
No.
I bet he is partying. He set aside his age and his dementia for 10 minutes to party now that Kamala Harris is losing everything.
He said to Barack Obama at Eunice Kennedy's funeral that they should have stuck with him, that he was the better candidate.
Yep.
Barack Obama's like, yeah, well, we still have time. No, Barry, you don't. Your time is up, son.
And you know, right now somewhere Kamala is just so hammered looking at Coach Tim going, "This is your fault, motherfucker." You know,
fuck that Chinese
Tim.
bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe
Larry
Biden.
says he's asleep and shitting his diapers.
I don't know. I think he took 2 pills today just to stay up and watch this shit, and he's loving
Yeah,
it.
he probably saved his evening Ensure to toast with.
You know?
Oh, hey, you want to go really dark? This is what Jimmy Carter lived to 100 for.
Yeah.
He's still living in the past. So you ask Biden, he goes, "See, you think Trump's going to win tonight?" He goes, "Does Rose Kennedy have a black dress?" Fuck yeah.
Yeah, they'll announce President
Is
Carter's
there?
death tomorrow.
Is mine the only screen that's got a commercial suddenly playing on it?
What are we watching?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to set up.
Oh, that's good.
No, put it back over Cameron.
We do that. That was supposed to be in the background. I'm trying to set up, have the CNN ready or whatever, just in case Trump decides to come out and talk.
What is Pennsylvania in at? 90 over 90%?
I got 92.
Damn it.
216,405 vote lead, plus 3.4.
They got him at 51% and her at 47.
Yep.
Yeah, that
Michigan
was
is
supposed to have
61% reporting. Wisconsin's 86.
Republicans projected to take control of the Senate. Fuck yeah. We'll have J.D. Vance making those tie calls now, if there ever is one. Because who's the ruiner now? That Cheney's out of there and Mitt Romney's out of right.
I was just listening to Fox just now. They were talking. They had one of their analysts on, the head polling guy, and he was talking about what they were seeing up in those Midwest states up there, right? I mean, up in Michigan, PA, and
so that's what I have on the screen now.
Yeah, and he was talking about. Did you hear him when he was talking about when Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan and all those guys? The one guy saw all those. What are you doing? And they said, well, we noticed in these areas in 2016 we had all these white males vote, but in 2020 they didn't come back out and vote. So we're going to try to push to get these men motivated to come back out in 24, and if we can get this up to about 55%. We think we can win this area. And they're saying that's what it looks like those numbers are at.
Yeah, I mean, these numbers are, he's up by 4 points in Wisconsin with 86% reporting. He's up by 6.1 in Michigan with 62% reporting. And 3.3 with 92% reporting in Pennsylvania. I mean, that's a 214,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. A 215,000 vote lead in Michigan, and 113,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. Those are coming down to the wire.
They are. And there's only 19% reporting in Nevada.
Yeah, I was going to say we got some motion in Nevada.
It's 57 to 41 now.
Mm-hmm.
And they only have 6 electoral votes.
New York Times updated greater than 95% Trump victory.
Very likely. Yeah.
Well, Nevada is one of those states also where they talked about voter registration, Danny. They talked about where the voter registration was angling, that they had made those gains with Republicans. Yep. And that's how they thought they were going to beat the Reid machine. They felt their voter registration was going to help them. There you got John King up there. Is he freaking out yet?
And so if you look here right now, where are you? That's 219,342 votes with 93% of the vote. And this is why when you heard Cedric Richmond at the Harris event said we would not hear from the vice president tonight and that she wants every vote counted. You did not hear him say, we see a viable path to victory. He did not speak those words. That doesn't mean it's not massive. The states have not been called. But he did not say we see a viable path to victory. He said we want all the votes to be counted. And so you look here at 51%. Again, one of the big questions was, could Donald Trump get over 50? In most of these battleground states in 2016 and 2020, he was a 47, he was a 48, maybe he was a 49. In Pennsylvania right now, Donald Trump is at 51.1. And again,
but I think the reality is hitting home there.
Hey, Al, see what they're doing on MSNBC. See if
Nevada's at 75%. What was it at, Larry?
Nevada was actually, it's 75% reporting, and he's 50.9 to 47.5. He's got a 3-point lead. He's got a 3.4% lead in Nevada. Like I said, they talked about the voter registration drive they did there, and you're right, that no tip stuff with that being Las Vegas, and it is 75% reporting, and he's got a nice little lead.
Good. I'd love to see the Harry Reid machine crumble. Is he still alive?
I wanted to call your attention to
Harry
this.
Reid?
This is Passaic County.
I don't know.
The city of Patterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here.
I thought he was.
Hispanic county, working class.
Remember about every 3 weeks he'd show up with a black eye where the mafia had beat his ass up in Vegas and send him back to Washington with a black eye?
I don't.
Well, I tell you what, Danny, Trump's hanging tight in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Sure is.
I mean, he's going to make it respectable there, I believe.
Did you see anything over on MSNBC, Al?
This is MSNBC.
Are they? I can't. It's too small for me to see.
It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris, but just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I'm going to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been
just talking about her underperforming.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is sinking in. We're going to get some great. I think we're about to go to the same place. The montages, the montages of the media after Trump wins again.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is us. This is our life now. This is our reality.
Mm-hmm.
With a little tear. Boop. Yeah, there's going to be some places set on fire tonight.
Just need someone to call Pennsylvania and get this over with. Because Alaska, I mean, they should have called it. It's 6 minutes after 1. They should have called Alaska.
What is wrong with them,
What is
Al?
wrong with these fucking people?
What's wrong with these people?
Swear to God.
They have to wait for
let's be honest with you. Other than he's going to take Minnesota, I believe. I mean, Harris will. But he's got a chance to take everything else.
All 3 of them, yeah. Well,
not only that,
in fact, everything else. Nevada, Arizona.
And Arizona.
Yep.
He's got a chance of taking everything but Minnesota.
Yeah. Let's see. You know what? Let's run those numbers and see what he ends up with. If he does take them all.
It's taken Alaska a while to register because they have to count all those Inuit
312. He'll end up with 312 if he's able to take all of those.
I have seen some projections that had him at 312, Al.
Pennsylvania just flashed for some reason.
Unclick Minnesota. You gave her Minnesota.
Isn't she going to win it?
But it's not done yet.
Okay.
Give us our fight. Give us our fight.
I've unclicked Minnesota.
Thank
I mean,
you.
it's close. She's only up by 2.5, but
it is close. And at least 2 of those counties, the one up north is going to go red. Some of that stuff in the middle is going to go red. A lot of that's down south. It might still get some more blue.
All right. Well,
so relax.
It is duly unclicked.
Thank you.
What is the Iron Range doing?
Duly unclicked.
Are they
What's
red?
red? Oh yeah.
Fox is talking about Nevada.
Yeah, he is. Let me refresh this. See if we've got more recent numbers. Up by 4 points in Wisconsin.
Does that say PA red now?
Up by 4 points in Wisconsin, 118,000 lead. PA's been red for a long time, Dave.
Oh, fuck.
Up by 6.4 in Michigan, 233,000 vote lead. And still up by 3.4, 218,000 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I mean, he could sweep the board here. He could sweep the board here.
And again, we're all in agreement that if he does, and we go to bed with a firm win, there's just not enough of those firewalls from the early voting and the mail-in voting to turn it around for breakfast, right?
I don't know. I mean, based on early reporting numbers of, Republican early voting, I would assume that the data dump is not going to be as devastating for Republicans as last time. But
right.
I mean, I don't know what they're doing in their back rooms. Do you?
Right. No.
We don't know how many Samsonites are coming out.
Precisely.
Right. And they'll know the number that they need to beat. So.
Yeah. In fact, Radar did say 312 earlier tonight, didn't he?
Yeah.
Earlier tonight, he said in the chat 312. And reminds us thusly. I informed you thusly, he says.
He did. He sure did tell us.
Yeah.
But he's been driving all night and his hands wet on the wheel, so.
Yeah, I just waiting for someone to call PA and get this over with. Oh, Juan Williams.
I hate him. He's such a liar. He's one of the biggest liars on TV.
Oh, let's update these Senate races. What is going on in Montana?
It's a good question. The answer to which is
51 Republicans, 42 Democrats. Damn it.
Sheehy 51, John Tester 48%.
Ooh. 51, 48. How many reporting?
That is a good question.
Keeps making me refresh. Ugh. I hate the New York Times.
Hang on, I lost my thing. I believe it is 28%.
Okay. They're slow counting up there. Aren't they?
Yeah.
Because they were that when did I last ask you? Maybe an hour ago?
Yeah. Well, and there ain't all that many of them
2%.
either.
Yeah. I think they were at 2% then, so they've only gone up like 26% in an hour. It's kind of
Why is Nevada? Why is Vermont green?
Vermont isn't green, but what do you mean?
We can't see
what you're looking at.
What? Oh,
we can't
the
see what you're looking at.
The New York Times Senate map.
Don't know. Did it go to the commies?
It went to the independents, Bernie Sanders.
Yes, the independent.
Wisconsin, Hovde is leading 50% to 47.7 with 86% reporting.
That's going to be such a close race.
It's good news.
Oh, that would be flip number 4. And if they get the Pennsylvania Senate, that would be 5 seats flipped for Republicans in the Senate.
That'll do it.
Pennsylvania, McCormick 49.6, Casey 47.8 with 90% reporting.
All too close for comfort.
Come on, Trump. You just need 22 more votes.
Yeah, everyone's just filling time right now, waiting for the 2 a.m. data drop. And I guarantee you nobody is going to stop streaming because of what happened in 2020.
Right.
That's
You're
part of
on
why I
mute,
think
bud.
Trump's going to win.
You're on mute, Larry. Do what, Cam?
What's our audio? How many people are still watching now?
Oh, I don't know.
We have
on
27
Rumble.
on Rumble.
Yeah, on Rumble
28 on
27.
Rumble.
And
Hey,
29
Nebraska
we got
Nebraska
some
got
people on
two.
Facebook and hold on, Dave. We got some people on Facebook and X.
Nebraska got one. Nebraska 1 and Nebraska 3 were red. Nebraska 2 is blue.
Yeah.
I think we
Nice.
called that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Juan Williams was on CNN freaking out.
He's
on
loser.
Fox.
On Fox, yeah, he was.
He was freaking out on Fox.
Yeah, he's
isn't he?
overclamped, clutching his pearls.
Yeah.
Where's my fainting couch?
Yeah.
Speaking of pearls,
Hi, Davidson.
Speaking of pearls, I think it's a little inappropriate for Kamala Harris for her official campaign photo to be wearing a pearl necklace.
Well, it's truth in advertising.
Certainly is.
Just saying. You go with the one that brought you, right? That's what got her there.
I wonder if Trump will come out tonight.
Yes.
Something's the CNN just brought up his Trump HQ, so I don't know. I don't
Well,
know
the
if
HQ is at the Civic Center. He's watching it from Mar-a-Lago.
I don't know if anything's going on there. Well,
But
but
he will
he'll move at some
his
point.
ass. He will jump his ass in that beast of a limo and drive up there.
Allow a vote on it, assuming that Republicans hold on to the House. We have no idea, but it's not crazy.
But you're going into a level of detail that I think
We have an idea.
My point is just that.
are
we
voting-
have an idea.
Donald Trump campaigned on mass deportations. So
What
this
I'm
is
saying
what
is
this
he could
vote
do.
was for.
That's what I'm saying. My point is whatever Donald Trump wants, if they have the Senate now, if they get the White House and if they get the House, if they keep the House, whatever Donald Trump wants will become law. There will not.
This is where I think they are gravely mistaken, because Republicans aren't going to do a damn thing on immigration.
Well, he's gonna reverse some, back to the Trump edicts that he had implemented that Joe Biden reversed on his first day. He'll put those back. Remain in Mexico, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's Trump. Trump will do. Like I said earlier, Trump's going to be acting alone on immigration. His party aren't going to do a damn thing.
That might change a little bit with a simple majority.
They had a majority once when Trump took office.
I know, but like you said, Paul Ryan fucked that all up. He was a sleaze bucket. Him and Bonner.
Yeah, I feel like a really smart guy said that earlier in this very broadcast.
They're gun shy is what it is. They're gun shy. They have the same problem it's the same problem that Kamala Harris's campaign just faced in choosing a VP. Who do we risk offending? And that's how that's how Republicans legislate. Who do we risk offending? Well, you know what? This election should be an eye-opening experience that it doesn't matter who you risk offending, just do what you've got to do. But they still won't, because they all have to go back home to their districts and get reelected. You know?
What is the phrase that they use? The Queen of Marbury rules, or what is it, Alex?
It's the boxing rules, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the problem with. I mean, it's not. I shouldn't say just Republicans. You give Democrats a majority, and they're hesitant to do anything with it as well.
I mean, Trump wasn't bashful to campaign to everybody this cycle. I mean, he even went up to Michigan and campaigned in that Muslim region.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, he asked for everybody's vote. He was not shy about it, and didn't. Well, what you had Harris running contradictory ads in Pennsylvania and Michigan. You had her running pro-Arab ads in Michigan and pro-Jewish ads in Pennsylvania
Right.
that actually contradicted each other's message.
Says CNN just said Trump to address supporters at campaign event soon.
Yep.
Good.
So he's driving down to the Civic Center to go, hell yeah. Fight, fight, fight.
Well, we'll have that here for you to watch. So, yeah, I should have probably had it set up at the beginning of the show instead of scrambling, instead of putting it together right at the end. But
That's all right. You're doing a great job for a live show, dude.
We have that available for you to watch.
So Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome when you're at 93% and state.
I'm going to take that as CNN calling Pennsylvania for Trump. That's hard to overcome. She's not overcoming that. She's not overcoming that.
It is hard to overcome when it's impossible to overcome.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, it's very true.
When it's mathematically impossible.
Right.
Yeah, and thousands of people are doing what we're doing and literally not going to bed until we know the result of this election.
Yeah.
It's a fool me once, shame on you thing.
Yep.
Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81.
CNN commiserating, going back through the grasping at straws at this point.
I don't want to see the guys running the boards anymore. I want to see the panels on CNN and MSNBC and watch all the crying.
Give them a call. Say, go back to the panels. You've already lost. Start your whinging.
Right. Yeah.
You're winching. That's right.
Fox, Radar says Fox just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Really?
And by my numbers, that's it. And my numbers are correct. The ones I have called for Trump that they haven't called yet, Trump is absolutely going to win. So
Like Alaska.
Let's see what Fox are saying.
Well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
Okay, so let's take a look at, just so people can see what page I'm on. Here's my map. I give Trump Pennsylvania, he hits 270. Ignore the big numbers at the bottom. It's at the top here where it says Republican 270. That's what he has. Now, I know that I've called Alaska and they haven't called Alaska, but he's going to win. He's going to win Alaska.
Alaska's red.
Yeah. They just have to finish counting the Inuit votes.
Yes.
Right.
I've got.
They're all on fish bones.
Yeah, I mean Maine and Nebraska we should jive on, me and all the networks, and that means that PA is that's it. That puts Trump over the top. That puts him at 270. And that, I think, is why he's coming out to talk. I think they gave him a heads up and said, we're about to call it for you. He knows he's going to win Alaska. He knows he just won the election. But we'll be ready to jump over to the president when he comes out.
It still just shocks the hell out of me that it was even this close for a woman who did not win one single Democrat vote to get to where.
Yeah,
where she
Bill
is.
Campbell's saying 267, and you're absolutely right, Bill, because they simply haven't called Alaska. But Alaska would have to burn for Trump not to win it. It's not a case of hell freezing over. It's a case of Alaska melting.
Right.
So yeah, Trump is the 47th president because he's a lock in Alaska. That's it. He's won. He's
Your
won.
mouth to God's ears, son.
Unless Fox have just pulled a Fox News Arizona move,
right,
and preemptively called Pennsylvania. But I don't see that as being a possibility because when you look here, let's bring up the map.
Are they the only ones that called it?
So far, when you look at the map, he's up by, it's at 93%. He's up by 3.4, 220,000 votes. And those votes, well, you know what? Let's do a little digging just to try and put some people at ease. Pennsylvania, whatever that says, 99% reporting. That means there's 1% of the vote left, so about 4,000 there. There's 20% there, which means there's 80% available, but that is 40,000 votes. 90% reporting there, 10% available, 7,000. 95%, so that's 4,500 votes. The numbers aren't there. The numbers do not exist for her to close that gap.
This is so cathartic for my stress level.
Yeah, the numbers don't exist in Pennsylvania for her to close that 218,000 vote lead. I don't need a fancy CNN computer to tell me that. I can just do the math.
They're just going through county by county how she's underperforming where Joe Biden was 4 years ago.
Let's hear Trump say something on your little doll, Al.
You're making me move, dude.
Yeah, much like Texas coming to the SEC, I think the Dems are saying, "Oh, we made a bad decision with this one."
Right.
Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves at the press. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you, you're dishonest people.
They're just dishonest people.
And then I tweeted, I have many millions between Facebook and Twitter. It's great. It's like owning a newspaper without the losses. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
I love that thing. Dave Bear's got a big old smile behind him.
Yeah, he does.
I love my Donald Duck Trump.
Your Trump duck?
My Trump duck.
Trump duck. He's sitting right there.
There he is. I see him.
Mine's on my windowsill in my kitchen.
He's going like this.
Yeah, I didn't notice it first.
Nobody's actually seen this. I don't think anyone's actually seen Donald Trump duck. Look at his ear. He has his little bandage over his ear. Yeah.
And the tie.
Donald Trump duck.
The red tie.
Donald Duck.
She sent me one and it made me so happy.
Sat up there with Dave Bear. And I hate Democrats Cartman.
Yes.
God, 267, folks. 267.
Chris Lowry coming late to the party. Fox called Trump. Yep, it's over.
Oh, Trump and the popular vote. Good call,
Trump
Radar.
will be out speaking soon. We'll have him. We'll have the president live when he comes out to speak, which hopefully will be soon.
I bet he doesn't have Tony Hinchcliffe with him.
I mean, he might now.
And that county I was telling you about that I can't remember the name of in Florida, which is primarily all Puerto Rican, it totally went red. They didn't give a shit about it. Only the Democrats did. They knew it was a joke.
Right.
Or they knew it was true. They just left the place going, it was a shithole. Why do you think we're here?
That, and that was exactly the point that I made, was that the only Puerto Ricans actually voting in this election are ones that left the floating garbage pile.
That's right.
Kill
Tony's just brilliant.
I'm still shocked that the polls have been closed in Alaska now for 29 minutes and no one's called it.
Well, they got to crank up that dial-up internet.
They're using a ham radio.
Yeah.
They're out there with flamethrowers walking across the tundra, like just melting off.
They're using sleds to go collect up all the tickets.
Uh-huh.
On the whalebones.
Guys with huskies.
They're mushing.
They're mushing their way.
Let's see if I've won my last Senate race prediction.
My
Too early to call. There's still only 29% reporting in Montana.
They're probably using the same dogs as they're using in Alaska.
Yeah. Great, because radar says between 53 and 55 Senate seats. I do believe we're going to pick up one more. That'll be Montana. And it's looking like possibly PA and Wisconsin, right, Danielle?
Yep.
Montana's been called by Fox News, right?
The for the president, not the Senate race, though.
Yeah, it's a presidential.
Correct.
We still have Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
It's over. It doesn't matter. He's
Alaska.
won. He's at 270. He might sweep the board and get all of these and end up with 312, but he has won 270. And granted, I'm factoring in Alaska, but he's going. There's not a possibility of him losing Alaska.
There was more of a possibility of California going red.
Exactly. He is the 47th president of the United States. It's over.
I was glad to see Trump.
It's just a matter of somebody saying, "Yeah, let's give him Alaska."
I was glad to see Nebraska take three out of the 4 districts.
They do that every year, or every election. It goes that way. That's why I was able to call that before they even counted a vote.
You
It's
did.
just the way it goes.
None of them were in yet, and you called it.
Yeah,
Alex, you and Newsmax both called Alaska.
There you go. Fuck yes.
Newsmax has it 270 right now.
That's it. 270.
You and Newsmax.
Oh, hang on. I should.
Did you get a haircut, Alex? It looks good.
That's what I was looking for. Sorry.
Nice.
Yeah, no, not recently. A couple of weeks ago. It's
Well,
due.
that's
I generally do it every couple of weeks.
Want to see my haircut?
Yep.
I love it.
Growing back a
It's
little
growing
bit.
back.
Yeah, it is.
It's coming back. Yeah, no, it's over. Alaska is a formality at this point. I'm just waiting for I want the president to come out and claim his victory. Oh, Kevin O'Leary's on the Fox.
And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written.
Martha McCallum is sexy as hell for an older lady, I think.
I'll tell you who I think is very, very cute is that Caitlin, what's her name on CNN?
Collins?
Yeah. Caitlin Collins.
I want to punch her in the mouth.
Yeah, they have a lot in common. I like both of them a lot more when they shut the fuck up. Both of them. So,
Megyn Kelly's my girl.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly's my
She spoke
future,
at the Trump rally last night.
ex-wife, so
In Pennsylvania.
she's going to leave that good-looking, handsome,
Did you see
wealthy
that?
fella she's married to. And
Did you see that, Al?
See
she
what?
She spoke at the Trump rally last night.
No, I did not
No, where
see that.
She endorsed him last night. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought
Yeah.
that's where she endorsed him. She might have endorsed him before that.
I mean,
No,
she's
she
been
said-
endorsing. She's
Was
been
last night.
endorsing him on her show for the last 4 years.
Yeah,
Right.
but she said, this time she went ahead and told everybody who she's voting for, but she actually physically went he flew her out to Pennsylvania last night, and she got up there with a couple of others, Danica Patrick and some other chick.
Do you think Democrats will tone down their rhetoric now?
No,
No, they've
No.
already started. No, they've already started it tonight, dude.
they'll turn it up. He's
up by 5 million in the popular vote right now. They're going to have to learn to shut the fuck up at some point.
No. Dude, I
Alex,
heard somebody say that Elon Musk's dark MAGA hat was a dog whistle because it was Nazi. It was a
It was a
Nazi
Nazi
font.
font. Yes. Yeah, I heard the same thing. That what is a Nazi font?
I was
What is that?
literally
But that
like I
was that was
gobsmacked.
here's
I
the thing, that was
speechless.
prior to tonight. Tonight he's going to sweep the board. He's going to win the popular vote. Do you think that will be enough for Democrats to learn their lesson, to realize that we done goofed,
No.
and dial it back? No, I mean I don't think they will. I think they'll ratchet it up even more at this point, and that now we've got 4 years of Democrats going after Trump again, right?
Saying how illegitimate he is, and he needs to be removed from office immediately.
Yes.
And Kevin McCarthy
if they
was
even
on,
certify the election. Go ahead, Larry. Sorry.
Kevin McCarthy was on Fox a minute ago, and he was talking about the House and Senate, and he agreed with the, probably that one more Senate thing, or maybe two, right? They'll 53 maybe. He said that the House is going to be the exact same or maybe one less. He said they'll have the majority. He said, and you'll have Hakeem Jeffers every other day trying to impeach Donald Trump. That's what he just said.
Yes.
Oh, check out MSNBC. I think Matt Al's on it. Radar
Yeah, I
show.
want to see that fella cry.
Danny.
Yeah, I want to see that fella cry. All right, let's go. Let's go see. I want to see him cry as well. Let's see
I want
here.
to see him cry and slam his glasses down.
Oh, I'm not seeing Rachel Maddow though.
It's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's
they just said they're predicting, they think there's 137,000 votes to come out of Pennsylvania. Right?
They said
Out
Philly
of
specifically,
Philadelphia,
which means they're going to be blue.
So
and I'm looking at these numbers, and so there's 83%. There's about 15% outstanding, so that's 50. No, here. 83% reporting, right?
Okay.
And there's about, so that means there's about 15% remaining, right?
It's 92%. Philadelphia?
Yeah, about 17% remaining.
Oh, Philly, gotcha.
83% reported, 17%
Right.
remaining. That's 60. That's about 90,000 votes. That's it. That's about 90,000 votes outstanding. I don't know where CNN are getting their numbers from.
What is she up
And
by? He's up by
Trump's leading
what,
by
4 million votes?
216,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're holding out hope there. He's lost. She's lost, I should say.
Yeah.
She's lost Pennsylvania. It's over. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, even if they gave her every one of those 115,000, she's still going to be 115,000 shy.
I mean, she's 4 million votes behind nationally.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say it. 4 years ago, there was some, let's say, suspicious activity.
Right.
And then a bunch of states passed election laws.
Right.
And now that a bunch of states have passed election laws, not only does it look like Trump is going to win the Electoral College, but he's actually lining up to win the popular vote. Boy, that's just a kawiki of a goddamn dink.
Right. Yeah.
You
If
know,
do say
just-
so yourself.
If I do say so myself, yes.
And they
Yeah.
were
Larry,
actually,
you're muted if you're talking to us.
and they were actually
You're muted, Larry.
laws. They were actually laws created by the state legislature that changed it. They weren't just edicts from the lieutenant governor or some bullshit like before.
This came down to mail-in ballots, guys. The mail-in ballots is where the difference is,
And
because
Republicans stepped up there too.
they stepped up and these mail-in ballots where they harvest them and they voted for who they wanted to and delivered what they delivered. That happened.
Right.
Larry, since 2016, or sorry, since 2020, whenever you and I have done a show and we've talked about the election, we've talked about how Republicans have to get on the early ballot mail-in voting.
Right.
They've got to get on the bandwagon. I've talked about it on our show, Danielle, multiple times.
Oh, Maddow's on.
And you
Sorry.
know what? It paid off. All right, let me jump back over to
Oh, that fellow looks
MSNBC.
sad. His glasses are off.
Maddow's on.
They just flip back off of him, but they might go back to him.
But I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin.
Oh,
Michigan,
that hurts my
Let's take a look at
heart.
Wisconsin, because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still
Not
remains
really,
a
though,
bit of
because
a
you know she would
mismatch there
set
in
you
some of
on
these counties we're
fire
looking at, but
given the
close to
chance.
90% of the vote is
There's
in here.
the Senate
And again,
race.
Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point
Yep.
advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the.
God, I want to see that pompous whore voted out.
Mm-hmm. She is awful.
Yeah.
So Al, two things. One, I sent you a meme in Messenger that I think you'll really appreciate. And two, to answer your question about will this yeah. Yeah.
It's just so simple and it works. It's so simple that it works.
They called Minnesota for Harris.
Yeah. Go on. Anyway, go on, Cameron. Sorry.
Show the meme.
But to answer your question, I don't think they can back off the rhetoric. I think the people that are smart enough to understand why you would want to back off the rhetoric are terrified of it, because when the left creates these mind viruses, they sort of paint themselves into a corner. You can only go more and more and more woke. You can't go less woke. You can't walk off the plantation. And if now they go, guys, our bad, maybe Trump actually isn't Hitler, all of that rage and fury is going to get turned back on them. So they can't back off. It's self-preservation at this point. They put Trump in this box and said, you have to win this presidential election or we're going to put you in prison. And he said, buckle up, bitchachos, we're going riding. And now they have to deal with the fact that it might happen in reverse. And so, no, there's no way they can back off all the Trump is Hitler rhetoric. They just can't.
Well, you're right, Cameron. They put Trump in a ride or die situation, right? It was like, I don't win this thing. I'm 78 years old. I'm going to prison.
It's so simple. It just works, isn't it?
Yeah.
Campaign update. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear. They still haven't gone back to Mad Cow yet. They're still on this fella desperately trying to find votes for Harris.
In terms of additional Senate races, if you don't mind, Steve, could we go to Arizona?
Yeah, let's take a look here. And I'm curious, too, in the presidential, okay, now about half the vote statewide. And remember, this is going to kind of...
They've been at half the votes. Arizona's been at 52% for hours.
So take a look here at the Senate race.
Luckily, Trump doesn't need it.
See some separation here. It's a 6-point deficit for Kari Lake there with what's been counted in the Senate race. And it's a 1-point deficit, or a little bit less than a 1-point deficit for Kamala Harris. So we suspected Arizona might be the state where the
All right, I'm going to switch back to Fox because I don't know that MSNBC are going to be inclined to show President Trump.
Oh, yeah, no, you're probably right.
I think they're going to be a little bit bitter.
Little.
Maybe.
A little bit bitter that all their rhetoric didn't work. Yeah, and desperately doing whatever they can not to call Pennsylvania for Trump.
Right.
Al, look at Nevada. It's 77% reporting, and it's 51% to 47%.
Let me refresh because I'm still looking at 70% numbers. Yeah, 70. I'm showing 72% up by 4 points. That's big.
Yeah, and mine's got 77%. So he's doing very well there.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Trump wildly underpolled, and we're seeing Harris, I think, wildly overpolled. I mean, Harris appears to be overpolled on average about 3-4 points.
Well, they admitted at the end of last week that they were polling more Harris supporters.
That's what I was saying at the beginning of the show. They handpick who they want to get. They're tailoring their polls. Nate Silver, like you said, Larry. Nate Silver even came out and said it.
Well, then this is what they said, Al. They said, well, yeah, we polled more, but we adjusted our numbers. There's no way to truly adjust your numbers when you slant your poll.
Right.
Right.
How do you know where to adjust your numbers if you're not polling? Because there were two other pollster guys that I watch all the time that come on Fox, and this is where they had it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, what's happening right now is exactly where they thought that this may fall.
Still nothing reported out of Alaska yet.
No, Alaska, there's 26% reporting, and Trump is at 56%, and Kamala is at 38%.
Yeah,
but like I said, Newsmax already called it. You and Newsmax called it, Al.
Yeah, we got it right.
Yeah.
Well,
Newsmax.
Really, as soon as any state gets called for Trump at this point, I mean, yes, and I agree, Alaska will go for Trump. But as soon as Trump at this point only needs to have one more state get called for him. And that's why.
Yeah. And at this point, it could be any of them,
Exactly.
He's ahead he's up by 4 points in Nevada. He's up by less than a point in Arizona. He's up by 4.2 in Wisconsin and 6.3 in Michigan. With 71% reporting, he's up by 250,000 votes in Michigan. He's winning the popular vote. He was up by about 5 million. Let's see, what's he at now? He's at 62,130,000 for Harris, 67,106,000 for Trump.
So he's already passed his popular vote total from 2020, because didn't he get right at 67 million, 68 million in 2020?
I honestly don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Oh, is that Greg? You want that meme? Is that what you're asking for? All right. That meme is very popular, Cameron. Oh, dear.
Yeah, well, it's funny.
Let me see. It is. It's very good.
Y'all only think it's funny because he's not coming back to your state.
The right knows how to meme.
Right.
You look at a leftist meme and it's 1,000 words, right? They're trying to explain the joke to you. You look at a Republican meme, it's just plain and simple. 3 words. Election update.
Cameron in 4 years ago, Biden got 81,234,666. Trump got 74,224,319.
Okay, so the 68 million was wrong. Well,
he'll probably get around the same amount this time he got last time, and that's when Trump said last time there wasn't 81 million votes for anybody to get. I mean, he said that.
How does MSNBC have Michigan too close to call? Isn't he up by like 6 points?
just called Wisconsin. Trump wins. They called Wisconsin for Donald Trump.
Fox call it.
Yep. Fox just called
Nice.
Wisconsin
Yeah,
for
Radar
Donald
and
Trump.
Bill in the chat say Fox just called it Trump's
Yep.
president.
Yep. All right. Let's jump to my election map. I'm going to also give him Wisconsin. May as well just give him the fucking rest of them. 312 electoral votes for Donald Trump. I'll take off Alaska because apparently some people didn't like that. But no, I'm giving it back to him because he's absolutely going to win it. He's going to take Nevada. It's looking like he's going to take Michigan. Arizona will know in 10 days, but we'll give it to Trump and call it 312 plus the popular vote plus 5 fucking Senate seats and the House.
The House is actually dead even. The Democrats got another pickup, so it's still.
I watched that, and they knew they were gonna be tit tat because they expected to lose some, win some. It's going to be 217, 218. They're going to be right at the same number.
Yeah, Greg says, "Do not doubt my fucking voodoo." That was
Never
some voodoo,
again.
man. That was some
Never
voodoo
again.
calling 312.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time.
Kaylee,
and
that's my
due to
girl, Kaylee
former
McEnany. I
President, now
love
soon
her.
to be
Yeah.
current President Trump.
You know, again, I all those people are coming over, I think, because of Democrats' disastrous woke policies.
Agreed.
What comes after Trump? Does J.D. Vance, do you think, have the same draw power as I love J.D. Vance. I think he is an exceptional politician. Does he have the draw power, do we think, of Donald Trump?
I don't think anybody has the draw power of Donald Trump. I don't like that question's a non-starter. Like,
well, I agree. I don't think he has the draw of Donald Trump, and I think a better question is, has he earned his chops yet? Like, is he the next? I mean, I think there are other guys, other people who are in line ahead of him. Like, he's been here for 7 minutes. And I love JD Vance. I just don't think it's his time yet. Even in 4 years, I don't think it'll be time.
I think you'll have more. Let's just be real. With Trump since 16 or 15, when he came down the escalator, we have not had conventional presidential politics since then.
Right.
It has been, we will go back to conventional politics in 28. That's what's going to, you're going to go back to conventional running campaigns. That's what you're going to have.
See, I'm hoping that they run this administration a little bit differently and put JD more out there. Get him involved in policy, get him in front of the public, let them get to know him, let them see what he's able to do, what he can get done. You know what I mean? To try to set us up for 4 years.
oh yeah, like you know what the ultimate move would be to make him the border czar.
Yes. Yeah. Make him the actual border czar. All right, we're just waiting for the president to come out here, and then I think we'll wrap this up. It looks like they're gearing up now. By the look,
Kid Rock tuning up his guitar.
Say what, Danny?
I think Radar's going to bed.
Yeah, he
Good
has
night,
to be
Radar.
up with along with me in 3 hours. I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm just going to go cook a burger.
I thought you took tomorrow off.
No,
Or today.
no.
You 100% said you were taking Wednesday off.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna work from home at least.
No, I'll be going in. Yeah,
You're going in to gloat.
At this point, I probably won't even go to sleep. There's no point.
Yeah, I got most of my work that I had to do tomorrow done today. Like I pushed hard to be here for this, Alex.
Nice.
Just
And we appreciate you being here, brother.
You did.
Me too. I didn't get 1 ounce of sleep last night. I was so nervous. I just couldn't fall asleep.
You know what?
Oh, for the elections.
Danielle, it's worth the possible strike on Facebook.
Trump won and you know it. Trump won and you know it. The fake news will never show it, 'cause it's true. Trump won and you know it.
That's all I'm going to play of that. It's worth it.
That's awesome.
The potential strike is worth it.
Yeah, we don't really care about getting strikes on
On Facebook. I mean, the show's over and we're done with Facebook. So give a
Yeah.
shit if it gets stricken
No.
now.
Yeah.
Stricken.
And there's 10,000 other podcasts doing the same thing right now. So
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Just waiting for the president to come out. Listen, everybody I can't believe people have been here all night long with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we do.
I can't believe Alaska's not in yet.
Yeah. Can't believe they haven't called them to fucking Alaska. It's been an hour, 55 minutes.
No, Alaska has been called by Alex and Newsmax. So
Thank you.
I think MSN just went over to Trump HQ.
No, legitimate media, TPS, has called Alaska. So that's just, let's not say that, Alex.
That's true. Someone has called Alaska.
Well, you know, Alex, I'm going to tell you, you and I have talked for the last few weeks. And, you know, I have actually felt very confident that this was going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
Right? And I think I had told you that I felt he was going to win Pennsylvania. I didn't know about the other two.
Yeah.
But I thought that he was going to win Pennsylvania, carry Georgia, and that was going, and North Carolina, and that was going to be his path. That's what I felt all along.
Yep.
I wish they'd do a side-by-side of Trump's room and Kamala's room.
Yes.
Kamala's room, from what I understand, is dead empty.
Empty, yeah.
That'd be great.
They all went home. Well, I say they all went home. They're all in the streets burning shit.
Yeah.
Right
They're all at
about
the
now.
bars tying one on, and then they're going to go out and set shit on fire.
Yeah.
So I just got a text back from Dan Burks and said, "Are y'all watching us?" And he said, "Yes."
at the Whistle Post. Well,
Yeah.
Hi to everyone at the Whistle Post.
Hi, friends.
Thank you
I
for
was
tuning in.
close.
He said that she said she was going to keep it open for him, and she did.
Excellent.
That's awesome.
Good for them staying up and celebrating this victory.
You know, Al, I don't look at this as a victory for the Republican Party. I don't look at it as a defeat for the Democrat Party. I look at this as a victory for the American people.
Yeah, a win for America.
This is a win for the American people.
Here's a controversial position to take, Danielle. This is a victory for women.
I don't think that's controversial.
This is a
I
victory
agree.
for women who have had their identity ripped away from them by perverts in dresses.
Well, I think it's a potential victory for women who've had our identity ripped away from us. But much like with the border, we got to wait and see what they do.
Well,
Because
very
it's
true.
easy to bloviate and talk about how you're going to make changes.
You heard what Trump said last week, right? I'm going to protect women whether they want me to or not.
Yep, whether they like it or not. Yep. Yes.
Yep.
He said, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not, is what he said.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
this is a
think he was
victory
talking
for
to
your.
the women on The View.
It's a victory for your daughters that don't want to share a locker room or a bathroom with how
your
old
sons.
that one guy that was 70 years old, 70-year-old fella dressed up as a little girl just so he could go into the girls' changing rooms. The Republicans better do something about that. They better do something about it. They need to keep hold of the House. Cameron brought a big downer on me earlier by telling me the House was tied, but
No. The ratio of flips is tied. It's not
Okay.
that.
No,
The House was still.
Yeah, McCarthy he said they were going to trade some seats. He was talking about that a little bit ago. He said the numbers they're showing, it's going to be 217 or 218. So they're going to have he said the same majority they have now or one less, but they're going to have a majority.
Well, the same majority they have now is one. One less would be no majority whatsoever. So that's not huge.
It's 212, 217 now. I mean, 212,
Oh, is it? I thought they had a one vote majority.
No. They have like 5 vote majority.
Oh, okay.
5 or 6 votes. So no, they're going to have their majority. Molly, calm down. She's happy. I did tell y'all, Molly hates Kamala Harris, right? So whenever her commercials will come on TV, Molly barks and growls at Kamala. And there's a few people that she does that to, not many, but she is one of them. And just something about her voice irritates Molly.
That's funny.
Well, it's a horrible, horrible sound.
Well,
yeah, talk about a dog whistle. Kamala's laugh.
Just being saying, Molly would be right there with the squirrel, Dave, if bad things would happen. They would take her away. And
they will too.
I didn't tell you this, Al, but one time I had Molly at the dog park. You were there, and Molly looked at a certain local chairman here
got all pissy, got a bit bent out of shape.
A look in her eye that she wanted to take a bite out of crime.
Did she really?
Mm-hmm.
She really did. And he actually mentioned it at one of the meetings that he met my dog, and my dog looked like she wanted to bite him, and she did.
What's Mr. Maddow saying? Oh, they just got off over.
Yeah, I'm not switching back to her.
I think that's fair. I mean,
yeah, no, I'll put Fox News on, give them their moment. I should put Newsmax on and give them their moment because they called it along with me. They called Alaska along with me. We had 270 40 minutes ago. Oh, they just called California for Kamala Harris. So big shocker.
Oh, I was about to say, wait,
big
what?
shocker. Colorado called for Harris. Connecticut called for Harris. Called all these earlier. I think maybe
they're just going through them in
running over
alphabetical
again.
order.
Yeah.
all right, come on, Trump. I want the victory lap. I need to.
Yeah.
I do have a little bit of work I have to do tomorrow. And
I got class starting at 9. I canceled my early classes, but
yeah, come on, Donnie. You don't make this a national holiday. Let's kick it into gear, brother.
Yeah, on normal days, my alarm would be going off in an hour. Like that's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I'm up at 5:30, so like I said, I don't know that I'll be sleeping. Maybe I don't know. But I fancy a burger, so I'll probably just cook a burger. I haven't eaten is the thing. I ate lunch, but I haven't eaten since then. Other than that snack bar I grabbed while we were live.
So you have eaten?
Yeah, if you count that as eating, sure.
I had my hippie home care nurse drive into Tampa and bring me a bag of crystals.
Dude.
I was so happy.
Nice. How many crystals are in a bag, Dave?
24 on this one.
Woo! That's why I want a bag of 24 crystals. Nah. Here's my thing with crystal. They don't cook them enough. They're not crispy. They're not char grilled enough.
I have them wrapped up in individual little sections of 4. so I could just reach in there, unwrap them from the cellophane, and put them in the microwave. Yum yum.
Alex, there's not even a crystal in Conyers anymore.
No.
There's only two in Tampa.
It's Dave's Hot Chicken now.
I did like Crystal's chili cheese fries. Those were
21 miles away.
Yeah, what is that Dave's Hot Chicken? Is it any good? You tried it?
No, every time I've ever driven past it, the line has literally been out to the street. And I'm like, the chicken can't be that good. It just can't.
I bet it is.
I know my Dave's Chicken's
No, it's owned by, golly, is it Nelly or is it's some rapper like it?
Oh yeah.
Ludicrous.
I don't remember. I just
Eminem?
know that. No, it's definitely not Eminem.
Will Smith?
Megan Thee Stallion?
Ugh. Ugh, please. And honestly, I don't.
How could Kamala have lost? Megan Thee Stallion said, "Make America Detroit again. Vote for Kamala."
Get you some of that wet ass chicken.
That was Cardi B, but your point stands.
You know.
No, honestly, Megan Thee Stallion offends me more than so many of the others because Megan Thee Stallion, listen, dummy, you know a stallion is the male horse, right?
She's so stupid.
Like,
no, I think that's like part of the point is that she's supposed to be like the big, like tough, strong, like beefy. But no, I get you.
Hasn't she been on the Ozempic here recently?
No, that's the other one. That's the other fat black chick.
Lizzo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lizzo's the one.
That's right. They spent years celebrating this girl's morbid obesity, and now she's on the Ozempic.
Well, yeah, somebody finally broke through and was like, "Look, honey, you're a millionaire, and if you want to live past 40,
Yeah, your heart's gonna explode."
Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing: when they're on that Ozempic, do you think they change? What does it do?
I don't
Does it
think
just-
she's on Ozempic. I think she actually was doing. I mean, not necessarily like the best shit, but doing like fruit cleanses and stuff.
Yeah, it's my understanding that she actually changed her diet and exercised.
Shade in the chat asked, "Did she legit say make America Detroit again?"
Yes, in
she
Detroit
did,
because
in
she's from Detroit.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And people
So-
cheered her for saying it
Yeah.
in Detroit.
Yes.
It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Make America Detroit again.
That might actually have been Lizzo, not Megan Thee Stallion. Did I say it was Megan Thee Stallion? I think it was Lizzo. I don't know. It was one of them.
It was one of the rappers.
Yes.
I saw this
It was a very
this woman rapper being interviewed the other day, and the lady said, "So since you're a well-known musician," she goes, "I'm not a magician." She goes,
Oh
"No,
yeah, I've seen that.
No, you're a musician. No, I'm not. I play music."
Yeah, I've seen. I don't know who the girl is that does those interviews, but she is hilarious. She's absolutely hilarious. I see them on Instagram, in the Instagram feeds every now and then.
Yeah.
I think I may have even sent you that one as a clip, Danielle.
Yes. I've seen that one. Yeah. So it probably did come from you.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, that girl has a podcast, and I've no idea what her name is. She's just dry. It's that dry sense of humor. You know what I mean?
I'm not a magician.
Just let that girl hang herself. But look, I just want to be really clear. Do you really want to say that you're not a musician? I'm not. And there's no way I could have kept a straight face. Like the amount of self-control that woman has.
Alex, they've not called Pennsylvania yet, have they?
Fox has.
Fox has called Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin, yeah, because Pennsylvania was at 95%.
Yeah. Yeah, Fox said fuck it and called them all. The only one that hasn't been called, I think, is Michigan, and he's 6.3 points ahead in Michigan Let me refresh and make sure that's accurate. 6.4 points ahead in Michigan.
Yeah, they're not catching that up.
Trump's got 277 to 226.
266,000 vote lead. He's not losing Michigan. He's turned the blue wall red again.
Right.
Who is this? Fox News has him at 277 and Harris at 226.
Yeah, Fox has got him way over.
And just to make sure, still 5 million ahead in the popular vote. $5 million ahead in the popular vote.
Is he speaking yet?
Not yet.
No.
I don't know. What do you think he's doing? You think he's calling people right now, Danielle?
Larry?
I think he's trying to drive through all the rioting in the streets.
He's on his way. He's probably making phone calls on the way.
He's making a phone call to Judge Ergon. bitch, I'm coming for you.
I'm gonna advise that you go ahead and take retirement.
I think I just saw Secret Service agents post up. So
that's another thing Trump's going to have is 4 more years of nominating
judges.
Yeah. And that was his greatest, in my opinion, his greatest legacy from his first term were his judicial appointments, in particular, the Supreme Court. And I wonder if he'll get any more Supreme Court justices this 4 years.
A fuck ton of federal judges too, right?
Yeah, a lot of circuit court judges.
A ton of them.
Like 300 or something.
Yeah, that's why I say his judicial appointments, but in particular his Supreme Court nominee.
I mean, who gets to name 3 of them? 3 Supreme Court justices.
Right.
Remember on the West Wing when they freaked out because they got 1?
Yes.
Right.
He's driving down from. Remember, he was driving down from was it New Hampshire or remember when he got pulled over for a DUI?
He got arrested.
Yeah, he doesn't drink.
Oh yeah. What was that justice's name?
Started with an M. I don't know.
It was something
Mendoza.
Mendoza.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, it was in New Hampshire because the boys had to go up and bail him out of jail.
Yeah.
They were navigating by the North Star. Are you navigating by the North Star?
Yeah.
And the stupid deputies didn't know until they looked down at the newspaper and saw Toby Ziegler on the front page standing by the president, and then looked up and saw him and went, yeah.
And Josh was at Yale or wherever speaking, and they kept calling.
Yeah. He had to keep taking breaks.
Yeah.
It was a great show, especially the Sorkin era of that show.
Have CNN finally given up and called this race for Trump yet, or are they still holding out a bit of hope over there?
No, I was on Fox and MSNBC.
No, they still have Trump at 266. They can't pull the trigger. They just cannot pull the trigger over there.
Well, I'm sure MSNBC hadn't called it either because they're talking about Arizona's too early to call, Nevada's too close to call. Oh, yeah, they have them at 266. What does CNN have them at?
266.
Yeah.
Alex, they said, they just now said that they pulled the teleprompters from the stage.
They've pulled. Trump's gonna be mad riffing.
Yeah, they pulled the teleprompters.
Trump will be mad riffing.
So it's going to be raw, right?
It's going to be on, yeah.
I bet it will be.
I would be.
I think it's going to be very. I think it's going to be respectful.
Presidential.
Yeah.
And I was actually about to say the same thing, Alex, that I would not be surprised if Trump comes out and has one of his rare moments of grace.
Yeah.
MSN has him as projected. MSNBC has him as projected winner. Oh, I
Fox
want to
still-
hear that crazy black chick.
Fox still has him at 277. Yeah, I want to see what Joy Reid's doing right now.
Yes.
Bald head wacko.
Yep.
Boy,
Joy
hot
Reid
meat
is
metal.
just insane.
But I'm not a wacko.
What'd you say?
Dave and I are making fun of each other. Let us do it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
I remember this time 4 years ago when I said that Ron DeSantis would run for president. You called me crazy.
All right, Vivek just arrived there, so Trump's
Kellyanne.
nearby.
She always shows up at the right time.
Boy, man, you know, who won that divorce?
All right.
Yeah, that guy was a pig.
Who?
Kellyanne Conway and her husband, whose name I can't remember, which should say a lot. George Conway, right? George?
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
By the
but
way, it's Usher. Usher. I don't know how you say it, but it's Usher that opened Dave's Hot Chicken. in Georgia. Thank you, Bill Campbell. Danielle, you got a shout out in the chat. I want to hear this crazy black chick had him spitting his drink all over the place. Or I don't know, Shadex. Sorry, I shouldn't assume. I love this woman. I want to hear this crazy black chick have me spitting my drink over here.
Sorry. Sometimes I forget I'm not just sitting here.
We all
chatting
knew
with my
exactly.
friends.
We all knew exactly who you meant.
Come
Like
on,
the
two
dude with the hair in
scoops.
Pennsylvania. You know who I meant?
He is still 5 million
There's Kaylee.
votes.
That's my girl.
Yeah, I like Kaylee.
I mean, 5 million votes ahead is a pretty good.
Dude, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. And you know what? Now I wonder if people are still going to believe that 80 million vote number.
I never believed it. Sat in his basement the whole time and outperformed Obama? No way.
Right now.
You got to be a moron to believe that.
He got 80 million votes.
Just not legit.
We have
He got 80 million votes. That's all I'm going to say.
He got 80 million votes, but that doesn't mean he got 80 million voters.
He got. I didn't say he got 80 million voters, did I? I said he got 80 million votes.
You got 40 million voters run through twice.
He got 80 million votes. Like I said, absentee ballots, guys. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, most of these states outperformed early voting from 2020. The difference was they were in-person voting, real people, and not ballots being put in by 2,000 mules.
Right.
Democrats did a hell of a job in 2020. They capitalized on a worldwide pandemic. It created voting rules, and
Ballot harvested their way to a win.
that's right, they did.
Mm-hmm.
They tried every way they could this time of creating some sort of thing that they could
Oh yeah.
do it, but they just couldn't. And people were not going to be put in their house again. You're
Yeah.
not going to put this generation of Americans who went through COVID. You're not going to make them go to the house again. Not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
and people weren't going to accept bureaucrats changing the rules again. You know, it's one thing if your legislature does it because you get to hold them accountable. But when bureaucrats are doing it, and this is why I say the one thing I want Trump to do is just drain the swamp. I want him to
Right.
decapitate the bureaucratic classes.
Yeah, you had
And,
lieutenant governors in Pennsylvania changing the election laws.
Yeah. Well, here it was our Secretary of State. Just made a random decision to send out ballots to everyone.
Yeah, it was a lawless time.
All right, I'm going to grab water, and I think it's pretty safe to say Trump's not showing up for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, he needs to come
know,
on.
You know, what's really frustrating about that too is, if there ever is a real emergency of that scale, it's going to be so much more devastating than it would be, because now you're the little boy who cried wolf.
Right.
Like, don't tell me that there's a worldwide pandemic that you need to give me an experimental vaccine to cure, because I've seen that
Right.
movie.
We've been in this one. We
I
know
didn't.
how it is.
I didn't take any of that shit.
You know, I didn't take it either, and it started out as, I was not opposed to it. I was even impressed. Like, I thought it was a cool concept. Like, okay, we're gonna,
Fast track a vaccine.
we're gonna fast track a vaccine. We're gonna use like direct genetic manipulation to hurry up and get it out. Like, I thought it was really neat. And I started out not taking it because my thought was, oh, I'm relatively healthy and there's limited doses. I'll let the high risk people go first. But then once it became, well, you just want your grandma to die, and like I have a grandmother that she's in her 80s. I call her and talk to her on the phone. I love her to death. And so once people started trying to bully me and to hurry up and taking the vaccine, that's when I was like, well, then no, screw you.
Especially when they started saying you needed 3 and 4 and 5 boosters. I went, you've lost your goddamn mind if you think I'm putting all that alien technology into my DNA. Fuck you.
See, and I would have done it if they hadn't tried to bully me into doing it. But once they started trying to bully me into doing it, it was like, nope. I don't care if it's the literal cure for cancer. Screw you. I'm not doing this. And
I took one, right? Still got COVID, and in my theory, well, why the hell should I take something if I'm still going to get it? So
I never took any, and I've never got it.
My favorite, my favorite rapper showed us what the literal cure for cancer does. Old Will Smith turns everyone into zombies. What was the name of that movie?
I Am Legend.
I Am Legend.
They're coming out with a part 2. Which is weird because he dies at the end. And they're just gonna pretend like that never happened and have him in the second one.
Michelle,
Thanks,
you going to bed?
We're happy to have you. Sorry.
Michelle's going to bed. Good night, Michelle. Thank you for
Good night,
being here.
Michelle.
Night, Michelle.
There's Dan. What's up, brother? Never shot, never tested, never got it.
I used to say the same thing about cancer. I'm never going to the doctor. I'm never going to have cancer because I'm never going to the doctor. Then I had to.
Hang on, Larry, is that David Perdue?
No, that's Trey Gowdy.
No, not him.
No,
I know who Trey Gowdy was.
No, that did look like Purdue. I knew what you were talking about there, Alex.
And he's a big Trump supporter, right?
I mean, if he's at Trump's HQ, I'd imagine so.
And that's oh Christ. What's his name? The British Brexit guy. Oh, damn it. What's his name?
David Cameron?
No. Oh.
Peterson?
He was a MEP, a member of the European Parliament, and he led the British Leave campaign. Good Lord, what's his name? I can't remember. Why can I not remember his name, Danny?
I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about.
Nigel Farage. Thank you. Yeah, that's Nigel Farage there.
They rolled Brit Hume out.
Dave's looking at the people in the studio. We're looking at the people in the HQ.
I like Brit Hume. He's a straight shooter.
I mean, all the big faces are there. I think, is that Newt possibly? Is that the back of Newt's head?
Yeah, because I think that's his wife standing next to him.
Sam Brown is winning in Nevada, 48-47, with 80% reporting, I think.
Good night for Republicans.
And they still haven't called Alaska. God damn it.
Al's so bothered.
How
I mean,
long does it
Dave's
take-
so bothered.
How long does it take the Husky sleds to get there?
Have they even reported any numbers yet? According to CNN, they've reported nothing.
Yeah, I've got the 51% in Alaska. Yeah, he's up by 15%. Hell.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, like I said, I called it a while ago. I mean, we've called everything at this point. It's going to be 312 Trump is what it's going to be. He's going to be up 6 million in the popular vote, and woke progressivism will have died a small death tonight.
You won't be hearing that argument anymore, huh? About wanting to count the popular vote instead and get rid of the electoral college.
Well, you've got 80% in Nevada, and he's up by 5% there. Hell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, it's over. It's over. Up 4 points in Nevada. Only 1.5 in Arizona, but don't need it. Be nice to have. 4 points in Wisconsin, 6.6 in Michigan, 2.8 in Pennsylvania. I mean, it's a decisive victory. Here he is.
Here we go.
Let's go.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee,
Dana White.
across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea.
Look how tall Barron Trump is.
I know,
He's like
right?
6'9".
Kid's massive. And look who they stood him next to, that dumpy little short guy.
There's JD.
Where at least I know I'm free.
This is the one time we'll see Tiffany Trump in 4 years.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
And my ginormous son, Barron.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in. but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I put the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad man, I didn't get up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him.
DeChambeau.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, Go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You notice he never said anything about his opponent.
Not a single word. Yeah. Not a single word. And why would you? After they spent months calling him Hitler and a Nazi, why even bother?
Just to show that he's more magnanimous now, and and I don't know.
He won the popular vote. He doesn't need to be magnanimous. But no, I mean, you're right. It might have been nice. Yeah, he won. All right.
Yeah, it's
That's
time to
it.
go.
It's 3 a.m.
We did it.
I must be
Guys.
lonely.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, our guests, Larry, Cameron, Diamond Dave, thank you so much for coming on.
Yes,
we appreciate
fellas,
it.
thank you for joining us.
The audience,
Thanks for the invite.
our friends out there, thank you so much for tuning in. Congratulations to all of us, quite frankly.
Yes.
Now we got to just keep the pressure up to make sure stuff gets done. We'll see
now
what
the hard work.
happens. Yeah.
And make a hamburger.
Danny and I will be back on Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern. So come on back for that.
Lots of gloating.
Yeah,
No,
it was in
maybe.
fact the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was in fact the economy. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to go cook me a burger.
He says, now I'm up. I can't sleep.
Yeah, I can't either. I'm going to go cook some food and then go to work. So,
Larry, Cam, good to see you guys again.
you,
Danny,
Dave.
Good to see you, Dave.
Danny, Al, I love you guys. Thanks for having
Love you,
me.
honey.
Yeah, man. Thank you for being here.
I'm going to bed.
All right, bud.
Good night,
See
honey.
you
We
later.
love you.
Yeah, I think
ya.
everybody is jumping off of here.
Yes.
So we're going to say goodnight. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Danny, you can, this is your part, not mine.
Yeah. Y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We love you. We appreciate you. We'll see you on Thursday. Bye now.
Guys. Thank you.